Chapter 26 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 26. The Elsinore is truly the ship of souls, the world in miniature, and, because she is such a small world, cleaving this vastitude of ocean as our larger world cleaves space, the strange juxtapositions that continually occur are startling. For instance, this afternoon on the poop. Let me describe it. Here was Miss West, in a crisp duck sailor suit, immaculately white, open at the throat, where under the broad collar was knotted a man-of-war black silk handkerchief. Her smooth-groomed hair, a trifle rebellious in the breeze, was glorious. And here was I, in white ducks, white shoes, and white silk shirt, as immaculate and well-tended as she. The steward was just bringing the pretty tea service for Miss West, and in the background Wada hovered. We had been discussing philosophy, or rather I had been feeling her out, and from a sketch of Spinoza's anticipations of the modern mind, through the speculative interpretations of the latest achievements in physics of Sir Oliver Lodge and Sir William Ramsay, I had come, as usual, to De Cassares, whom I was quoting, when Mr. Pike snarled orders to the watch. In this rise into the azure of pure perception, attainable only by a very few human beings, the spectacular sense is born. I was quoting, "Life is no longer good or evil. It is a perpetual play of forces without beginning or end. The freed intellect merges itself with the world will and partakes of its essence, which is not a moral essence but an aesthetic essence." And at this moment the watch swarmed onto the poop to haul on the port braces of the mizzen skysail, royal, and topgallant sail. The sailors passed us or toiled close to us with lowered eyes. They did not look at us, so far removed from them were we. It was this contrast that caught my fancy. Here were the high and low, slaves and masters, beauty and ugliness, cleanness and filth. Their feet were bare and scaled with patches of tar and pitch. Their unbathed bodies were garmented in the meanest of clothes, dingy, dirty, ragged, and sparse. Each one had on but two garments, dungaree trousers and a shoddy cotton shirt. And we, in our comfortable deck chairs, our two servants at our backs, the quintessence of elegant leisure, sipped delicate tea from beautiful fragile cups, and looked on at these wretched ones whose labour made possible the journey of our little world. We did not speak to them nor recognize their existence, any more than they would have dared speak to us. And Miss West, with the appraising eye of a plantation mistress for the condition of her field slaves, looked them over. "You see how they have fleshed up," she said, as they coiled the last turns of the rope over the pins and faded away forward off the poop. "It is the regular hours, the good weather, the hard work, the open air, the sufficient food, and the absence of whiskey. And they will keep in this fettle until they get off the Horn. And then you will see them go down from day to day. A winter passage of the Horn is always a severe strain on the men. But then, once we are around and in the good weather of the Pacific, you will see them gain again from day to day. And when we reach Seattle they will be in splendid shape. Only they will go ashore, drink up their wages in several days, and ship away on other vessels in precisely the same sodden, miserable condition that they were in when they sailed with us from Baltimore." And just then Captain West came out the chart house door, strolled by for a single turn up and down, and with a smile and a word for us and an all-observant eye for the ship, the trim of her sails, the wind and the sky, and the weather promise, went back through the chart house door, the blond Aryan master, the king, the samurai. And I finished sipping my tea of delicious and most expensive aroma, and our slant-eyed, dark-skinned servitors carried the pretty gear away, and I read, continuing De Cassares. "Instinct wills, creates, carries on the work of the species. The intellect destroys, negatives, satires, and ends in pure nihilism. Instinct creates life, endlessly, hurling forth profusely and blindly its clowns, tragedians, and comedians. Intellect remains the eternal spectator of the play. It participates at will, but never gives itself wholly to the fine sport. The intellect, freed from the trammels of the personal will, soars into the ether of perception, where instinct follows it in a thousand disguises, seeking to draw it down to earth. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 27. We are now south of Rio and working south. We are out of the latitude of the trades and the wind is capricious. Rain squalls and wind squalls vex the Elsinore. 1 hour we may be rolling sickeningly in a dead calm, and the next hour we may be dashing 14 knots through the water and taking off sail as fast as the men can clew up and lower away. A night of calm, when sleep is well nigh impossible and the sultry, muggy air, may be followed by a day of blazing sun and an oily swell from the southward, connoting great gales in that area of ocean we are sailing toward, or all day long the Elsinore, under an overcast sky, royals and skysails furled, may plunge and buck under wind pressure into a short and choppy head sea. And all this means work for the men. Taking Mr. Pike's judgment, they are very inadequate, though by this time they know the ropes. He growls and grumbles and snorts and sneers whenever he watches them doing anything. Today, at 11 in the morning, the wind was so violent, continuing in greater gusts after having come in a great gust, that Mr. Pike ordered the mainsail taken off. The great crojack was already off. But the watch could not clew up the mainsail, and after much vain sing-songing and full-hauling, the watch below was routed out to bear a hand. "My God," Mr. Pike groaned to me, "2 watches for a rag like that when half a decent watch could do it. Look at that preventer bosun of mine." Poor Nancy! He looked the saddest, sickest, bleakest creature I have ever seen. He was so wretched, so miserable, so helpless. And Sundry Buyers was just as impotent. The expression on his face was of pain and hopelessness, and as he pressed his abdomen he lumbered futilely about, ever seeking something he might do and ever failing to find it. He pottered. He would stand and stare at one rope for a minute or so at a time, following it aloft with his eyes through the maze of ropes and stabs and gears with all the intentness of a man working out an intricate problem. Then, holding his hand against his stomach, he would lumber on a few steps and select another rope for study. Oh dear, Mr. Pike lamented. How can one drive with bosuns like that and a crew like that? Just the same, if I was captain of this ship I'd drive 'em. I'd show 'em what drive was, if I had to lose a few of 'em. And when they grow weak off the Horn, what'll we do? It'll be both watches all the time, which will weaken them just that much the faster. Evidently this winter passage of the Horn is all that one has been led to expect from reading the narratives of the navigators. Iron men like the 2 mates are very respectful of Cape Stiff, as they call that uttermost tip of the American continent. Speaking of the 2 mates, iron-made and iron-mouthed that they are, it is amusing that in really serious moments both of them curse with "Oh dear, oh dear." In the spells of calm I take great delight in the little rifle. I have already fired away 5,000 rounds, and have come to consider myself an expert. Whatever the knack of shooting may be, I've got it. When I get back I shall take up target practice. It is a neat, deft sport. Not only is Possum afraid of the sails and of rats, but he is afraid of rifle fire, and at the first discharge goes yelping and ki-yiing below. The dislike Mr. Pike has developed for the poor little puppy is ludicrous. He even told me that if it were his dog he'd throw it overboard for a target. Just the same, he is an affectionate, heart-warming little rascal, and has already crept so deep into my heart that I am glad Miss West did not accept him. And oh, he insists on sleeping with me on top the bedding, a proceeding which has scandalized the mate. "I suppose he'll be using your toothbrush next," Mr. Pike growled at me. But the puppy loves my companionship and is never happier than when on the bed with me. Yet the bed is not entirely paradise, for Possum is badly frightened when ours is the lee side and the seas pound and smash against the glass ports. Then the little beggar, electric with fear to every hair tip, crouches and snarls menacingly, and almost at the same time whimpers appeasingly at the storm monster outside. "Father knows the sea," Miss West said to me this afternoon. "He understands it, and he loves it." "Or it may be habit," I ventured. She shook her head. "He does know it, and he loves it. That is why he has come back to it. All his people before him were sea folk. His grandfather, Anthony West, made 46 voyages between 1801 and 1847, and his father, Robert, sailed master to the northwest coast before the gold days and was captain of some of the fastest Cape Horn clippers after the gold discovery. Elijah West, father's great-grandfather, was a privateersman in the Revolution. He commanded the armed brig New Defense. And, even before that, Elijah's father, in turn, and Elijah's father's father, were masters and owners on long voyage merchant adventures. Anthony West, in 1813 and 1814, commanded the David Bruce with letters of marque. He was half owner, with Gracie and Sons as the other half owners. She was a 200-ton schooner built right up in Maine. She carried a long 18-pounder, 2 10-pounders, and 10 6-pounders, and she sailed like a witch. She ran the blockade off Newport and got away to the English Channel and the Bay of Biscay. And do you know, though she only cost $12,000 all told, she took over $300,000 of British prizes. A brother of his was on the Wasp. So, you see, the sea is in our blood. She is our mother. As far back as we can trace, all our line was born to the sea. She laughed and went on. We've pirates and slavers in our family, and all sorts of disreputable sea rovers. Old Ezra West, just how far back I don't remember, was executed for piracy, and his body hung in chains at Plymouth. The sea is father's blood. And he knows, well, a ship, as you would know a dog or a horse. Every ship he sails has a distinct personality for him. I have watched him, in high moments, and seen him think. But oh, the times I have seen him when he does not think, when he feels, and knows everything without thinking at all. Really, with all that appertains to the sea and ships, he is an artist. There is no other word for it. "You think a great deal of your father," I remarked. "He is the most wonderful man I have ever known," she replied. "Remember, you are not seeing him at his best. He has never been the same since mother's death. If ever a man and a woman were one, they were." She broke off, then concluded abruptly. "You don't know him. You don't know him at all." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 28. "I think we are going to have a fine sunset," Captain West remarked last evening. Miss West and I abandoned our rubber of cribbage and hastened on deck. The sunset had not yet come, but all was preparing. As we gazed we could see the sky gathering the materials, grouping the gray clouds in long lines and towering masses, spreading its palette with slow-growing, glowing tints and sudden blobs of color. "It's the Golden Gate!" Miss West cried, indicating the west. "See, we're just inside the harbor. Look to the south there, if that isn't the skyline of San Francisco. There's the Call Building, and there, far down, the ferry tower, and surely that is the Fairmount." Her eyes roved back through the opening between the cloud masses, and she clapped her hands. "It's a sunset within a sunset. See, the Farallones, swimming in a miniature orange and red sunset all their own. Isn't it the Golden Gate, and San Francisco, and the Farallones?" She appealed to Mr. Pike, who, leaning near, on the poop rail, was divided between gazing sourly at Nancy pottering on the main deck and sourly at Possum, who, on the bridge, crouched with terror each time the crojack flapped emptily above him. The mate turned his head and favored the sky picture with a solemn stare. "Oh, I don't know," he growled. "It may look like the Farallones to you, but to me it looks like a battleship coming right in the gate with a bone in its teeth at a 20-knot clip." Sure enough, the floating Farallones had metamorphosed into a giant warship. Then came the color riot, the dominant tone of which was green. It was green, green, green. The blue-green of the springing year, and sere and yellow-green and tawny brown-green of autumn. There were orange-green, gold-green, and a copper-green. And all these greens were rich green beyond description, and yet the richness and the greenness passed even as we gazed upon it, going out of the gray clouds and into the sea, which assumed the exquisite golden pink of polished copper, while the hollows of the smooth and silken ripples were touched by a most ethereal pea-green. The gray clouds became a long, low swath of ruby red, or garnet red, such as one sees in a glass of heavy Burgundy when held to the light. There was such depth to this red. And below it, separated from the main color mass by a line of gray-white fog, or line of sea, was another and smaller streak of ruddy-colored wine. I strolled across the poop to the port side. "Oh, come back! Look! Look!" Miss West cried to me. "What's the use?" I answered. "I've something just as good over here." She joined me, and as she did so I noted a sour grin on Mr. Pike's face. The eastern heavens were equally spectacular. That quarter of the sky was sheer and delicate shell of blue, the upper portions of which faded, changed through every harmony into a pale, yet warm rose, all trembling, palpitating, with misty blue tinting into pink. The reflection of this colored sky shell upon the water made of the sea a glimmering watered silk, all changeable, blue, Nile green, and salmon pink. It was silky, silken, a wonderful silk that veneered and flossed the softly moving, wavy water. And the pale moon looked like a wet pearl gleaming through the tinted mist of the sky shell. In the southern quadrant of the sky we discovered an entirely different sunset. What would be accounted a very excellent orange and red sunset anywhere, with gray clouds hanging low and lighted and tinted on all their under edges. "Huh!" Mr. Pike muttered gruffly, while we were exclaiming over our fresh discovery. "Look at the sunset I got here to the north. It ain't doing so badly now, I leave it to you." And it wasn't. The northern quadrant was a great fen of color and cloud that spread ribs of feathery pink, fleece-frilled from the horizon to the zenith. It was all amazing. 4 sunsets at the one time in the sky. Each quadrant glowed and burned and pulsed with a sunset distinctly its own. And as the colors dulled in the slow twilight, the moon, still misty, wept tears of brilliant, heavy silver into the dim lilac sea. And then came the hush of darkness and the night, and we came to ourselves, out of reverie, sated with beauty, leaning toward each other as we leaned upon the rail side by side. I never grow tired of watching Captain West. In a way he bears a sort of resemblance to several of Washington's portraits. He is 6 feet of aristocratic thinness, and has a very definite, leisurely and stately grace of movement. His thinness is almost ascetic. In appearance and manner he is the perfect old type New England gentleman. He has the same gray eyes as his daughter, although his are genial rather than warm, and his eyes have the same trick of smiling. His skin is pinker than hers, and his brows and lashes are fairer. But he seems removed beyond passion, or even simple enthusiasm. Miss West is firm, like her father, but there is warmth in her firmness. He is clean, he is sweet and courteous, but he is coolly sweet, coolly courteous. With all his certain graciousness, in cabin or on deck, so far as the social equals are concerned, his graciousness is cool, elevated, thin. He is the perfect master of the art of doing nothing. He never reads, except the Bible, yet he is never bored. Often I note him in a deck chair, studying his perfect fingernails and, I'll swear, not seeing them at all. Miss West says he loves the sea, and I ask myself 1,000 times, but how? He shows no interest in any phase of the sea. Although he called our attention to the glorious sunset I have just described, he did not remain on deck to enjoy it. He sat below, in the big leather chair, not reading nor dozing, but merely gazing straight before him at nothing. The days pass and the seasons pass. We left Baltimore at the tail end of winter, went into spring and on through summer, and now we are in fall weather and urging our way south to the winter of Cape Horn. And as we double Cape Horn and proceed north, we shall go through spring and summer, a long summer, pursuing the sun north through its declination and arriving at Seattle in summer. And all these seasons have occurred, and will have occurred, in the space of 5 months. Our white ducks are gone, and in south latitude 35 we are wearing the garments of a temperate clime. I notice that Wada has given me heavier underclothes and heavier pajamas, and that Possum, of nights, is no longer content with the top of the bed, but must crawl underneath the bedclothes. We are now off the Plate, a region notorious for storms, and Mr. Pike is on the lookout for a pampero. Captain West does not seem to be on the lookout for anything, yet I notice that he spends longer hours on deck when the sky and barometer are threatening. Yesterday we had a hint of Plate weather, and today an awesome fiasco of the same. The hint came last evening between the twilight and the dark. There was practically no wind, and the Elsinore, just maintaining steerage way by means of intermittent fans of air from the north, floundered exasperatingly in a huge glassy swell that rolled up as an echo from some blown-out storm to the south. Ahead of us, arising with the swiftness of magic, was a dense slate blackness. I suppose it was cloud formation, but it bore no semblance to clouds. It was merely and surely a blackness that towered higher and higher until it overhung us, when it spread to right and left, blotting out half the sea. And still the light puffs from the north filled our sails, and still, as the Elsinore floundered on the huge, smooth swells and the sails emptied and flapped a hollow thunder, we moved slowly towards that ominous blackness. In the east, in what was quite distinctly an active thundercloud, the lightning fairly winked, while the blackness in front of us was rent with blobs and flashes of lightning. The last puffs left us, and in the hushes, between the rumbles of the nearing thunder, the voices of the men aloft on the yards came to one's ears as if they were right beside one, instead of being hundreds of feet away and up in the air. That they were duly impressed by what was impending was patent from the earnestness with which they worked. Both watches toiled under both mates, and Captain West strolled the poop in his usual casual way, and gave no orders at all, save in low conversational tones, when Mr. Pike came upon the poop and conferred with him. Miss West, having deserted the scene 5 minutes before, returned, a proper seawoman, clad in oilskins, sou'wester, and long sea boots. She ordered me, quite peremptorily, to do the same. But I could not bring myself to leave the deck for fear of missing something, so I compromised by having Wada bring my storm gear to me. And then the wind came, smack out of the blackness, with the abruptness of thunder and accompanied by the most diabolical thunder. And with the rain and thunder came the blackness. It was tangible. It drove past us in the bellowing wind like so much stuff that one could feel. Blackness as well as wind impacted on us. There is no other way to describe it than by that ancient way of saying one could not see his hand before his face. "Isn't it splendid?" Miss West shouted into my ear, close beside me, as we clung to the railing at the break of the poop. "Superb!" I shouted back, my lips to her ear so that her hair tickled my face. And I know not why, it must have been spontaneous with both of us, in that shouting blackness of wind as we clung to the rail to avoid being blown away, our hands went out to each other, and my hand and hers gripped and pressed and then held mutually to the rail. "Daughter of Herodias," I commented grimly to myself, but my hand did not leave hers. "What is happening?" I shouted in her ear. "We've lost way," came her answer. "I think we're caught aback. The wheel's up, but she could not steer." The Gabriel voice of the Samurai rang out. "Hard over?" was his mellow storm call to the man at the wheel. "Hard over, sir," came the helmsman's reply, vague, cracked with strain, and smothered. Came the lightning, before us, behind us, on every side, bathing us in flaming minutes at a time. And all the while we were deafened by the unceasing uproar of thunder. It was a weird sight. Far aloft the black skeleton of spars and masts from which the sails had been removed. Lower down the sailors clinging like monstrous bugs as they passed the gaskets and furled. Below them the few set sails, filled backwards against the masts, gleaming whitely, wickedly, evilly in the fearful illumination. And at the bottom, the deck and bridge and houses of the Elsinore, and a tangled riff-raff of flying ropes and clumps and bunches of swaying, pulling, hauling, human creatures. It was a great moment, the master's moment, caught all aback with all our bulk and tonnage and infinitude of gear, and our heaven-aspiring masts 200 feet above our heads. And our master was there, in sheeting flame, slender, casual, imperturbable, with 2 men, one of them a murderer, under him to pass on and enforce his will, and with a horde of inefficients and weaklings to obey that will, and pull, and haul, and by the sheer leverage of physics manipulate our floating world so that it would endure this fury of the elements. What happened next, what was done, I do not know, save that now and again I heard the Gabriel voice, for the darkness came, and the rain and pouring horizontal sheets. It filled my mouth and strangled my lungs as if I had fallen overboard. It seemed to drive up as well as down, piercing its way into my sou'wester, through my oilskins, down my tight button collar and into my sea boots. I was dizzied, obfuscated by all this onslaught of thunder, lightning, wind, blackness, and water. And yet the master, near to me, there on the poop, lived and moved serenely in all, voicing his wisdom and will to the wisps of creatures who obeyed and by their brute, puny strength pulled braces, slacked sheets, dragged courses, swung yards and lowered them, hauled on buntlines and clewlines, smoothed and gasketed the huge spreads of canvas. How it happened I know not, but Miss West and I crouched together, clinging to the rail and to each other in the shelter of the thrumming weather-cloth. My arm was about her and fast to the railing, Her shoulder pressed close against me, and by one hand she held tightly to the lapel of my oilskin. An hour later we made our way across the poop to the chart house, helping each other to maintain footing as the Elsinore plunged and bucked in the rising sea and was pressed over and down by the weight of wind on her few remaining set sails. The wind, which had lulled after the rain, had risen in recurrent gusts to storm violence. But all was well with the gallant ship. The crisis was past, and the ship lived, and we lived, and with streaming faces and bright eyes we looked at each other and laughed in the bright light of the chart room. "Who can blame one for loving the sea?" Miss West cried out exultantly, as she wrung the rain from her ropes of hair which had gone adrift in the turmoil. "And the men of the sea!" she cried. "The masters of the sea! You saw my father—" "He is a king," I said. "He is a king," she repeated after me. And the Elsinore lifted on a cresting sea and flung down on her side so that we were thrown together and brought up breathless against the wall. I said good night to her at the foot of the stairs, and as I passed the open door to the cabin I glanced in. There sat Captain West, whom I had thought still on deck. His storm trappings were removed, his sea boots replaced by slippers, and he leaned back in the big leather chair, eyes wide open, beholding visions in the curling smoke of a cigar against a background of wildly reeling cabin wall. It was at 11 this morning that the plate gave us a fiasco. Last night's was a real pampereau, though a mild one. Today's promised to be a far worse one, and then laughed at us as a proper cosmic joke. The wind, during the night, had so eased that by 9 in the morning we had all our topgallant sails set. By 10 we were rolling in a dead calm. By 11 the stuff began making up ominously in the southward. The overcast sky closed down. Our lofty trunks seemed to scrape the cloud zenith. The horizon drew in on us till it seemed scarcely half a mile away. The Elsinore was embayed in a tiny universe of mist and sea. The lightning played. Sky and horizon drew so close that the Elsinore seemed on the verge of being absorbed, sucked in by it, sucked up by it. Then from zenith to horizon the sky was cracked with forked lightning, and the wet atmosphere turned to a horrid green. The rain, beginning gently, in dead calm, grew into a deluge of enormous streaming drops. It grew darker and darker, a green darkness, and in the cabin, though it was midday, Wada and the steward lighted lamps. The lightning came closer and closer until the ship was enveloped in it. The green darkness was continually atremble with flame, through which broke greater illuminations of forked lightning. These became more violent as the rain lessened, and so absolutely were we centred in this electrical maelstrom, there was no connecting any chain, or flash, or fork of lightning with any particular thunderclap. The atmosphere all about us failed and flamed. Such a crashing and smashing. We looked every moment for the Elsinore to be struck. And never had I seen such colours in lightning. Although from moment to moment we were dazzled by the greater bolts, there persisted always a tremulous, pulsing lesser play of light, sometimes softly blue, at other times a thin purple that quivered on into 1,000 shades of lavender. And there was no wind. No wind came. Nothing happened. The Elsinore, naked sparred, under only lower topsails, with spanker and crojack furled, was prepared for anything. Her lower topsails hung in limp emptiness from the yards, heavy with rain and flapping soggily when she rolled. The cloud mass thinned, the day brightened, the green blackness passed into grey twilight, the lightning eased, the thunder moved along away from us, and there was no wind. In half an hour the sun was shining, the thunder muttered intermittently along the horizon, and the Elsinore still rolled in a hush of air. "You can't tell, sir," Mr. Pike growled to me. 30 years ago I was dismasted right here off the Plate in a clap of wind that come on just as that come on. It was the changing of the watches, and Mr. Mellaire, who had come on the poop to relieve the mate, stood beside me. "One of the nastiest pieces of water in the world," he concurred. "18 years ago the Plate gave it to me. Lost half our sticks, 20 hours on our beam ends, cargo shifted, and foundered. I was 2 days in the boat before an English tramp picked us up. And none of the other boats ever was picked up." "The Elsinore behaved very well last night," I put in cheerily. "Oh, hell, that wasn't nothin'," Mr. Pike grumbled. "Wait till you see a real pampero. It's a dirty stretch hereabouts, and I, for one, 'll be glad when we get across it. I'd rather have a dozen Cape Horn snorters than one of these. How about you, Mr. Mellaire?" "Same here, sir," he answered. "Those sou'westers are honest. You know what to expect. But here you never know. The best of shipmasters can get tripped up off the Plate, as I've found out, beyond a doubt." Mr. Pike hummed from Newcomb's Celeste as he went down the ladder. Chapter 28 Chapter 29 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 29. The sunsets grow more bizarre and spectacular off this coast of the Argentine. Last evening we had high clouds, broken white and golden, flung disorderly, generously over the western half of the sky, while in the east was painted a second sunset, a reflection perhaps of the first. At any rate, the eastern sky was a bank of pale clouds that shed soft, spread rays of blue and white upon a blue-gray sea. And the evening before last we had a gorgeous Arizona riot in the west. Bastioned upon the ocean, cloud tier was piled upon cloud tier, spacious and lofty, until we gazed upon a Grand Canyon a myriad times vaster and more celestial than that of the Colorado. The clouds took on the same stratified, serrated, rose rock formation, and all the hollows were filled with the opal blues and purple hazes of the Painted Lands. The sailing directions say that these remarkable sunsets are due to the dust being driven high into the air by the winds that blow across the pampas of the Argentine. And our sunset tonight, I am writing this at midnight as I sit propped in my blankets, wedged by pillows, while the Elsinore wallows damnably in a dead calm and a huge swell rolling up from the Cape Horn region, where, it does seem, gales perpetually blow. But our sunset. Turner might have perpetrated it. The west was if a painter had stood off and slapped brushfuls of gray at a green canvas. On this green background of sky the clouds spilled and crumpled. But such a background, such an orgy of green. No shade of green was missing in the interstices, large and small, between the milky curdled clouds. Nile green high up, and then, in order, each with 1,000 shades, blue-green, brown-green, gray-green, and a wonderful olive green that tarnished into a rich bronze green. During the display the rest of the horizon glowed with broad bands of pink and blue and pale green and yellow. A little later, when the sun was quite down, in the background of the curdled clouds smouldered a wine-red mass of colour that faded to bronze and tinged all the fading greens with its sanguinary hue. The clouds themselves flushed to rose of all shades, while a fan of gigantic streamers of pale rose radiated toward the zenith. These deepened rapidly into flaunting rose flame and burned long in the slow-closing twilight. And with all this wonder of the beauty of the world still glowing in my brains hours afterward, I heard the snarling of Mr. Pike above my head and the trample and drag of feet as men move from rope to rope and pull and haul. More weather is making, and from the way sail is being taken in, it cannot be far off. Yet at daylight this morning we were still wallowing in the same dead calm and sickly swell. Miss West says the barometer is down, but that the warning has been too long, for the Plate, to amount to anything. Pampero happened quickly here, and though the Elsinore, under bare pulls to her upper topsails, is prepared for anything, it may well be that they will be crowding on canvas in another hour. Mr. Pike was so fooled that he actually had set the topgallant sails, and the gaskets were being taken off the royals, when the Samurai came on deck, strolled back and forth a casual 5 minutes, then spoke in an undertone to Mr. Pike. Mr. Pike did not like it. To me, a tyro, it was evident that he disagreed with his master. Nevertheless, his voice went out in a snarl aloft to the men on the royal yards to make all fast again. Then it was clewlines and buntlines and lowering of yards as the topgallant sails were stripped off. The crojack was taken in, and some of the outer fore and aft handsails, whose order of names I can never remember. A breeze set in from the southwest, blowing briskly under a clear sky. I could see that Mr. Pike was secretly pleased. The Samurai had been mistaken. And each time Mr. Pike glanced aloft at the naked topgallant and royal yards, I knew his thought was that they might well be carrying sail. I was quite convinced that the Plate had fooled Captain West. So was Miss West convinced, and being a favoured person like myself, she frankly told me so. "Father will be setting sail in half an hour," she prophesied. What superior weather sense Captain West possesses I know not, save that it is his by Samurai right. The sky, as I have said, was clear. The air was brittle, sparkling gloriously in the windy sun. And yet, behold, in a brief quarter of an hour, the change that took place. I had just returned from a trip below, and Miss West was venting her scorn on the River Plate and promising to go below to the sewing machine, when we heard Mr. Pike groan. It was a whimsical groan of disgust, contrition, and acknowledgment of inferiority before the master. "Here comes the whole River Plate," was what he groaned. Following his gaze to the southwest, we saw it coming. It was a cloud mass that blotted out the sunlight and the day. It seemed to swell and belch and roll over and over on itself as it advanced with a rapidity that told of enormous wind behind it and in it. Its speed was headlong, terrific, and beneath it, covering the sea, advancing with it, was a gray bank of mist. Captain West spoke to the mate, who bawled the order along, and the watch, reinforced by the watch below, began clewing up the mainsail and foresail and climbing into the rigging. "Keep off! Put your wheel over, hard over!" Captain West called gently to the helmsman. And the big wheel spun around, and the Elsinore's bow fell off so that she might not be caught aback by the onslaught of wind. Thunder rode in that rushing, rolling blackness of cloud, and it was rent by lightning as it fell upon us. Then it was rain, wind, obscureness of gloom, and lightning. I caught a glimpse of the men on the lower yards as they were blotted from view and as the Elsinore heeled over and down. There were 15 men of them to each yard, and the gaskets were well past ere we were struck. How they regained the deck I do not know, I never saw, for the Elsinore, under only upper and lower topsails, lay down on her side, her port rail buried in the sea, and did not rise. There was no maintaining an unsupported upright position on that acute slant of deck. Everybody held on. Mr. Pike frankly gripped the poop rail with both hands, and Miss West and I made frantic clutches and scrambled for footing. But I noticed that the Samurai, poised lightly, like a bird on the verge of flight, merely rested one hand on the rail. He gave no orders. As I divined, there was nothing to be done. He waited, that was all, in tranquillity and repose. The situation was simple. Either the masts would go, or the Elsinore would rise with her masts intact, or she would never rise again. In the meantime she lay dead, her lee yardarms almost touching the sea, the sea creaming solidly to her hatch combings across the buried, unseen rail. The minutes were as centuries until the bow paid off and the Elsinore turned tail before it, righted to an even keel. Immediately this was accomplished, Captain West had her brought back upon the wind, and immediately, thereupon, the big foresail went adrift with its gaskets. The shock, or succession of shocks, to the ship, from the tremendous buffeting that followed, was fearful. It seemed she was being racked to pieces. Master and mate were side by side when this happened, and the expressions on their faces typified them. In neither face was apprehension. Mr. Pike's face bore a sour sneer for the worthless sailors who had botched the job. Captain West's face was serenely considerative. Still, nothing was to be done, could be done, and for 5 minutes the Elsinore was shaken as in the maw of some gigantic monster until the last shreds of the great piece of canvas had been torn away. "Our foresail has departed for Africa," Miss West laughed in my ear. She is like her father, unaware of fear. "And now we may as well go below and be comfortable," she said 5 minutes later. "The worst is over. It will only be blow, 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 and a big sea making." All day it blew, and the big sea that arose made the Elsinore's conduct almost unlivable. My only comfort was achieved by taking to my bunk and wedging myself with pillows buttressed against the bunk sides by empty soap boxes which Wada arranged. Mr. Pike, clinging to my door casing while his legs sprawled adrift in a succession of terrific rolls, paused to tell me that it was a new one on him in the Pampero line. It was all wrong from the first. It had not come on right. It had no reason to be. He paused a little longer, and, in a casual way, that under the circumstances was ridiculously transparent, exposed what was at ferment in his mind. First of all, he was absurd enough to ask if Possum showed symptoms of seasickness. Next, he unburdened his wrath for all the inefficients who had lost the foresail, and sympathized with the sailmakers for the extra work thrown upon them. Then he asked permission to borrow one of my books, and, clinging to my bunk, selected Buckner's Force and Matter from my shelf, carefully wedging the empty space with a doubled magazine I used for that purpose. Still he was loath to depart, and cudgelling his brains for a pretext, he set up a rambling discourse on River Plate weather, and all the time I kept wondering what was behind it all. At last it came. "By the way, Mr. Pathurst," he remarked, "do you happen to remember how many years ago Mr. Mellaire said it was he was dismasted and foundered off here?" I caught his drift on the instant. "8 years ago, wasn't it?" I lied. Mr. Pike let this sink in and slowly digested it, while the Elsinore was guilty of 3 huge rolls down to port and back again. "Now I wonder what ship was sunk off the Plate 8 years ago," he communed, as if with himself. "I guess I'll have to ask Mr. Mellaire her name. You can search me for all any I can recollect." He thanked me with unwonted elaborateness for Force and Matter, of which I knew he would never read a line, and felt his way to the door. Here he hung on for a moment, as if struck by a new and most accidental idea. "No, it wasn't by any chance that he said 18 years ago?" he queried. I shook my head. "8 years ago," I said. "That's the way I remember it, though why I should remember it at all, I don't know. But that is what he said," I went on with increasing confidence. "8 years ago. I am sure of it." Mr. Pike looked at me ponderingly and waited until the Elsinore had fairly righted for an instant ere he took his departure down the hall. I think I have followed the working of his mind. I have long since learned that his memory of ships, officers, cargoes, gales, and disasters is remarkable. He is a veritable encyclopedia of the sea. Also, it is patent that he has equipped himself with Sidney Waltham's history. As yet he does not dream that Mr. Mellaire is Sidney Waltham, and he is merely wondering if Mr. Mellaire was a shipmate of Sidney Waltham 18 years ago in the ship lost off the Plate. In the meantime I shall never forgive Mr. Mellaire for this slip he has made. He should have been more careful. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 30. An abominable night. A wonderful night. Sleep? I suppose I did sleep in cat naps, but I swear I heard every bell struck until 3:30. Then came a change, an easement. No longer was it a stubborn, loggy fight against pressures. The Elsinore moved. I could feel her slip, and slide, and send, and soar. Whereas before she had been flung continually down to port, she now rolled as far to one side as to the other. I knew what had taken place. Instead of remaining hove to on the Pampero, Captain West had turned tail and was running before it. This, I understood, meant a really serious storm, for the northeast was the last direction in which Captain West desired to go. But at any rate the movement, though wilder, was easier, and I slept. I was awakened at 5 by the thunder of seas that fell aboard, rushed down the main deck, and crashed against the cabin wall. Through my open door I could see water swashing up and down the hull, while half a foot of water creamed and curdled from under my bunk across the floor each time the ship rolled to starboard. The steward brought me my coffee, and, wedged by boxes and pillows, like an equilibrist, I sat up and drank it. Luckily I managed to finish it in time, for a succession of terrific rolls emptied one of my bookshelves. Possum, crawling upward from my feet under the covered way of my bed, yapped with terror as the seas smashed and thundered and as the avalanche of books descended upon us. And I could not help but grin when the pasteboard crown smote me on the head, while the puppy was knocked gasping with Chesterton's "What's Wrong with the World?" "Well, what do you think?" I queried of the steward, who was helping to set us and the books to rights. He shrugged his shoulders, and his bright slant eyes were very bright as he replied: "Many times I see like this. Me old man. Many times I see more bad. Too much wind, too much work. Rotten damn bad." I could guess that the scene on deck was a spectacle, and, at 6 o'clock, as gray light showed through my ports in the intervals when they were not submerged, I essayed the sideboard of my bunk like a gymnast, captured my careening slippers, and shuddered as I thrust my bare feet into their chill sogginess. I did not wait to dress. Merely in pajamas I headed for the poop, Possum wailing dismally at my desertion. It was a feat to travel the narrow halls. Time and again I paused and held on until my fingertips hurt. In the moments of easement I made progress. Yet I miscalculated. The foot of the broad stairway to the chart house rested on a cross hall a dozen feet in length. Overconfidence and an unusually violent antic of the Elsinore caused the disaster. She flung down to starboard with such suddenness and at such a pitch that the flooring seemed to go out from under me, and I hustled helplessly down the incline. I missed a frantic clutch at the newel post, flung up my arm in time to save my face, and, most fortunately, whirled half about and, still falling, impacted with my shoulder muscle pad on Captain West's door. Youth will have its way, so will a ship in a sea, and so will 170 pounds of a man. The beautiful hardwood door panel splintered, the latch fetched away, and I broke the nails of the 4 fingers of my right hand in a futile grab at the flying door, marring the polished surface with 4 parallel scratches. I kept right on, erupting into Captain West's spacious room with the big brass bed. Miss West, swathed in a woolen dressing gown, her eyes heavy still with sleep, her hair glorious and for once ungroomed, clinging in the doorway that gave entrance on the main cabin, met my startled gaze with an equally startled gaze. It was no time for apologies. I kept right on my mad way, caught the foot stanchion, and was whipped around in a half circle flat upon Captain West's brass bed. Miss West was beginning to laugh. "Come right in," she gurgled. A score of retorts, all deliciously inadvisable, tickled my tongue, so I said nothing, contenting myself with holding on with my left hand while I nursed my stinging right hand under my armpit. Beyond her, across the floor of the main cabin, I saw the steward in pursuit of Captain West's Bible and a sheath of Miss West's music. And as she gurgled and laughed at me, beholding her in this intimacy of storm, the thought flashed through my brain. She is a woman. She is desirable. Now did she sense this fleeting unuttered flash of mine? I know not, save that her laughter left her, and long, conventional training asserted itself as she said: "I just knew everything was adrift in father's room. He hasn't been in it all night. I could hear things rolling around. What is wrong? Are you hurt?" "Stubbed my fingers, that's all," I answered, looking at my broken nails and standing gingerly upright. "My, that was a roll," she sympathized. "Yes, I'd started to go upstairs," I said, "and not to turn into your father's bed. I'm afraid I've ruined the door." Came another series of great rolls. I sat down on the bed and held on. Miss West, secure in the doorway, began gurgling again, while beyond, across the cabin carpet, the steward shot past, embracing a small writing desk that had evidently carried away from its fastenings when he seized hold of it for support. More seas smashed and crashed against the for'ard wall of the cabin, and the steward, failing of lodgment, shot back across the carpet, still holding the desk from harm. Taking advantage of favouring spells, I managed to effect my exit and gain the newel post ere the next series of rolls came. And as I clung on and waited, I could not forget what I had just seen. Vividly under my eyelids burned the picture of Miss West's sleep-laden eyes, her hair, and all the softness of her. A woman and desirable, kept drumming in my brain. But I forgot all this when, nearly at the top, I was thrown up the hill of the stairs as if it had suddenly become downhill. My feet flew from stair to escape falling, and I flew, or fell, apparently upward, until, at the top, I hung on for dear life while the stern of the Elsinore flung skyward on some mighty surge. Such antics of so huge a ship! The old stereotyped "toy" describes her, for toy she was, the sheerest splinter of a plaything in the grip of the elements. And yet, despite this overwhelming sensation of microscopic helplessness, I was aware of a sense of surety. There was the Samurai. Informed with his will and wisdom, the Elsinore was no cat's paw. Everything was ordered, controlled. She was doing what he ordained her to do, and no matter what storm titans bellowed about her and buffeted her, she would continue to do what he ordained her to do. I glanced into the chart room. There he sat, leaned back in a screw chair, his sea-booted legs wedged against the settee, holding him in place in the most violent rolls. His black oilskin coat glistened in the lamplight with a myriad drops of ocean that advertised a recent return from deck. His sou'wester, black and glistening, was like the helmet of some legendary hero. He was smoking a cigar, and he smiled and greeted me. But he seemed very tired and very old. Old with wisdom, however, not weakness. The flesh of his face, the pink pigment quite washed and worn away, was more transparent than ever. And yet never was he more serene, never more the master absolute of our tiny, fragile world. The age that showed in him was not a matter of terrestrial years. It was ageless, passionless, beyond human. Never had he appeared so great to me, so far remote, so much a spirit visitant. And he cautioned and advised me, in silver, mellow, beneficent voice, as I essayed the venture of opening the chart house door to gain outside. He knew the moment, although I never could have guessed it for myself, and gave the word that enabled me to win the poop. Water was everywhere. The Elsinore was rushing through a blaring whir of water. Seas creamed and licked the poop deck edge, now to starboard, now to port. High in the air, overtowering and perilously down-toppling, following seas pursued our stern. The air was filled with spindrift like a fog or spray. No officer of the watch was in sight. The poop was deserted save for two helmsmen in streaming oilskins under the half-shelter of the open wheelhouse. I nodded good morning to them. One was Tom Spink, the elderly but keen and dependable English sailor. The other was Bill Quigley, one of a forecastle group of three that herded uniquely together, though the other two, Frank Fitzgibbon and Richard Giller, were in the second mate's watch. The three had proved handy with their fists and clannish, and they had fought pitched forecastle battles with the gangster clique and won a sort of neutrality of independence for themselves. They were not exactly sailors, Mr. Mellaire sneeringly called them the bricklayers, but they had successfully refused subservitude to the gangster crowd. To cross the deck from the chart house to the break of the poop was no slight feat, but I managed it and hung on to the railing while the wind stung my flesh with the flappings of my pajamas. At this moment, and for the moment, the Elsinore righted to an even keel and dashed along and down the avalanching face of a wave. And as she thus righted, her deck was filled with water level from rail to rail. Above this flood, or knee-deep in it, Mr. Pike and half a dozen sailors were bunched on the fife rail of the mizzenmast. The carpenter, too, was there, with a couple of assistants. The next roll spilled 1,000 tons of water outboard sheer over the starboard rail, while all the starboard ports opened automatically and gushed huge streams. Then came the opposite roll to port, with a clanging shut of the iron doors, and 100 tons of water sloshed outboard across the port rail, while all the iron doors on that side opened wide and gushed. And all this time, it must not be forgotten, the Elsinore was dashing ahead through the sea. The only sail she carried was 3 upper topsails. Not the tiniest triangle of head sail was on her. I had never seen her with so little wind surface, and the 3 narrow strips of canvas, bellied to the seemingness of sheet iron with the pressure of the wind, drove her before the gale at astonishing speed. As the water on the deck subsided, the men on the fife rail left their refuge. One group, led by the redoubtable Mr. Pike, strove to capture a mass of planks and twisted steel. For the moment I did not recognize what it was. The carpenter, with 2 men, sprang upon number 3 hatch and worked hurriedly and fearfully. And I knew why Captain West had turned tail to the storm. Number 3 hatch was a wreck. Among other things, the great timber, called the strongback, was broken. He had had to run, or founder. Before our decks were swept again I could make out the carpenter's emergency repairs. With fresh timbers he was bolting, lashing, and wedging number 3 hatch into some sort of tightness. When the Elsinore dipped her port rail under and scooped several hundred tons of South Atlantic, and then, immediately rolling her starboard rail under, had another 100 tons of breaking sea fallen board upon her, all the men forsook everything and scrambled for life upon the fife rail. In the bursting spray they were quite hidden, and then I saw them and counted them all as they emerged into view. Again they waited for the water to subside. The mass of wreckage pursued by Mr. Pike and his men ground 100 feet along the deck for'ard, and, as the Elsinore's stern sank down in some abyss, ground back again and smashed up against the cabin wall. I identified this stuff as part of the bridge. That portion which spanned from the mizzenmast to the midship house was missing, while the starboard boat on the midship house was a splintered mess. Watching the struggle to capture and subdue the section of bridge, I was reminded of Victor Hugo's splendid description of the sailor's battle with the ship's gun gone adrift in a night of storm. But there was a difference. I found that Hugo's narrative had stirred me more profoundly than was I stirred by this actual struggle before my eyes. I have repeatedly said that the sea makes one hard. I now realized how hard I had become as I stood there on the break of the poop in my wind-whipped, spray-soaked pajamas. I felt no solicitude for the forecastle humans who struggled in peril of their lives beneath me. They did not count. I was even curious to see what might happen did they get caught by those crashing avalanches of sea ere they could gain the safety of the fife rail. And I saw. Mr. Pike, in the lead, of course, up to his waist in rushing water, dashed in, caught the flying wreckage with a turn of rope, and fetched it up short with a turn around one of the port mizzen shrouds. The Elsinore flung down to port, and a solid wall of down-toppling green upreared a dozen feet above the rail. The men fled to the fife rail. But Mr. Pike, holding his turn, held on, looked squarely into the wall of the wave, and received the downfall. He emerged, still holding by the turn the captured bridge. The feeble-minded Fawn, the stone-deaf man, led the way to Mr. Pike's assistance, followed by Tony, the suicidal Greek. Paddy was next, and in order came Shorty, Henry, the training-ship boy, and Nancy, last, of course, and looking as if he were going to execution. The deck water was no more than knee-deep, though rushing with torrential force, when Mr. Pike and the 6 men lifted the section of bridge and started forward with it. They swayed and staggered but managed to keep going. The carpenter saw the impending ocean mountain first. I saw him cry to his own men and then to Mr. Pike ere he fled to the fife rail. But Mr. Pike's men had no chance. Abreast of the midship house, on the starboard side, fully 15 feet above the rail and 20 above the deck, the sea fell on board. The top of the midship house was swept clean of the splintered boat. The water, impacting against the side of the house, spouted skyward as high as the crojack yard. And all this, in addition to the main bulk of the wave, swept and descended upon Mr. Pike and his men. They disappeared. The bridge disappeared. The Elsinore rolled to port and dipped her deck full from rail to rail. Next she plunged down by the head, and all this mass of water surged forward. Through the creaming, foaming surface now and then emerged an arm, or a head, or a back, while cruel edges of jagged plank and twisted steel rods advertised that the bridge was turning over and over. I wondered what men were beneath it and what mauling they were receiving. And yet these men did not count. I was aware of anxiety only for Mr. Pike. He, in a way, socially, was of my caste and class. He and I belonged aft in the high place, ate at the same table. I was acutely desirous that he should not be hurt or killed. The rest did not matter. They were not of my world. I imagine the old-time skippers on the Middle Passage felt much the same toward their slave cargoes in the fetid 'tween decks. The Elsinore's bow tilted skyward while her stern fell into a foaming valley. Not a man had gained his feet. Bridge and men swept back toward me and fetched up against the mizzen shrouds. And then that prodigious, incredible old man appeared out of the water, on his 2 legs, upright, dragging with him, a man in each hand, the helpless forms of Nancy and the Fawn. My heart leapt at beholding this mighty figure of a man-killer and slave-driver, it is true, but who sprang first into the teeth of danger so that his slaves might follow, and who emerged with a half-drowned slave in either hand. I knew augustness and pride as I gazed, pride that my eyes were blue, like his, that my skin was blond, like his, that my place was aft with him and with the samurai, in the high places of government and command. I nearly wept with the chill of pride that was akin to awe and that tingled and bristled along my spinal column and in my brain. As for the rest, the weaklings and the rejected, and the dark pigmented things, the half-castes, the mongrel bloods, and the dregs of long-conquered races, how could they count? My heels were iron as I gazed upon them in their peril and weakness. Lord, Lord! For 10,000 generations and centuries we had stamped upon their faces and enslaved them to the toil of our will. Again the Elsinore rolled to starboard and to port, while the spume spouted to our lower yards and 1,000 tons of South Atlantic surged across from rail to rail. And again all were down and under, with jagged plank and twisted steel overriding them. And again that amazing blond-skinned giant emerged, on his 2 legs upstanding, a broken waif like a rat in either hand. He forced his way through rushing, waist-high water, deposited his burdens with the carpenter on the fife rail, and returned to drag Larry reeling to his feet and help him to the fife rail. Out of the wash, Tony, the Greek, crawled on hands and knees and sank down helplessly at the fife rail. There was nothing suicidal now in his mood. Struggle as he would, he could not lift himself until the mate, gripping his oilskins at the collar, with one hand flung him through the air into the carpenter's arms. Next came Shorty, his face streaming blood, one hand hanging useless, his sea boots stripped from him. Mr. Pike pitched him into the fife rail and returned for the last man. It was Henry, the training ship boy. Him I had seen, unstruggling, motionless, show at the surface like a drowned man, and sink again as the flood surged aft and smashed him against the cabin. Mr. Pike, shoulder deep, twice beaten to his knees and under by bursting seas, caught the lad, shouldered him, and carried him away forward. An hour later, in the cabin, I encountered Mr. Pike going in to breakfast. He had changed his clothes and he had shaved. Now how could one treat a hero such as he, save as I treated him when I remarked off-handedly that he must have had a lively watch? "My," he answered equally off-handedly, "I did get a prime soaking." That was all. He had had no time to see me at the poop rail. It was merely the day's work, the ship's work, the man's work, all capitals, if you please, in man. I was the only one aft who knew, and I knew because I had chanced to see. Had I not been on the poop at that early hour, no one aft ever would have known those gray, storm-morning deeds of his. "Anybody hurt?" I asked. "Oh, some of the men got wet, but no bones broke. Henry'll be laid off for a day. He got turned over in a sea and bashed his head. And Shorty's got a wrenched shoulder, I think. But say, we got Davis into the top bunk. The seas filled him full and he had to climb for it. He's all awash and wet now, and you ought to see me praying for more." He paused and sighed. "I'm getting old, I guess. I ought to wring his neck, but somehow I ain't got the gumption. Just the same, he'll be overside before we get in." "A month's wages against a pound of tobacco he won't," I challenged. "No," said Mr. Pike slowly, "but I'll tell you what I will do. I'll bet you a pound of tobacco even, or a month's wages even, that I'll have the pleasure of putting a sack of coal to his feet that never will come off." "Done," said I. "Done," said Mr. Pike, "and now I guess I'll get a bite to eat." Chapter 31. The Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London. Chapter 31. The more I see of Miss West, the more she pleases me. Explain it in terms of propinquity, or isolation, or whatever you will. I, at least, do not attempt explanation. I know only that she is a woman and desirable. And I am rather proud, in a way, to find that I am just a man like any man. The midnight oil and the relentless pursuit I have endured in the past from the whole tribe of women have not, I am glad to say, utterly spoiled me. I am obsessed by that phrase, a woman and desirable. It beats in my brain, in my thought. I go out of my way to steal a glimpse of Miss West through a cabin door or vista of hall when she does not know I am looking. A woman is a wonderful thing. A woman's hair is wonderful. A woman's softness is a magic. Oh, I know them for what they are, and yet this very knowledge makes them only the more wonderful. I know, I would stake my soul, that Miss West has considered me as a maid 1,000 times to once that I have so considered her. And yet, she is a woman and desirable. And I find myself continually reminded of Richard Le Gallienne's inimitable quatrain: "Were I a woman, I would all day long sing my own beauty in some holy song, bend low before it, hushed and half afraid, and say, I am a woman, all day long." Let me advise all philosophers suffering from world sickness to take a long sea voyage with a woman like Miss West. In this narrative I shall call her Miss West no more. She has ceased to be Miss West. She is Margaret. I do not think of her as Miss West. I think of her as Margaret. It is a pretty word, a woman word. What poet must have created it? Margaret. I never tire of it. My tongue is enamored of it. Margaret West. What a name to conjure with. A name provocative of dreams and mighty connotations. The history of our westward faring race is written in it. There is pride in it, and dominion, and adventure, and conquest. When I murmur it I see visions of lean, beaked ships, of winged helmets, and heels iron-shod of restless men, royal lovers, royal adventurers, royal fighters. Yes, and even now, in these latter days when the sun consumes us, still we sit in the high seat of government and command. Oh, and by the way, she is 24 years old. I asked Mr. Pike the date of the Dixie's collision with a river steamer in San Francisco Bay. This occurred in 1901. Margaret was 12 years old at the time. This is 1913. Blessings on the head of the man who invented arithmetic. She is 24. Her name is Margaret, and she is desirable. There are so many things to tell about. Where and how this mad voyage, with a mad crew, will end is beyond all surmise. But the Elsinore drives on, and day by day her history is bloodily written. And while murder is done, and while the whole floating drama moves toward the bleak southern ocean and the icy blasts of Cape Horn, I sit in the high place with the masters, unafraid, I am proud to say, in an ecstasy, I am proud to say, and I murmur over and over to myself, Margaret, a woman, Margaret, and desirable. But to resume, it is the 1st day of June. 10 days have passed since the Pampero. When the strong back on No. 3 hatch was repaired, Captain West came back on the wind, hove to, and rode out the gale. Since then, in calm, and fog, and damp, and storm, we have won south until today we are almost abreast of the Falklands. The coast of the Argentine lies to the west, below the sea line, and sometime this morning we crossed the 50th parallel of south latitude. Here begins the passage of Cape Horn, for it is so reckoned by the navigators, 50 south in the Atlantic to 50 south in the Pacific. And yet all is well with us in the matter of weather. The Elsinore slides along with favoring winds. Daily it grows colder. The great cabin stove roars and is white hot, and all the connecting doors are open so that the whole after region of the ship is warm and comfortable. But on deck the air bites, and Margaret and I wear mittens as we promenade on the deck, or go for'ard along the repaired bridge to see the chickens on the midship house. The poor wretched creatures of instinct and climate. Behold, as they approach the southern midwinter of the Horn, when they have need of all their feathers, they proceed to molt, because, forsooth, this is the summer-time in the land they came from. Or is molting determined by the time of year they happen to be born? I shall have to look into this. Margaret will know. Yesterday ominous preparations were made for the passage of the Horn. All the braces were taken from the main deck pin rails and geared and arranged so that they may be worked from the tops of the houses. Thus the fore braces run to the top of the forecastle, the main braces to the top of the midship house, and the mizzen braces to the poop. It is evident that they expect our main deck frequently to be filled with water. So evident is it that a laden ship when in big seas is like a log awash, that fore and aft, on both sides, along the deck, shoulder high, lifelines have been rigged. Also the two iron doors, on port and starboard, that open from the cabin directly upon the main deck, have been barricaded and caulked. Not until we are in the Pacific and flying north will these doors open again. And while we prepare to battle around the stormiest headland in the world, our situation on board grows darker. This morning Petro Marinkovich, a sailor in Mr. Mellaire's watch, was found dead on No. 1 hatch. The body bore several knife wounds and the throat was cut. It was palpably done by one or several of the forecastle hands, but not a word can be elicited. Those who are guilty of it are silent, of course, while others who may chance to know are afraid to speak. Before midday the body was overside with the customary sack of coal. Already the man is a past episode. But the humans forward are tense with expectancy of what is to come. I strolled forward this afternoon, and noted for the first time a distinct hostility toward me. They recognize that I belong with the afterguard in the high place. Oh, nothing was said, but it was patent by the way almost every man looked at me, or refused to look at me. Only Mulligan Jacobs and Charles Davis were outspoken. "Good riddance," said Mulligan Jacobs. "The Guinea didn't have the spunk of a louse. And he's better off, ain't he? He lived dirty, and he died dirty, and now he's over and done with the whole dirty game. There's men on board that ought to wish they was as lucky as him. Theirs is still a-comin' to them." "You mean?" I queried. "Whatever you want to think I mean." The twisted wretch grinned malevolently into my face. Charles Davis, when I peeped into his iron room, was exuberant. "A pretty tale for the court in Seattle," he exulted. "It'll only make my case that much stronger. And wait till the reporters get hold of it. The hell ship Elsinore. They'll have pretty pickin's." "I haven't seen any hell ship," I said coldly. "You've seen my treatment, ain't you?" he retorted. "You've seen the hell I've got, ain't you?" "I know you for a cold-blooded murderer," I answered. "The court will determine that, sir. All you'll have to do is testify to facts." "I'll testify that had I been in the mate's place I'd have hanged you for murder." His eyes positively sparkled. "I'll ask you to remember this conversation when you're under oath, sir," he cried eagerly. I confess the man aroused in me a reluctant admiration. I looked about his mean, iron-walled room. During the Pampero the place had been awash. The white paint was peeling off in huge scabs, and iron rust was everywhere. The floor was filthy. The place stank with the stench of his sickness. His pannikin and unwashed eating gear from the last meal were scattered on the floor. His blankets were wet. His clothing was wet. In a corner was a heterogeneous mass of soggy, dirty garments. He lay in the very bunk in which he had brained O'Sullivan. He had been months in this vile hole. In order to live, he would have to remain months more in it. And while his rat-like vitality won my admiration, I loathed and detested him in very nausea. "Aren't you afraid?" I demanded. "What makes you think you will last the voyage? Don't you know that bets are being made that you won't?" So interested was he that he seemed to prick up his ears as he raised on his elbow. "I suppose you're too scared to tell me about them bets," he sneered. "Oh, I've bet you'll last," I assured him. "That means there's others that bet I won't," he rattled on hastily. "And that means there's men aboard the Elsinore right now financially interested in my taking off." At this moment the steward, bound aft from the galley, paused in the doorway and listened, grinning. As for Charles Davis, the man had missed his vocation. He should have been a land lawyer, not a sea lawyer. "Very well, sir," he went on. "I'll have you testify to that in Seattle, unless you're lying to a helpless sick man, or unless you'll perjure yourself under oath." He got what he was seeking, for he stung me to retort, "Oh, I'll testify, though I tell you candidly that I don't think I'll win my bet." "You lose 'm bet, sure," the steward broke in, nodding his head. "That fellow him die damn soon." "Bet with him, sir," Davis challenged me. "It's a straight tip from me and a regular cinch." The whole situation was so gruesome and grotesque, and I had been swept into it so absurdly, that for the moment I did not know what to do or say. "It's good money," Davis urged. "I ain't going to die. Look here, Stewart, how much you want to bet?" $5, $10, $20, the steward answered with a shoulder shrug that meant that the sum was immaterial. "Very well then, Stewart. Mr. Pathurst covers your money, say for 20. Is it a go, sir?" "Why don't you bet with him yourself?" I demanded. "Sure I will, sir. Here, you steward. I bet you 20 even I don't die." The steward shook his head. "I bet you 20 to 10," the sick man insisted. "What's eatin' you, anyway?" "You live, me lose, me pay you," the steward explained. "You die, I win, you dead, no pay me." Still grinning and shaking his head, he went his way. "Just the same, sir, it'll be rich testimony," Davis chuckled. "And can't you see the reporters eating it up?" The Asiatic clique in the cook's room has its suspicions about the death of Marinkovich, but will not voice them. Beyond shakings of heads and dark mutterings, I can get nothing out of Wada or the steward. When I talked with the sailmaker, he complained that his injured hand was hurting him, and that he would be glad when he could get to the surgeons in Seattle. As for the murder, when pressed by me, he gave me to understand that it was no affair of the Japanese or Chinese on board, and that he was a Japanese. But Louis, the Chinese half-caste with the Oxford accent, was more frank. I caught him aft from the galley on a trip to the lazarette for provisions. "We are of a different race, sir, from these men," he said, "and our safest policy is to leave them alone. We have talked it over, and we have nothing to say, sir, nothing whatever to say. Consider my position. I work for'ard in the galley, I am in constant contact with the sailors, I even sleep in their section of the ship, and I am one man against many. The only other countryman I have on board is the steward, and he sleeps aft. Your servant and the two sailmakers are Japanese. They are only remotely kin to us, though we've agreed to stand together and apart from whatever happens. There is Shorty," I said, remembering Mr. Pike's diagnosis of his mixed nationality. "But we do not recognize him, sir," Louis answered suavely. "He is Portuguese, he is Malay, he is Japanese, true, but he is a mongrel, sir, a mongrel and a bastard. Also, he is a fool. And please, sir, remember that we are very few, and that our position compels us to neutrality." "But your outlook is gloomy," I persisted. "How do you think it will end?" "We shall arrive in Seattle most probably, some of us. But I can tell you this, sir. I have lived a long life on the sea, but I have never seen a crew like this. There are few sailors in it, there are bad men in it, and the rest are fools and worse. You will notice I mention no names, sir, but there are men on board whom I do not care to antagonize. I am just Louis, the cook. I do my work to the best of my ability, and that is all, sir." "And will Charles Davis arrive in Seattle?" I asked, changing the topic in acknowledgment of his right to be reticent. "No, I do not think so, sir," he answered, although his eyes thanked me for my courtesy. "The steward tells me you have bet that he will. I think, sir, it is a poor bet. We are about to go around the Horn. I have been around it many times. This is midwinter, and we are going from east to west. Davis's room will be awash for weeks. It will never be dry. A strong, healthy man confined in it could well die of the hardship. and Davis is far from well. In short, sir, I know his condition, and he is in a shocking state. Surgeons might prolong his life, but here in a windjammer it is shortened very rapidly. I have seen many men die at sea. I know, sir. Thank you, sir." And the Eurasian Chinese Englishman bowed himself away. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 32. Things are worse than I fancied. Here are two episodes within the last 72 hours. Mr. Mellaire, for instance, is going to pieces. He cannot stand the strain of being on the same vessel with the man who has sworn to avenge Captain Somers' murder, especially when that man is the redoubtable Mr. Pike. For several days Margaret and I have been remarking the second mate's bloodshot eyes and pain-lined face and wondering if he were sick. And today the secret leaked out. Wada does not like Mr. Mellaire, and this morning, when he brought me breakfast, I saw by the wicked, gleeful gleam in his almond eyes that he was spilling over with some fresh, delectable ship's gossip. For several days, I learned, he and the steward have been solving a cabin mystery. A gallon can of wood alcohol, standing on a shelf in the after room, had lost quite a portion of its contents. They compared notes and then made of themselves a Sherlock Holmes and a Dr. Watson. First they gauged the daily diminution of alcohol. Next they gauged it several times daily and learned that the diminution, whenever it occurred, was first apparent immediately after mealtime. This focused their attention on two suspects, the second mate and the carpenter, who alone sat in the after room. The rest was easy. Whenever Mr. Mellaire arrived ahead of the carpenter, more alcohol was missing. When they arrived and departed together, the alcohol was undisturbed. The carpenter was never alone in the room. The syllogism was complete. And now the steward stores the alcohol under his bunk. But wood alcohol is deadly poison. What a constitution this man of 50 must have. Small wonder his eyes have been bloodshot. The great wonder is that the stuff did not destroy him. I have not whispered a word of this to Margaret, nor shall I whisper it. I should like to put Mr. Pike on his guard, and yet I know that the revealing of Mr. Mellaire's identity would precipitate another killing. And still we drive south, close-hauled on the wind, toward the inhospitable tip of the continent. Today we are south of a line drawn between the Straits of Magellan and the Falklands, and tomorrow, if the breeze holds, we shall pick up the coast of Terra del Fuego, close to the entrance of the Straits of Le Maire, through which Captain West intends to pass if the wind favors. The other episode occurred last night. Mr. Pike says nothing, yet he knows the crew situation. I have been watching some time now, ever since the death of Marinkovich, and I am certain that Mr. Pike never ventures on the main deck after dark. Yet he holds his tongue, confides in no man, and plays out the bitter, perilous game as a commonplace matter of course, and all in a day's work. And now to the episode. Shortly after the close of the second dog watch last evening, I went forward to the chickens on the midship house on an errand for Margaret. I was to make sure that the steward had carried out her orders. The canvas covering to the big chicken coop had to be down, the ventilation ensured, and the kerosene stove burning properly. When I had proved to my satisfaction the dependableness of the steward, and just as I was on the verge of returning to the poop, I was drawn aside by the weird crying of penguins in the darkness, and by the unmistakable noise of a whale blowing not far away. I had climbed around the end of the port boat and was standing there, quite hidden in the darkness, when I heard the unmistakable age-lag step of the mate proceed along the bridge from the poop. It was a dim, starry night, and the Elsinore, in the calm ocean under the lee of Tierra del Fuego, was slipping gently and prettily through the water at an 8-knot clip. Mr. Pike paused at the forward end of the housetop and stood in a listening attitude. From the main deck below, near number 2 hatch, across the mumbling of various voices, I could recognize Kid Twist, Nosey Murphy, and Bert Rhine, the 3 gangsters. But Steve Robert, the cowboy, was also there, as was Mr. Mellaire, both of whom belonged in the other watch and should have been turned in, for, at midnight, it would be their watch on deck. Especially wrong was Mr. Mellaire's presence, holding social converse with members of the crew, a breach of ship ethics most grievous. I have always been cursed with curiosity. Always have I wanted to know, and, on the Elsinore, I have already witnessed many a little scene that was a clear-cut dramatic gem. So I did not discover myself, but lurked behind the boat. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. The men still talked. I was tantalized by the crying of the penguins and by the whale, evidently playful, which came so close that it spouted and splashed a biscuit toss away. I saw Mr. Pike's head turn at the sound. He glanced squarely in my direction but did not see me. Then he returned to listening to the mumble of voices from beneath. Now whether Mulligan Jacobs just happened along, or whether he was deliberately scouting, I do not know. I tell what occurred. Up and down the side of the midship house is a ladder. And up this ladder Mulligan Jacobs climbed so noiselessly that I was not aware of his presence until I heard Mr. Pike snarl, "What the hell you doing here?" Then I saw Mulligan Jacobs in the gloom within 2 yards of the mate. "What's it to you?" Mulligan Jacobs snarled back. The voices below hushed. I knew every man stood there tense and listening. No, the philosophers have not yet explained Mulligan Jacobs. There is something more to him than the last word has said in any book. He stood there in the darkness, a fragile creature with curvature of the spine, facing alone the first mate, and he was not afraid. Mr. Pike cursed him with fearful, unrepeatable words, and again demanded what he was doing there. "I left me plug of tobacco here when I was coiling down last," said the little twisted man. No, he did not say it. He spat it out like so much venom. "Get off of here, or I'll throw you off, you and your tobacco," raged the mate. Mulligan Jacobs lurched closer to Mr. Pike, and in the gloom and with the roll of the ship swayed in the other's face. "By God, Jacobs," was all the mate could say. "You old stiff," was all the terrible little cripple could retort. Mr. Pike gripped him by the collar and swung him in the air. "Are you going down, or am I going to throw you down?" the mate demanded. I cannot describe their manner of utterance. It was that of wild beasts. "I ain't ate out of your hand yet, have I?" was the reply. Mr. Pike tried to say something, still holding the cripple suspended, but he could do no more than strangle in his impotence of rage. "You're an old stiff, an old stiff, an old stiff," Mulligan Jacobs chanted, equally incoherent and unimaginative with brutish fury. "Say it again and over you go," the mate managed to enunciate thickly. "You're an old stiff," gasped Mulligan Jacobs. He was flung. He soared through the air with the might of the fling, and even as he soared and fell through the darkness he reiterated, "Old stiff, old stiff." He fell among the men on number 2 hatch, and there were confusion and movement below, and groans. Mr. Pike paced up and down the narrow house and gritted his teeth. Then he paused. He leaned his arms on the bridge rail, rested his head on his arms for a full minute, then groaned. "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear." That was all. Then he went aft, slowly, dragging his feet along the bridge. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 33. The days grow gray. The sun has lost its warmth, and each noon, at meridian, it is lower in the northern sky. All the old stars have long since gone, and it would seem the sun is following them. The world, the only world I know, has been left far behind there to the north, and the hill of the earth is between it and us. This sad and solitary ocean, gray and cold, is the end of all things, the falling off place where all things cease. Only it grows colder and grayer, and penguins cry in the night, and huge amphibians moan and slobber, and great albatrosses, gray with storm battling of the horn, wheel and veer. "Land ho!" was the cry yesterday morning. I shivered as I gazed at this, the first land since Baltimore a few centuries ago. There was no sun, and the morning was damp and cold with a brisk wind that penetrated any garment. The deck thermometer marked 30 Fahrenheit, 2 degrees below freezing point, and now and then easy squalls of snow swept past. All of the land that was to be seen was snow. Long, low chains of peaks, snow-covered, arose out of the ocean. As we drew closer, there were no signs of life. It was a sheer, savage, bleak, forsaken land. By 11, off the entrance of the Le Maire Straits, the squalls ceased, the wind steadied, and the tide began to make through in the direction we desired to go. Captain West did not hesitate. His orders to Mr. Pike were quick and tranquil. The man at the wheel altered the course, while both watches sprang aloft to shake out royals and skysails. And yet Captain West knew every inch of the risk he took in this graveyard of ships. When we entered the narrow strait under full sail and gripped by a tremendous tide, the rugged headlands of Tierra del Fuego dashed by with dizzying swiftness. Close we were to them, and close we were to the jagged coast of Staten Island on the opposite shore. It was here, in a wild bight, between two black and precipitous walls of rock where even the snow could find no lodgment, that Captain West paused in a casual sweep of his glasses and gazed steadily at one place. I picked the spot up with my own glasses and was aware of an instant chill as I saw the foremasts of a great ship sticking out of the water. Whatever craft it was as large as the Elsinore, and it had been but recently wrecked. "One of the German nitrate ships," said Mr. Pike. Captain West nodded, still studying the wreck, then said, "She looks quite deserted. Just the same, Mr. Pike, send several of your best-sighted sailors aloft, and keep a good lookout yourself. There may be some survivors ashore trying to signal us." But we sailed on, and no signals were seen. Mr. Pike was delighted with our good fortune. He was guilty of walking up and down, rubbing his hands and chuckling to himself. Not since 1888, he told me, had he been through the Straits of Le Maire. Also, he said that he knew of shipmasters who had made 40 voyages around the Horn and had never once had the luck to win through the Straits. The regular passage is far to the east around Staten Island, which means a loss of westing, and here, at the tip of the world, where the great west wind, unobstructed by any land, sweeps round and around the narrow girth of the earth, westing is the thing that has to be fought for mile by mile and inch by inch. The sailing directions advise masters on the Horn Passage, "Make westing. Whatever you do, make westing." When we emerged from the straits in the early afternoon, the same steady breeze continued, and in the calm water under the lee of Tierra del Fuego, which extends southwesterly to the Horn, we slipped along at an 8-knot clip. Mr. Pike was beside himself. He could scarcely tear himself from the deck when it was his watch below. He chuckled, rubbed his hands, and incessantly hummed snatches from the 12th Mass. Also, he was voluble. "Tomorrow morning we'll be up with the Horn. We'll shave it by 12 or 15 miles. Think of it! We'll just steal around. I never had such luck and never expected to. Old girl Elsinore, you're rotten for'ard, but the hand of God is at your helm." Once, under the weathercloth, I came upon him talking to himself. It was more a prayer. "If only she don't pipe up," he kept repeating. "If only she don't pipe up." Mr. Mellaire was quite different. "It never happens," he told me. "No ship ever went around like this. You watch her come. She always comes a-smoking out of the sou'west." "But can't a vessel ever steal around?" I asked. "The odds are mighty big against it, sir," he answered. "I'll give you a line on them. I'll wager even, sir, just a nominal bet of a pound of tobacco, that inside 24 hours we'll be hove to under upper topsails. I'll wager £10 to 5 that we're not west of the Horn a week from now, and 50 to 50 being the passage, £20 to 5 that 2 weeks from now we're not up with 50 in the Pacific." As for Captain West, the perils of Lamar behind, he sat below, his slippered feet stretched before him, smoking a cigar. He had nothing to say whatever, although Margaret and I were jubilant and dared duets through all of the second dog watch. And this morning, in a smooth sea and gentle breeze, the Horn bore almost due north of us not more than 6 miles away. Here we were, well abreast and reeling off westing. "What price tobacco this morning?" I quizzed Mr. Mellaire. "Going up," he came back. "Wish I had 1,000 bets like the one with you, sir." I glanced about at sea and sky and gauged the speed of our way by the foam, but failed to see anything that warranted his remark. It was surely fine weather, and the steward, in token of the same, was trying to catch fluttering Cape pigeons with a bent pin on a piece of thread. For'ard on the poop I encountered Mr. Pike. It was an encounter, for his salutation was a grunt. "Well, we're going right along," I ventured cheerily. He made no reply, but turned and stared into the gray southwest with an expression sourer than any I had ever seen on his face. He mumbled something I failed to catch, and, on my asking him to repeat it, he said, "It's breeding weather. Can't you see it?" I shook my head. "What d'ye think we're taking off the kites for?" he growled. I looked aloft. The skysails were already furled, men were furling the royals, and the topgallant yards were running down while clewlines and buntlines bagged the canvas. Yet, if anything, our northerly breeze fanned even more gently. "Bless me if I can see any weather," I said. "Then go and take a look at the barometer," he grunted, as he turned on his heel and swung away from me. In the chart room was Captain West, pulling on his long sea boots. That would have told me had there been no barometer, though the barometer was eloquent enough of itself. The night before, it had stood at 30.10. It was now 28.64. Even in the Pampero it had not been so low as that. "The usual Cape Horn program," Captain West smiled to me, as he stood up in all his lean and slender gracefulness and reached for his long oilskin coat. Still I could scarcely believe. "Is it very far away?" I inquired. He shook his head and forbore in the act of speaking to lift his hand for me to listen. The Elsinore rolled uneasily, and from without came the soft and hollow thunder of sails emptying themselves against the masts and gear. We had chatted a bare 5 minutes when again he lifted his head. This time the Elsinore heeled over slightly and remained heeled over, while the sighing whistle of a rising breeze awoke in the rigging. "It's beginning to make," he said, in the good old Anglo-Saxon of the sea. And then I heard Mr. Pike snarling out orders, and in my heart discovered a growing respect for Cape Horn. Cape Stiff, as the sailors call it. An hour later we were hove to on the port tack under upper topsails and foresail. The wind had come out of the southwest, and our leeway was setting us down upon the land. Captain West gave orders to the mate to stand by to wear ship. Both watches had been taking in sail, so that both watches were on deck for the maneuver. It was astounding, the big sea that had arisen in so short a time. The wind was blowing a gale that ever, in recurring gusts, increased upon itself. Nothing was visible 100 yards away. The day had become black-gray. In the cabin lamps were burning. The view from the poop, along the deck of the great labouring ship, was magnificent. Seas burst and surged across her weather rail and kept her deck half filled, despite the spouting ports and gushing scuppers. On each of the two houses and on the poop the ship's complement, all in oilskins, was in groups. For'ard Mr. Mellaire had charge. Mr. Pike took charge of the midship house and the poop. Captain West strolled up and down, saw everything, said nothing, for it was the mate's affair. When Mr. Pike ordered the wheel hard up, he slacked off all the mizzen yards and followed it with a partial slacking of the main yards, so that the after pressures were eased. The foresail and fore lower and upper topsail remained flat in order to pay the head off before the wind. All this took time. The men were slow, not strong, and without snap. They reminded me of dull oxen by the way they moved and pulled. And the gale, ever snorting harder, now snorted diabolically. Only at intervals could I glimpse the group on top of the for'ard house. Again and again, leaning to it and holding their heads down, the men on the midship house were obliterated by the drive of crested seas that burst across the rail, spouted to the lower yards, and swept in horizontal volumes across to leeward. And Mr. Pike, like an enormous spider in a wind-tossed web, went back and forth along the slender bridge that was itself a shaken thread in the blast of the storm. So tremendous were the gusts that for the time the Elsinore refused to answer. She laid down to it, she was swept and racked by it, but her head did not pay off before it, and all the while we drove down upon that bitter, iron coast. And the world was black-gray and violent and very cold, with the flying spray freezing to ice in every lodgment. We waited. The groups of men, head down to it, waited. Mr. Pike, restless, angry, his blue eyes as bitter as the cold, his mouth as much a snarl as the snarl of the elements with which he fought, waited. The Samurai waited, tranquil, casual, remote. And Cape Horn waited, there on our lee, for the bones of our ship and us. And then the Elsinore's bow paid off. The angle of the beat of the gale changed, and soon, with dreadful speed, we were dashing straight before it and straight toward the rocks we could not see. But all doubt was over. The success of the maneuver was assured. Mr. Mellaire, informed by messenger along the bridge from Mr. Pike, slacked off the head yards. Mr. Pike, his eye on the helmsman, his hand signaling the orders, had the wheel put over to port to check the Elsinore's rush into the wind as she came up on the starboard tack. All was activity. Main and mizzen yards were braced up, and the Elsinore, snug down and hove to, had a lee of thousands of miles of Southern Ocean. And all this had been accomplished in the stamping grounds of storm, at the end of the world, by a handful of wretched weaklings, under the drive of two strong mates, with behind them the placid will of the Samurai. It had taken 30 minutes to wear ship, and I had learned how the best of shipmasters can lose their ships without reproach. Suppose the Elsinore had persisted in her refusal to pay off. Suppose anything had carried away. And right here enters Mr. Pike. It is his task ever to see that every rope and block and all the myriad other things in the vast and complicated gear of the Elsinore are in strength not to carry away. Always have the masters of our race required henchmen like Mr. Pike, and it seems the race has well supplied those henchmen. Ere I went below I heard Captain West tell Mr. Pike that while both watches were on deck, it would be just as well to put a reef in the foresail before they furled it. The mainsail and the crojack being off, I could see the men black on the foreyard. For half an hour I lingered, watching them. They seemed to make no progress with the reef. Mr. Mellaire was with them, having direct supervision of the job, while Mr. Pike, on the poop, growled and grumbled and spat endless blasphemies into the flying air. "What's the matter?" I asked. 2 watches on a single yard arm, and unable to put a reef in a handkerchief like that," he snorted. "What'll it be when we're off here a month?" "A month!" I cried. "A month isn't anything for Cape Stiff," he said grimly. "I've been off here 7 weeks, and then turned tail and run around the other way." "Around the world?" I gasped. "It was the only way to get to 'Frisco," he answered. "The Horn's the Horn, and there's no summer seas that I've ever noticed in this neighborhood." My fingers were numb and I was chilled through when I took a last look at the wretched men on the foreyard and went below to warm up. A little later, as I went in to table, through a cabin port I stole a look forward between seas and saw the men still struggling on the freezing yard. The 4 of us were at table, and it was very comfortable in spite of the Elsinore's violent antics. The room was warm. The storm racks on the table kept each dish in its place. The steward served and moved about with ease and apparent unconcern, although I noticed an occasional anxious gleam in his eyes when he poised some dish at a moment when the ship pitched and flung with unusual wildness. And now and again I thought of the poor devils on the yard. Well, they belonged there by right, just as we belonged here by right in this oasis of the cabin. I looked at Mr. Pike and wagered to myself that half a dozen like him could master that stubborn foresail. As for the Samurai, I was convinced that alone, without moving from his seat, by a tranquil exertion of will, he could accomplish the same thing. The lighted sea lamps swung and leaped in their gimbals, ever battling with the dancing shadows in the murky gray. The woodwork creaked and groaned. The jigger-mast, a huge cylinder of hollow steel that perforated the apartment through deck above and floor beneath, was hideously vocal with the storm. Far above, taut ropes beat against it so that it clanged like a boiler shop. There was a perpetual thunder of seas falling on our deck and crash of water against our for'ard wall, while the 10,000 ropes and gears aloft bellowed and screamed as the storm smote them. And yet all this was from without. Here at this well-appointed table was no draught or breath of wind, no drive of spray nor wash of sea. We were in the heart of peace in the midmost center of the storm. Margaret was in high spirits, and her laughter vied with the clang of the jigger-mast. Mr. Pike was gloomy, but I knew him well enough to attribute his gloom not to the elements but to the inefficients futilely freezing on the yard. As for me, I looked about at the 4 of us, blue-eyed, gray-eyed, all fair-skinned and royal blonde, and somehow it seemed that I had long since lived this, and that with me and in me were all my ancestors, and that their lives and memories were mine, and that all this vexation of the sea and air and labouring ship was of old time and 1,000 times before. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 34. "How are you for a climb?" Margaret asked me, shortly after we had left the table. She stood challengingly at my open door, in oilskins, sou'wester, and sea boots. "I've never seen you with a foot above the deck since we sailed," she went on. "Have you a good head?" I marked my book, rolled out of my bunk in which I had been wedged, and clapped my hands for Wada. "Will you?" she cried eagerly. "If you will let me lead," I answered airily, "and if you will promise to hold on tight. Whither away?" "Into the top of the jigger. It's the easiest. As for holding on, please remember that I have often done it. It is with you the doubt rests." "Very well," I retorted. "Do you lead then. I shall hold on tight." "I have seen many a landsman funk it," she teased. "There are no lubber holes in our tops." "And most likely I shall," I agreed. "I've never been aloft in my life, and since there is no hole for a lubber—" She looked at me, half believing my confession of weakness, while I extended my arms for the oilskin which Wada struggled on to me. On the poop it was magnificent and terrible and somber. The universe was very immediately about us. It blanketed us in storming winds and flying spray and grayness. Our main deck was impassable, and the relief of the wheel came aft along the bridge. It was 2 o'clock, and for over 2 hours the frozen wretches had laid out upon the foreyard. They were still there, weak, feeble, hopeless. Captain West, stepping out in the lee of the chart house, gazed at them for several minutes. "We'll have to give up that reef," he said to Mr. Pike. "Just make the sail fast. Better put on double gaskets." And with lagging feet, from time to time pausing and holding on as spray and the tops of waves swept over him, the mate went forward along the bridge to vent his scorn on the two watches of a four-masted ship that could not reef a foresail. It is true, they could not do it, despite their willingness, for this I have learned, the men do their weak best whenever the order is given to shorten sail. It must be that they are afraid. They lack the iron of Mr. Pike, the wisdom in the iron of Captain West. Always, have I noticed, with all the alacrity of which they are capable, do they respond to any order to shorten down. That is why they are forward in that pigsty of a forecastle, because they lack the iron. Well, I can say only this. If nothing else could have prevented the funk hinted at by Margaret, the sorry spectacle of those ironless, spineless creatures was sufficient safeguard. How could I funk in the face of their weakness, I who lived aft in the high place? Margaret did not disdain the aid of my hand as she climbed upon the pin rail at the foot of the weather jigger rigging. But it was merely the recognition of a courtesy on her part, for the next moment she released her mittened hand from mine, swung boldly outboard into the face of the gale and around against the ratlines. Then she began to climb. I followed, almost unaware of the ticklishness of the exploit to a tyro, so buoyed up was I by her example and by my scorn of the weaklings forward. Where men could go, I could go. What men could do, I could do, and no daughter of the samurai could outgame me. Yet it was slow work. In the windward rolls against the storm gusts, one was pinned helplessly, like a butterfly, against the rigging. At such times, so great was the pressure, one could not lift hand nor foot. Also, there was no need for holding on. As I have said, one was pinned against the rigging by the wind. Through the snow beginning to drive, the deck grew small beneath me, until a fall meant a broken back or death, unless one landed in the sea, in which case the result would be frigid drowning. And still Margaret climbed. Without pause she went out under the overhanging platform of the top, shifted her holds to the rigging that went aloft from it, and swung around this rigging easily, carelessly, timing the action to the roll, and stood safely upon the top. I followed. I breathed no prayers, knew no qualms, as I presented my back to the deck and climbed out under the overhang, feeling with my hands for holds I could not see. I was in an ecstasy. I could dare anything. Had she sprung into the air, stretched out her arms, and soared away on the breast of the gale, I should have unhesitatingly followed her. As my head outpassed the edge of the top so that she came into view, I could see she was looking at me with storm-bright eyes. And as I swung around the rigging lightly and joined her, I saw approval in her eyes that was quickly routed by petulance. "Oh, you've done this sort of thing before," she reproached, calling loudly so that I might hear, her lips close to my ear. I shook a denial with my head that brightened her eyes again. She nodded and smiled and sat down, dangling her sea boots into snow-swirled space from the edge of the top. I sat beside her, looking down into the snow that hid the deck while it exaggerated the depth out of which we had climbed. We were all alone there, a pair of storm petrels perched in mid-air on a steel stick that arose out of snow and vanished above into snow. We had come to the tip of the world, and even that tip ceased to be. But no, Out of the snow, downwind, with motionless wings, driving fully 80 or 90 miles an hour, appeared a huge albatross. He must have been 15 feet from wingtip to wingtip. He had seen his danger ere we saw him, and, tilting his body on the blast, he carelessly veered clear of collision. His head and neck were rimed with age or frost, we could not tell which, and his bright bead eye noted us as he passed and whirled away on a great circle into the snow to leeward. Margaret's hand shot out to mine. "It alone was worth the climb," she cried. And then the Elsinore flung down and Margaret's hand clutched tighter for holding, while from the hidden depths arose the crash and thunder of the great west wind drift upon our decks. Quickly as the snow squall had come, it passed with the same sharp quickness, and as in a flash we could see the lean length of the ship beneath us, the main deck full with boiling flood, the forecastle head buried in a bursting sea, the lookout, stationed for very life back on top the for'ard house, hanging on, head down, to the wind drive of ocean, and, directly under us, the streaming poop and Mr. Mellaire, with a handful of men, rigging relieving tackles on the tiller. And we saw the Samurai emerge in the lee of the chart house, swaying with casual surety on the mad deck, as he spoke what must have been instructions to Mr. Pike. The gray circle of the world had removed itself from us for several hundred yards, and we could see the mighty sweep of sea. Shaggy Graybeard, 60 feet from trough to crest, leapt out of the windward murky gray, and in unending procession rushed upon the Elsinore, one moment overtoppling her slender frailness, the next moment splashing 100 tons of water on her deck and flinging her skyward as they passed beneath and foamed and crested from sight in the murky gray to leeward. And the great albatrosses veered and circled about us, beating up into the bitter violence of the gale and sweeping grandly away before it far faster than it blew. Margaret forbore from looking to challenge me with eloquent questioning eyes. With numb fingers inside my thick mitten, I drew aside the ear flap of her sou'wester and shouted: "It is nothing new. I have been here before. In the lives of all my fathers have I been here. The frost is on my cheek, the salt bites my nostrils, the wind chants in my ears, and it is an old happening. I know now that my forebears were Vikings. I was seed of them in their own day. With them I have raided English coasts, dared the Pillars of Hercules, forayed the Mediterranean, and sat in the high place of government over the soft, sun-warmed peoples. I am Hengist and Horsa. I am of the ancient heroes, even legendary to them. I have bearded and bitten the frozen seas, and aforetime of that, ere ever the ice ages came to be, I have dripped my shoulders in reindeer gore, slain the mastodon and the saber-tooth, scratched the record of my prowess on the walls of deep-buried caves, aye, and suckled she-wolves side by side with my brother cubs, the scars of whose fangs are now upon me." She laughed deliciously, and a storm squall drove upon us and cut our cheeks, and the Elsinore flung over and down as if she would never rise again, while we held on and swept through the air in a dizzying arc. Margaret released a hand, still laughing, and pressed aside my ear flap. "I don't know anything about it," she cried. "It sounds like poetry, but I believe it. It has to be, for it has been. I have heard it aforetime, when skin-clad men sang in fire circles that pressed back the frost and night." "And the books?" she queried maliciously as we prepared to descend. "They can go hang, along with all the brain-sick, world-sick fools that wrote them," I replied. Again she laughed deliciously, though the wind tore the sound away as she swung out into space, muscled herself by her arms while she caught footholds beneath her which she could not see, and passed out of my sight under the perilous overhang of the top. Chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 35. "What price tobacco?" was Mr. Mellaire's greeting, when I came on deck this morning, bruised and weary, aching in every bone and muscle from 60 hours of being tossed about. The wind had fallen to a dead calm toward morning, and the Elsinore, her several spread sails booming and slatting, rolled more miserably than ever. Mr. Mellaire pointed forward of our starboard beam. I could make out a bleak land of white and jagged peaks. "Staten Island, the easterly end of it," said Mr. Mellaire. And I knew that we were in the position of a vessel just rounding Staten Island preliminary to bucking the Horn. And yet 4 days ago we had run through the Straits of Le Maire and stolen along toward the Horn. 3 days ago we had been well abreast of the Horn and even a few miles past. And here we were now, starting all over again and far in the rear of where we had originally started. The condition of the men is truly wretched. During the gale the forecastle was washed out twice. This means that everything in it was afloat and that every article of clothing, including mattresses and blankets, is wet and will remain wet in this bitter weather until we are around the Horn and well up in the good weather latitudes. The same is true of the midship house. Every room in it, with the exception of the cook's and the sailmakers', which open forward on number 3 hatch, is soaking. And they have no fires in their rooms with which to dry things out. I peeped into Charles Davis's room. It was terrible. He grinned to me and nodded his head. "It's just as well O'Sullivan wasn't here, sir," he said. "He'd 'a drowned in the lower bunk. And I want to tell you that I was doing some swimming before I could get into the top one. And salt water's bad for my sores. I oughtn't to be in a hole like this in Cape Horn weather. Look at the ice, there on the floor. It's below freezing right now in this room, and my blankets are wet, and I'm a sick man, as any man can tell that's got a nose." "If you'd been decent to the mate, you might have got decent treatment in return," I said. "Huh," he sneered. "You needn't think you can lose me, sir. I can grow fat on this sort of stuff. Why, sir, when I think of the court's doings in Seattle I just couldn't die. And if you'll listen to me, sir, you'll cover the steward's money. You can't lose. I'm advisin' you, sir, because you're a sort of decent sort. Anybody that bets on my going over the side is a sure loser." "How could you dare ship on a voyage like this in your condition?" I demanded. "Condition?" he queried with a fine assumption of innocence. "Why, that is why I did ship. I was in tip-top shape when I sailed. All this come out on me afterward. You remember seeing me aloft and up to my neck in water, and I trimmed coal below, too. A sick man couldn't do it. And remember, sir, you'll have to testify to how I did my duty at the beginning before I took down. I'll bet with you myself if you think I'm going to die," he called after me. Already the sailors show marks of the hardships they are enduring. It is surprising, in so short a time, how lean their faces have grown, how lined and seamed. They must dry their underclothing with their body heat. Their outer garments, under their oilskins, are soggy. And yet, paradoxically, despite their lean, drawn faces, they have grown very stout. Their walk is a waddle, and they bulge with seeming corpulency. This is due to the amount of clothing they have on. I noticed Larry, today, had on 2 vests, 2 coats, and an overcoat, with his oilskin outside of that. They are elephantine in their gait, for, in addition to everything else, they have wrapped their feet, outside their sea boots, with gunny sacking. It is cold, although the deck thermometer stood at 33 today at noon. I had Wada weigh the clothing I wear on deck. Omitting oilskins and boots, it came to 18 pounds. And yet I am not any too warm in all this gear when the wind is blowing. How sailors, after having once experienced the Horn, can ever sign on again for a voyage around is beyond me. It but serves to show how stupid they must be. I feel sorry for Henry, the training ship boy. He is more my own kind, and some day he will make a henchman of the afterguard and a mate like Mr. Pike. In the meantime, along with Buckwheat, the other boy who berths in the midship house with him, he suffers the same hardship as the men. He is very fair-skinned, and I noticed this afternoon, when he was pulling on a brace, that the sleeves of his oilskins, assisted by the salt water, has chafed his wrists till they are raw and bleeding and breaking out in sea boils. Mr. Miller tells me that in another week there will be a plague of these boils with all hands for'ard. "When do you think we'll be up with the Horn again?" I innocently queried Mr. Pike. He turned upon me in a rage, as if I had insulted him, and positively snarled in my face ere he swung away without the courtesy of an answer. It is evident that he takes the sea seriously. That is why, I fancy, he is so excellent a seaman. The days pass, if the interval of sombre gray that comes between the darknesses can be called day. For a week now we have not seen the sun. Our ship's position in this waste of storm and sea is conjectural. Once, by dead reckoning, we gained up with the Horn and 100 miles south of it. And then came another sou'west gale that tore our fore-topsail and brand-new spencer out of the belt ropes and swept us away to a conjectured longitude east of Staten Island. Oh, I know now this great west wind that blows forever around the world south of 55. And I know why the chart makers have capitalized it, as, for example, when I read the Great West Wind Drift. And I know why the sailing directions advise, "Whatever you do, make westing, make westing." And the west wind and the drift of the west wind will not permit the Elsinore to make westing. Gale follows gale, always from the west, and we make easting. And it is bitter cold, and each gale snorts up with a prelude of driving snow. In the cabin the lamps burn all day long. No more does Mr. Pike run the phonograph, nor does Margaret ever touch the piano. She complains of being bruised and sore. I have a wrenched shoulder from being hurled against the wall, and both Wada and the steward are limping. Really, the only comfort I can find is in my bunk, so wedged with boxes and pillows that the wildest rolls cannot throw me out. There, save for my meals and for an occasional run on deck for exercise and fresh air, I lie and read 18 and 19 hours out of the 24. But the unending physical strain is very wearisome. How it must be with the poor devils forward is beyond conceiving. The forecastle has been washed out several times, and everything is soaking wet. Besides, they have grown weaker, and 2 watches are required to do what one ordinary watch could do. Thus they must spend as many hours on the sea-swept deck and aloft on the freezing yards as I do in my warm, dry bunk. Wada tells me that they never undress, but turn into their wet bunks in their oilskins and sea boots and wet undergarments. To look at them crawling about on deck or in the rigging is enough. They are truly weak. They are gaunt-cheeked and haggard gray of skin, with great dark circles under their eyes. The predicted plague of sea boils and sea cuts has come, and their hands and wrists and arms are frightfully afflicted. Now one, and now another, and sometimes several, either from being knocked down by seas, or from general miserableness, take to the bunk for a day or so off. This means more work for the others, so that the men on their feet are not tolerant of the sick ones, and a man must be very sick to escape being dragged out to work by his mates. I cannot but marvel at Andy Fay and Mulligan Jacobs. Old and fragile as they are, it seems impossible that they can endure what they do. For that matter, I cannot understand why they work at all. I cannot understand why any of them toil on and obey an order in this freezing hell of the Horn. Is it because of fear of death that they do not cease work and bring death to all of us? Or is it because they are slave beasts with a slave psychology, so used all their lives to being driven by their masters that it is beyond their mental power to refuse to obey? And yet most of them, in a week after we reach Seattle, will be on board other ships outward bound for the Horn. Margaret says the reason for this is that sailors forget. Mr. Pike agrees. He says give them a week in the southeast trades as we run up the Pacific, and they will have forgotten that they have ever been around the Horn. I wonder, can they be as stupid as this? Does pain leave no record with them? Do they fear only the immediate thing? Have they no horizons wider than a day? Then indeed do they belong where they are. They are cowardly. This was shown conclusively this morning at 2 o'clock. Never have I witnessed such panic fear, and it was fear of the immediate thing, fear stupid and beast-like. It was Mr. Mellaire's watch. As luck would have it, I was reading Boa's Mind of Primitive Man when I heard the rush of feet over my head. The Elsinore was hove to on the port tack at the time, under very short canvas. I was wondering what emergency had brought the watch upon the poop, when I heard another rush of feet that meant the second watch. I heard no pulling and hauling, and the thought of mutiny flashed across my mind. Still nothing happened, and growing curious, I got into my sea boots, sheepskin coat, and oilskin, put on my sou'wester and mittens, and went on deck. Mr. Pike had already dressed and was ahead of me. Captain West, who in this bad weather sleeps in the chart room, stood in the lee doorway of the house, through which the lamplight streamed on the frightened faces of the men. Those of the midship house were not present, but every man jack of the forecastle, with the exception of Andy Fay and Mulligan Jacobs, as I afterwards learned, had joined in the flight aft. Andy Fay, who belonged in the watch below, had calmly remained in his bunk, while Mulligan Jacobs had taken advantage of the opportunity to sneak into the forecastle and fill his pipe. "What is the matter, Mr. Pike?" Captain West asked. Before the mate could reply, Bert Rhine snickered. "The devil's come aboard, sir." But his snicker was palpably an assumption of unconcern he did not possess. The more I think over it, the more I am surprised that such keen men as the gangsters should have been frightened by what had occurred. But frightened they were, the three of them, out of their bunks and out of the precious surcease of their brief watch below. So fear-struck was Larry that he chattered and grimaced like an ape, and shouldered and struggled to get away from the dark and into the safety of the shaft of light that shone out of the chart house. Tony, the Greek, was just as bad, mumbling to himself and continually crossing himself. He was joined in this, as a sort of chorus, by the two Italians, Guido Bombini and Mike Cipriani. Arthur Deacon was almost in collapse, and he and Chance, the Jew, shamelessly clung to each other for support. Bob, the fat and overgrown youth, was sobbing, while the other youth, Boney the Splinter, was shivering and chattering his teeth. Yes, and the two best sailors forward, Tom Spink and the Maltese Cockney, stood in the background, their backs to the dark, their faces yearning toward the light. More than all other contemptible things in this world there are two that I loathe and despise: hysteria in a woman, fear and cowardice in a man. The first turns me to ice. I cannot sympathize with hysteria. The second turns my stomach. Cowardice in a man is to me positively nauseous. And this fear-smitten mass of human animals on our reeling poop raised my gorge. Truly, had I been a god at that moment, I should have annihilated the whole mass of them. No, I should have been merciful to one. He was the Faun. His bright, pain-liquid, and flashing eager eyes strained from face to face with desire to understand. He did not know what had occurred, and being stone deaf, had thought the rush aft a response to a call for all hands. I noticed Mr. Mellaire. He may be afraid of Mr. Pike, and he is a murderer, but at any rate he has no fear of the supernatural. With 2 men above him in authority, although it was his watch, there was no call for him to do anything. He swayed back and forth in balance to the violent motions of the Elsinore, and looked on with eyes that were amused and cynical. "What does the devil look like, my man?" Captain West asked. Bert Rhine grinned sheepishly. "Answer the captain," Mr. Pike snarled at him. Oh, it was murder, sheer murder, that leapt into the gangster's eyes for the instant, in acknowledgment to the snarl. Then he replied to Captain West. "I didn't wait to see, sir, but it's one whale of a devil." "He's as big as an elephant, sir," volunteered Bill Quigley. "I seen him face to face, sir. He almost got me when I run out of the forecastle." "Oh, Lord, sir," Larry moaned. "The way he hit the house, sir, it was the call to judgment." "Your theology is mixed, my man," Captain West smiled quietly, though I could not help seeing how tired was his face and how tired were his wonderful samurai eyes. He turned to the mate. "Mr. Pike, will you please go forward and interview this devil? Fasten him up and tie him down, and I'll take a look at him in the morning." "Yes, sir," said Mr. Pike, and Kipling's line came to me: "Woman, man, or God or devil, was there anything we feared?" And as I went forward through the wall of darkness after Mr. Pike and Mr. Mellaire, along the freezing, slender, sea-swept bridge, not a sailor dared to accompany us. Other lines of the galley slave drifted through my brain, such as: "Our bulkheads bulged with cotton, and our masts were stepped in gold. We ran a mighty merchandise of niggers in the hold." And: "By the brand upon my shoulder, by the gall of clinging steel, by the welts the whips have left me, by the scars that never heal." And: "Battered chain gangs of the orlop, grizzled drafts of years gone by." And I caught my great radiant vision of Mr. Pike, galley slave of the race, and a driver of men under men greater than he, the faithful henchman, the able sailor-man, battered and grizzled, branded and galled, the servant of the sweep head that made mastery of the sea. I know him now. He can never again offend me. I forgive him everything: the whiskey raw on his breath the day I came aboard at Baltimore, his moroseness when sea and wind do not favor, his savagery to the men, his snarl and his sneer. On top the midship house we got a ducking that makes me shiver to recall. I had dressed too hastily properly to fasten my oilskin about my neck, so that I was wet to the skin. We crossed the next span of bridge through driving spray, and were well upon the top of the forward house when something adrift on the deck hit the forward wall with a terrific smash. "Whatever it is, it's playing the devil," Mr. Pike yelled in my ear, as he endeavored to locate the thing by the dry battery light stick which he carried. The pencil of light traveled over dark water, white with foam that churned upon the deck. "There it goes!" Mr. Pike cried, as the Elsinore dipped by the head and hurtled the water for'ard. The light went out as the three of us caught holds and crouched to a deluge of water from overside. As we emerged from under the forecastle head we heard a tremendous thumping and battering. Then, as the bow lifted, for an instant in the pencil of light that immediately lost it, I glimpsed a vague black object that bounded down the inclined deck where no water was. What became of it we could not see. Mr. Pike descended to the deck, followed by Mr. Mellaire. Again, as the Elsinore dipped by the head and fetched a surge of sea-water from aft along the runway, I saw the dark object bound forward directly at the mates. They sprang to safety from its charge, the light went out, while another icy sea broke aboard. For a while I could see nothing of the two men. Next, in the light flashed from the stick, I guessed that Mr. Pike was in pursuit of the thing. He evidently must have captured it at the rail against the starboard rigging and caught a turn around it with the loose end of a rope. As the vessel rolled to windward some sort of struggle seemed to be going on. The second mate sprang to the mate's assistance, and together, with more loose ends, they seemed to subdue the thing. I descended to see. By the light stick we made it out to be a large, barnacle-crusted cask. "She's been afloat for 40 years," was Mr. Pike's judgment. "Look at the size of the barnacles and look at the whiskers." "And it's full of something," said Mr. Mellaire. "Hope it isn't water." I rashly lent a hand when they started to work the cask forward, and taking advantage of the rolls and pitches, to the shelter under the forecastle head. As a result, even through my mittens, I was cut by the sharp edges of broken shell. "It's liquor of some sort," said the mate, "but we won't risk broaching it till morning." "But where did it come from?" I asked. "Over the side's the only place it could have come from." Mr. Pike played the light over it. "Look at it. It's been afloat for years and years." "The stuff ought to be well seasoned," commented Mr. Mellaire. Leaving them to lash the cask securely, I stole along the deck to the forecastle and peered in. The men, in their headlong flight, had neglected to close the doors, and the place was afloat. In the flickering light from a small and very smoky sea lamp it was a dismal picture. No self-respecting caveman, I am sure, would have lived in such a hole. Even as I looked, a bursting sea filled the runway between the house and rail, and through the doorway in which I stood the freezing water rushed waist deep. I had to hold on to escape being swept inside the room. From a top bunk, lying on his side, Andy Fay regarded me steadily with his bitter blue eyes. Seated on the rough table of heavy planks, his sea-booted feet swinging in the water, Mulligan Jacobs pulled at his pipe. When he observed me, he pointed to pulpy book pages that floated about. "Me library's gone to hell," he mourned as he indicated the flotsam. "There's me Byron, and there goes Zola and Browning with a piece of Shakespeare running neck and neck, and what's left of Antichrist making a bad last. And there's Carlyle and Zola, that cheek by jowl, you can't tell 'em apart." Here the Elsinore lay down to starboard, and the water in the forecastle poured out against my legs and hips. My wet mittens slipped on the ironwork, and I swept down the runway into the scuppers, where I was turned over and over by another flood that had just boarded from windward. I know I was rather confused, and that I had swallowed quite a deal of salt water ere I got my hands on the rungs of the ladder and climbed to the top of the house. On my way aft along the bridge I encountered the crew coming forward. Mr. Mellaire and Mr. Pike were talking in the lee of the chart house, and inside, as I passed below, Captain West was smoking a cigar. After a good rub-down, in dry pajamas, I was scarcely back in my bunk with the mind of primitive man before me, when the stampede over my head was repeated. I waited for the second rush. It came, and I proceeded to dress. The scene on the poop duplicated the previous one, save that the men were more excited, more frightened. They were babbling and chattering all together. "Shut up!" Mr. Pike was snarling when I came upon them. "One at a time and answer the captain's question." "It ain't no barrel this time, sir," Tom Spink said. "It's alive, and if it ain't the devil it's the ghost of a drownded man. I seen 'm plain and clear. He's a man, or was a man once." "They was two of them, sir," Richard Giller, one of the bricklayers, broke in. "I think he looked like Petro Marinkovich, sir," Tom Spinks went on. "And the other was Jesperson. I seen 'm," Giller added. "They was three of them, sir," said Nosey Murphy. "O'Sullivan, sir, was the other one. They ain't devils, sir. They're drownded men. They come aboard right over the bows, and they moved slow, like drownded men. Sorensen seen the first one first. He caught my arm and pointed, and then I seen 'm. He was on top the forward house. And Olison seen him, and Deacon, sir, and Hackey. We all seed 'em, sir. And the second one, and when the rest run away I stayed long enough to see the third one. Maybe there's more. I didn't wait to see." Captain West stopped the man. "Mr. Pike," he said wearily, "will you straighten this nonsense out?" "Yes, sir," Mr. Pike responded, then turned on the men. "Come on, all of you. There's 3 devils to tie down this time." But the men shrank away from the order and from him. "For 2 cents," I heard Mr. Pike growl to himself, then choke off utterance. He flung about on his heel and started for the bridge. In the same order as on the previous trip, Mr. Mellaire second and I bringing up the rear, we followed. It was a similar journey, save that we caught a ducking midway on the first span of the bridge, as well as a ducking on the midship house. We halted on top the for'ard house. In vain Mr. Pike flashed his light stick. Nothing was to be seen nor heard save the white flecked dark water on our deck, the roar of the gale in our rigging, and the crash and thunder of seas falling aboard. We advanced halfway across the last span of bridge to the forecastle head and were driven to pause and hang on at the foremast by a bursting sea. Between the drives of spray Mr. Pike flashed his stick. I heard him exclaim something. Then he went on to the forecastle head followed by Mr. Mellaire, while I waited by the foremast, clinging tight, and endured another ducking. Through the emergencies I could see the pencil of light appearing and disappearing, darting here and there. Several minutes later the mates were back with me. "Half our headgear's carried away," Mr. Pike told me. "We must have run into something." "I felt a jar right after you went below, sir, last time," said Mr. Mellaire. "Only I thought it was a thump of sea." "So did I feel it," the mate agreed. "I was just taking off my boots. I thought it was the sea. But where are the 3 devils?" "Broaching the cask," the second mate suggested. We made the forecastle head, descended the iron ladder, and went for'ard, inside, underneath, out of the wind and sea. There lay the cask, securely lashed. The size of the barnacles on it was astonishing. They were as large as apples and inches deep. A downfling of bow brought a foot of water about our boots, and as the bow lifted and the water drained away, it drew out from the shell-crusted cask streamers of seaweed a foot or so in length. Led by Mr. Pike and watching our chance between seas, we searched the deck and rails between the forecastle head and the forward house and found no devils. The mate stepped into the forecastle doorway, and his light stick cut like a dagger through the dim illumination of the murky sea lamp. And we saw the devils. Nosey Murphy had been right. There were 3 of them. Let me give the picture. A drenched and freezing room of rusty, paint-scabbed iron, low-roofed, double-tiered with bunks, reeking with the filth of 30 men despite the washing of the sea. In a top bunk on his side, in sea boots and oilskin, staring steadily with blue, bitter eyes, Andy Fay. On the table, pulling at a pipe with hanging legs dragged this way and that by the churn of water, Mulligan Jacobs, solemnly regarding 3 men, sea-booted and bloody, who stand side by side, of a height and not duly tall, swaying in unison to the Elsinore's down-flinging and uplifting. But such men! I know my east side and my east end, and I am accustomed to the faces of all the ruck of races, yet with these 3 men I was at fault. The Mediterranean had surely never bred such a breed, nor had Scandinavia. They were not blonds, they were not brunettes, nor were they of the brown or black or yellow. Their skin was white under a bronze of weather. Wet as was their hair, it was plainly a colorless, sandy hair. Yet their eyes were dark, and yet not dark. They were neither blue, nor gray, nor green, nor hazel. Nor were they black. They were topaz, pale topaz, and they gleamed and dreamed like the eyes of great cats. They regarded us like walkers in a dream, these pale-haired storm waifs with pale, topaz eyes. They did not bow, they did not smile. In no way did they recognize our presence, save that they looked at us and dreamed. But Andy Fay greeted us. "It's a hell of a night, and not a wink of sleep with these goings-on," he said. "Now where did they blow in from a night like this?" Mulligan Jacobs complained. "You've got a tongue in your mouth," Mr. Pike snarled. "Why ain't you asked 'em?" "As though you didn't know I could use the tongue in me mouth, you old stiff," Jacob snarled back. But it was no time for their private feud. Mr. Pike turned on the dreaming newcomers and addressed them in the mangled and aborted phrases of a dozen languages such as the world-wandering Anglo-Saxon has had every opportunity to learn, but is too stubborn-brained and wilful-mouthed to wrap his tongue around. The visitors made no reply. They did not even shake their heads. Their faces remained peculiarly relaxed and placid, incurious and pleasant, while in their eyes floated profounder dreams. Yet they were human. The blood of their injuries stained them and clotted on their clothes. "Dutchmen!" snorted Mr. Pike, with all due contempt for other breeds, as he waved them to make themselves at home in any of the bunks. Mr. Pike's ethnology is narrow. Outside his own race he is aware of only three races: niggers, Dutchmen, and Dagoes. Again our visitors proved themselves human. They understood the mate's invitation, and glancing first at one another, they climbed into three top bunks and closed their eyes. I could swear the first of them was asleep in half a minute. "We'll have to clean up forward, or we'll be having the sticks about our ears," the mate said, already starting to depart. "Get the men along, Mr. Mellaire, and call out the carpenter." Chapter 36. Of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London. Chapter 36. And no westing. We have been swept back 3 degrees of easting since the night our visitors came on board. They are the great mystery, these 3 men of the sea. Horn gypsies, Margaret calls them, and Mr. Pike dubs them Dutchmen. One thing is certain, they have a language of their own which they talk with one another. But of our hodgepodge of nationalities fore and aft, there is no person who catches an inkling of their language or nationality. Mr. Mellaire raised the theory that they were Finns of some sort, but this was indignantly denied by our big-footed youth of a carpenter, who swears he is a Finn himself. Louis, the cook, avers that somewhere over the world, on some forgotten voyage, he has encountered men of their type, but he can neither remember the voyage nor their race. He and the rest of the Asiatics accept their presence as a matter of course, but the crew, with the exception of Andy Fay and Mulligan Jacobs, is very superstitious about the newcomers and will have nothing to do with them. "No good will come of them, sir," Tom Spink at the wheel told us, shaking his head forebodingly. Margaret's mittened hand rested on my arm as we balanced to the easy roll of the ship. We had paused from our promenade, which we now take each day, religiously, as a constitutional, between 11 and 12. "Why, what is the matter with them?" she queried, nudging me privily in warning of what was coming. "Because they ain't men, miss, as we can rightly call men. They ain't regular men." "It was a bit irregular, their manner of coming on board," she gurgled. "That's just it, miss," Tom Spink exclaimed, brightening perceptibly at the hint of understanding. "Where'd they come from? They won't tell. Of course they won't tell. They ain't men. They're spirits. Ghosts of sailors that drowned as long ago as when that cask went adrift from a sinking ship, and that's years and years, miss, as anybody can see, looking at the size of the barnacles on it." "Do you think so?" Margaret queried. "We all think so, miss. We ain't spent our lives on the sea for nothing. There's no ends of landsmen don't believe in the Flying Dutchman, but what do they know? They're just landsmen, ain't they? They ain't never had their leg grabbed by a ghost, such as I had, on the Kathleen, 35 years ago, down in a hold 'tween the water casks. And didn't that ghost rip the shoe right off of me? And didn't I fall through the hatch 2 days later and break my shoulder?" Now, miss, I seen 'em making signs to Mr. Pike that we'd run into their ship hove to on the other tack. Don't you believe it. There wasn't no ship." "But how do you explain the carrying away of our headgear?" I demanded. "There's lots of things can't be explained, sir," was Tom Spink's answer. "Who can explain the way the Finns play tomfool tricks with the weather? Yet everybody knows it. Why are we having a hard passage around the Horn, sir? I ask you that. Why, sir?" I shook my head. "Because of the carpenter, sir. We've found out he's a Finn. Why did he keep it quiet all the way down from Baltimore?" "Why did he tell it?" Margaret challenged. "He didn't tell it, miss. Leastways not until after them three others boarded us. I got my suspicions he knows more about 'em than he's lettin' on. And look at the weather and the delay we're gettin'. And don't everybody know the Finns is regular warlocks and weather breathers?" My ears pricked up. "Where did you get that word warlock?" I questioned. Tom Spink looked puzzled. "What's wrong with it, sir?" he asked. "Nothing. It's all right. But where did you get it?" "I never got it, sir. I always had it. That's what Finns is, warlocks." "And these three newcomers, they aren't Finns?" asked Margaret. The old Englishman shook his head solemnly. "No, miss. They're drownded sailors, a long time drownded. All you have to do is look at 'em. And the carpenter could tell us a few if he was minded." Nevertheless, our mysterious visitors are a welcome addition to our weakened crew. I watch them at work. They are strong and willing. Mr. Pike says they are real sailor men, even if he doesn't understand their lingo. His theory is that they are from some small old country or outlander ship which, hove to on the opposite tack to the Elsinore, was run down and sunk. I have forgotten to say that we found the barnacled cask nearly filled with a most delicious wine which none of us can name. As soon as the gale moderated, Mr. Pike had the cask brought aft and broached, and now the steward and Wada have it all in bottles and spare demijohns. It is beautifully aged, and Mr. Pike is certain that it is some sort of a mild and unheard-of brandy. Mr. Mellaire merely smacks his lips over it, while Captain West, Margaret, and I steadfastly maintain that it is wine. The condition of the men grows deplorable. They were always poor at pulling on ropes, but now it takes two or three to pull as much as one used to pull. One thing in their favor is that they are well, though grossly, fed. They have all they want to eat, such as it is, but it is the cold and wet, the terrible condition of the forecastle, the lack of sleep, and the almost continuous toil of both watches on deck. Either watch is so weak and worthless that any severe task requires the assistance of the other watch. As an instance, we finally managed to reef in the foresail in the thick of a gale. It took both watches 2 hours, yet Mr. Pike tells me that under similar circumstances, with an average crew of the old days, he has seen a single watch reef the foresail in 20 minutes. I have learned one of the prime virtues of a steel sailing ship. Such a craft, heavily laden, does not strain her seams open in bad weather and big seas. Except for a tiny leak down in the forepeak, with which we sailed from Baltimore, and which is bailed out with a pail once in several weeks, the Elsinore is bone dry. Mr. Pike tells me that had a wooden ship of her size and cargo gone through the buffeting we have endured, she would be leaking like a sieve. And Mr. Mellaire, out of his own experience, has added to my respect for the Horn. When he was a young man he was once 8 weeks in making around from 50 in the Atlantic to 50 in the Pacific. Another time his vessel was compelled to put back twice to the Falklands for repairs. And still another time, in a wooden ship running back in distress to the Falklands, his vessel was lost in a shift of gale in the very entrance to Port Stanley. As he told me, "And after we'd been there a month, sir, who should come in but the old Lucy Powers. She was a sight. her foremast gone clean out of her and half her spars, the old man killed from one of the spars falling on him, the mate with 2 broken arms, the second mate sick, and what was left of the crew at the pumps. We'd lost our ship, so my skipper took charge, refitted her, doubled up both crews, and we headed the other way around, pumping 2 hours in every watch clear to Honolulu. The poor wretched chickens! Because of their ill-judged moulting they are quite featherless. It is a marvel that one of them survives, yet so far we have lost only 6. Margaret keeps the kerosene stove going, and, though they have ceased laying, she confidently asserts that they are all layers, and that we shall have plenty of eggs once we get fine weather in the Pacific. There is little use to describe these monotonous and perpetual westerly gales. One is very like another, and they follow so fast on one another's heels that the sea never has a chance to grow calm. So long have we rolled and tossed about that the thought, say, of a solid, unmoving billiard table is inconceivable. In previous incarnations I have encountered things that did not move, but they were in previous incarnations. We have been up to the Diego Ramirez Rocks twice in the past 10 days. At the present moment, by vague dead reckoning, we are 200 miles east of them. We have been hove down to our hatches 3 times in the last week. We have had 6 stout sails, of the heaviest canvas, furled and double-gasketed, torn loose and stripped from the yards. Sometimes, so weak are our men, not more than half of them can respond to the call for all hands. Lars Jacobsen, who had his leg broken early in the voyage, was knocked down by a sea several days back and had the leg rebroken. Ditman Olensen, the crank-eyed Norwegian, went berserker last night in the second dog watch and pretty well cleaned out his half of the forecastle. Wada reports that it required the bricklayers, Fitzgibbon and Gilder, the Maltese Cockney, and Steve Roberts, the cowboy, finally to subdue the madman. These are all men of Mr. Mellaire's watch. In Mr. Pike's watch, John Hackey, the San Francisco hoodlum, who has stood out against the gangsters, has at last succumbed and joined them. And only this morning Mr. Pike dragged Charles Davis by the scruff of the neck out of the forecastle, where he had caught him expounding sea law to the miserable creatures. Mr. Mellaire, I notice on occasion, remains unduly intimate with the gangster clique. And yet nothing serious happens. And Charles Davis does not die. He seems actually to be gaining in weight. He never misses a meal. From the break of the poop and the shelter of the weather cloth, our decks a thunder and rush of freezing water, I often watch him slip out of his room between seas, mug and plate in hand, and hobble forward to the galley for his food. He is a keen judge of the ship's motions, for never yet have I seen him get a serious ducking. Sometimes, of course, he may get splattered with spray or wet to the knees, but he manages to be out of the way whenever a big graybeard falls on board. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 37. A wonderful event today. For 5 minutes, at noon, the sun was actually visible. But such a sun, a pale and cold and sickly orb, that at meridian was only 9 degrees 18 minutes above the horizon. And within the hour we were taking in sail and lying down to the snow gusts of a fresh southwest gale. Whatever you do, make westing, make westing. This sailing rule of the navigators for the Horn has been bitten out of iron. I can understand why shipmasters, with the favoring slant of wind, have left sailors, fallen overboard, to drown without heaving to lower a boat. Cape Horn is iron, and it takes masters of iron to win around from east to west. And we make easting. This west wind is eternal. I listen incredulously when Mr. Pike or Mr. Mellaire tells of times when easterly winds have blown in these latitudes. It is impossible. Always does the west wind blow, gale upon gale, and gales everlasting, else why the great west wind drift printed on the charts? We of the afterguard are weary of this eternal buffeting. Our men have become pulpy, washed out, sore corroded shadows of men. I should not be surprised, in the end, to see Captain West turn tail and run eastward around the world to Seattle. But Margaret smiles with surety and nods her head and affirms that her father will win around to 50 in the Pacific. How Charles Davis survives in that wet, freezing, paint-scabbed room of iron in the midship house is beyond me. Just as it is beyond me that the wretched sailors in the wretched forecastle do not lie down in their bunks and die, or at least refuse to answer the call of the watches. Another week has passed, and we are today, by observation, 60 miles due south of the Straits of Le Maire, and we are hove to, in a driving gale, on the port tack. The glass is down to 28.58, and even Mr. Pike acknowledges that it is one of the worst Cape Horn snorters he has ever experienced. In the old days the navigators used to strive as far south as 64 degrees or 65 degrees into the Antarctic drift ice, hoping, in a favoring spell, to make westing at a prodigious rate across the extreme narrowing wedges of longitude. But of late years all shipmasters have accepted the hugging of the land all the way around. Out of 10 times 10,000 passages of Cape Stiff from east to west, this, they have concluded, is the best strategy. So Captain West hugs the land. He heaves to on the port tack until the leeward drift brings the land into perilous proximity, then wears ship and heaves to on the port tack and makes leeway offshore. I may be weary of all this bitter movement of a laboring ship on a frigid sea, but at the same time I do not mind it. In my brain burns the flame of a great discovery and a great achievement. I have found what makes all the books go glimmering. I have achieved what my very philosophy tells me is the greatest achievement a man can make. I have found the love of woman. I do not know whether she cares for me, nor is that the point. The point is that in myself I have risen to the greatest height to which the human male animal can rise. I know a woman and her name is Margaret. She is Margaret, a woman and desirable. My blood is red. I am not the pallid scholar I so proudly deemed myself to be. I am a man and a lover, despite the books. As for De Casares, if ever I get back to New York, equipped as I now am, I shall confute him with the same ease that he has confuted all the schools. Love is the final word. To the rational man it alone gives the super-rational sanction for living. Like Bergson and his overhanging heaven of intuition, or like one who has bathed in Pentecostal fire and seen the New Jerusalem, so I have trod the materialistic dictums of science underfoot, scaled the last peak of philosophy, and leaped into my heaven, which, after all, is within myself. The stuff that composes me, that is I, is so made that it finds its supreme realization in the love of woman. It is the vindication of being. Yes, and it is the wages of being, the payment in full for all the brittleness and frailty of flesh and breath. And she is only a woman, like any woman, and the Lord knows I know what women are. And I know Margaret for what she is. Mere woman, and yet I know, in the lover's soul of me, that she is somehow different. Her ways are not as the ways of other women, and all her ways are delightful to me. In the end, I suppose, I shall become a nest builder, for of a surety nest building is one of her pretty ways. And who shall say which is the worthier, the writing of a whole library or the building of a nest? The monotonous days, bleak and gray and soggy cold, drag by. It is now a month since we began the passage of the Horn, and here we are, not so well forward as a month ago, because we are something like 100 miles south of the Straits of Le Maire. Even this position is conjectural, being arrived to by dead reckoning, based on the leeway of a ship hove to, now on the one tack, now on the other, with always the great west wind drift making against us. It is 4 days since our last instrument sighted the sun. This storm-vexed ocean has become populous. No ships are getting round, and each day adds to our number. Never a brief day passes without our sighting from 2 or 3 to a dozen hove to on port tack or starboard tack. Captain West estimates there must be at least 200 sail of us. A ship hove to with preventer tackles on the rudder head is unmanageable. Each night we take our chance of unavoidable and disastrous collision. And at times, glimpsed through the snow squalls, we see and curse the ships, eastbound, that drive past us with the west wind and the west wind drift at their backs. And so wild is the mind of man that Mr. Pike and Mr. Mellaire still aver that on occasion they have known gales to blow ships from east to west around the Horn. It surely has been a year since we of the Elsinore emerged from under the lee of Tierra del Fuego into the snorting southwest gales. A century, at least, has elapsed since we sailed from Baltimore. And I don't give a snap of my fingers for all the wrath and fury of this dim gray sea at the tip of the earth. I have told Margaret that I love her. The tale was told in the shelter of the weather cloth where we clung together in the second dog watch last evening. And it was told again, and by both of us, in the bright lighted chart room after the watches had been changed at 8 bells. Yes, and her face was storm bright, and all of her was very proud, save that her eyes were warm and soft and fluttered with lids that just would flutter maidenly and womanly. It was a great hour, our great hour. The poor devil of a man is most lucky when, loving, he is loved. Grievous indeed must be the fate of the lover who is unloved. And I, for one, and for still other reasons, congratulate myself upon the vastitude of my good fortune. For, see, were Margaret any other sort of a woman, were she, well, just the lovely and lovable and adorably snuggly sort who seems made just precisely for love and loving and nestling into the strong arms of a man, why, there wouldn't be anything remarkable or wonderful about her loving me. But Margaret is Margaret, strong, self-possessed, serene, controlled, a very mistress of herself. And there's the miracle, that such a woman should have been awakened to love by me. It is almost unbelievable. I go out of my way to get another peep into those long, cool, gray eyes of her, and see them melting soft as she looks at me. She is no Juliet, thank the Lord, and thank the Lord I am no Romeo. And yet I go alone on the freezing poop, and under my breath chant defiantly at the snorting gale, and at the graybeards thundering down on us that I am a lover. And I send messages to the lonely albatrosses veering through the murk that I am a lover. And I look at the wretched sailors crawling along the spray-swept bridge and know that never in 10,000 wretched lives could they experience the love I experience, and I wonder why God ever made them. "And the one thing I had firmly resolved from the start," Margaret confessed to me this morning in the cabin when I released her from my arms, "was that I would not permit you to make love to me." "True daughter of Herodias," I gaily gibed. "So such was the drift of your thoughts even as early as the very start. Already you were looking upon me with a considerative female eye." She laughed proudly and did not reply. "What possibly could have led you to expect that I would make love to you?" I insisted. "Because it is the way of young male passengers on long voyages," she replied. "Then others have?" "They always do," she assured me gravely. And at that instant I knew the first ridiculous pang of jealousy, but I laughed it away and retorted. It was an ancient Chinese philosopher who was first recorded as having said, what doubtlessly the caveman before him gibbered, namely, that a woman pursues a man by fluttering away in advance of him. "Wretch!" she cried. "I never fluttered. When did I ever flutter?" "It is a delicate subject," I began with assumed hesitancy. "When did I ever flutter?" she demanded. I availed myself of one of Schopenhauer's ruses by making a shift. "From the first you observed nothing that a female could afford to miss observing," I charged. "I'll wager you knew as quickly as I the very instant when I first loved you." "I knew the first time you hated me," she evaded. "Yes, I know, the first time I saw you and learned that you were coming on the voyage," I said. "But now I repeat my challenge. You knew as quickly as I the first instant I loved you." Oh, her eyes were beautiful, and the repose and certitude of her were tremendous, as she rested her hand on my arm for a moment and in a low, quiet voice said: "Yes, I think I know. It was the morning of that pampero off the plate, when you were thrown through the door into my father's stateroom. I saw it in your eyes. I knew it. I think it was the first time, the very instant." I could only nod my head and draw her close to me. And she looked up at me and added: "You were very ridiculous. There you sat, on the bed, holding on with one hand and nursing the other hand under your arm, staring at me, irritated, startled, utterly foolish, and then—how, I don't know—I knew that you had just come to know." "And the very next instant you froze up," I challenged, ungallantly. "And that was why," she admitted shamelessly, then leaned away from me, her hands resting on my shoulders, while she gurgled and her lips parted from over her beautiful white teeth. One thing I, John Pathurst, know. That gurgling laughter of hers is the most adorable laughter that was ever heard. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 38. I wonder. Did the Samurai make a mistake? Or was it the darkness of oncoming death that chilled and clouded that star-cool brain of his and made a mock of all his wisdom? Or was it the blunder that brought death upon him beforehand? I do not know. I shall never know, for it is a matter no one of us dreams of hinting at, much less discussing. I shall begin at the beginning, yesterday afternoon. For it was yesterday afternoon, 5 weeks to a day, since we emerged from the Straits of Le Maire into this grey storm ocean, that once again we found ourselves hove to directly off the Horn. At the changing of the watches at 4 o'clock, Captain West gave the command to Mr. Pike to wear ship. We were on the starboard tack at the time, making leeway offshore. This maneuver placed us on the port tack, and the consequent leeway, to me, seemed onshore, though at an acute angle, to be sure. In the chart room, glancing curiously at the chart, I measured the distance with my eye and decided we were in the neighborhood of 15 miles off Cape Horn. "With our drift we'll close up under the land by morning, won't we?" I ventured tentatively. "Yes," Captain West nodded. "And if it weren't for the west wind drift, and if the land did not trend to the northeast, we'd be ashore by morning. As it is, we'll be well under it at daylight, ready to steal around if there is a change, ready to wear ship if there is no change." It did not enter my head to question his judgment. What he said had to be. Was he not the Samurai? And yet, a few minutes later, when he had gone below, I noticed Mr. Pike enter the chart house. After several paces up and down, and a brief pause to watch Nancy and several men shift the weathercloth from lee to weather, I strolled aft to the chart house. Prompted by I know not what, I peeped through one of the glass ports. There stood Mr. Pike, his sou'wester doffed, his oilskins streaming rivulets to the floor, while he, dividers and parallel rulers in hand, bent over the chart. It was the expression of his face that startled me. The habitual sourness had vanished. All that I could see was anxiety and apprehension, yes, and age. I had never seen him look so old, for there, at that moment, I beheld the wastage and weariness of all his 69 years of sea battling and sea staring. I slipped away from the port and went along the deck to the break of the poop, where I held on and stood staring through the gray and spray in the conjectural direction of our drift. Somewhere there in the northeast and north I knew was a broken, iron coast of rocks upon which the graybeards thundered. And there in the chart room a redoubtable sailorman bent anxiously over a chart as he measured and calculated again our position and our drift. And I knew it could not be. It was not the Samurai but the henchman who was weak and wrong. Age was beginning to tell upon him at last, which could not be otherwise than expected when one considered that no man in 10,000 had weathered age so successfully as he. I laughed at my moment's qualm of foolishness and went below, well content to meet my loved one and to rest secure in her father's wisdom. Of course he was right. He had proved himself right too often already on the long voyage from Baltimore. At dinner Mr. Pike was quite distrait. He took no part whatever in the conversation, and seemed always to be listening to something from without, to the vexing clang of taut ropes that came down the hollow jigger-mast, to the muffled roar of the gale in the rigging, to the smash and crash of the seas along our decks and against our iron walls. Again I found myself sharing his apprehension, although I was too discreet to question him then, or afterwards alone, about his trouble. At 8 he went on deck again to take the watch till midnight, and as I went to bed I dismissed all forebodings and speculated as to how many more voyages he could last after this sudden onslaught of old age. I fell asleep quickly and awoke at midnight, my lamp still burning, Conrad's Mirror of the Sea on my breast where it had dropped from my hands. I heard the watches change and was wide awake and reading when Mr. Pike came below by the booby hatch and passed down my hall by my open door on his way to his room. In the pause I had long since learned so well I knew he was rolling a cigarette. Then I heard him cough, as he always did, when the cigarette was lighted and the first inhalation of smoke flushed his lungs. At 12:15, in the midst of Conrad's delightful chapter, The Weight of the Burden, I heard Mr. Pike come along the hall. Stealing a glance over the top of my book, I saw him go by, sea-booted, oilskinned, sou'westered. It was his watch below, and his sleep was meagre in this perpetual bad weather, yet he was going on deck. I read and waited for an hour, but he did not return, and I knew that somewhere up above he was staring into the driving dark. I dressed fully, in all my heavy storm gear, from sea boots and sou'wester to sheepskin under my oilskin coat. At the foot of the stairs I noted along the hall that Margaret's light was burning. I peeped in (she keeps her door open for ventilation) and found her reading. "Merely not sleepy," she assured me. Nor in the heart of me do I believe she had any apprehension. She does not know even now, I am confident, the Samurai's blunder, if blunder it was. As she said, she was merely not sleepy, although there is no telling in what occult ways she may have received, though not recognized, Mr. Pike's anxiety. At the head of the stairs, passing along the tiny hall to go out the lee door of the chart house, I glanced into the chart room. On the couch, lying on his back, his head uncomfortably high, I thought, slept Captain West. The room was warm from the ascending heat of the cabin, so that he lay unblanketed, fully dressed save for oilskins and boots. He breathed easily and steadily, and the lean, ascetic lines of his face seemed softened by the light of the low-turned lamp. And that one glance restored to me all my surety and faith in his wisdom, so that I laughed at myself for having left my warm bed for a freezing trip on deck. Under the weathercloth at the break of the poop I found Mr. Mellaire. He was wide awake, but under no strain. Evidently it had not entered his mind to consider, much less question, the maneuver of wearing ship the previous afternoon. "The gale is breaking," he told me, waving his mittened hand at a starry segment of sky momentarily exposed by the thinning clouds. But where was Mr. Pike? Did the second mate know he was on deck? I proceeded to feel Mr. Mellaire out as we worked our way aft along the mad poop toward the wheel. I talked about the difficulty of sleeping in stormy weather, stated the restlessness and semi-insomnia that the violent motion of the ship caused in me, and raised the query of how bad weather affected the officers. I noticed Captain West, in the chart room, as I came up, sleeping like a baby, I concluded. We leaned in the lee of the chart house and went no further. "Trust us to sleep just the same way, Mr. Pathurst," the second mate laughed. "The harder the weather, the harder the demand on us, and the harder we sleep. I'm dead the moment my head touches the pillow. It takes Mr. Pike longer, because he always finishes his cigarette after he turns in. But he smokes while he's undressing, so that he doesn't require more than a minute to go deado. I'll wager he hasn't moved, right now, since 10 minutes after 12. So the second mate did not dream the first was even on deck. I went below to make sure. A small sea lamp was burning in Mr. Pike's room, and I saw his bunk unoccupied. I went in by the big stove in the dining room and warmed up, then again came on deck. I did not go near the weathercloth where I was certain Mr. Mellaire was, but, keeping along the lee of the poop, I gained the bridge and started for'ard. I was in no hurry, so I paused often in that cold, wet journey. The gale was breaking, for again and again the stars glimmered through the thinning storm clouds. On the midship house was no Mr. Pike. I crossed it, stung by the freezing, flying spray, and carefully reconnoitred the top of the for'ard house, where, in such bad weather, I knew the lookout was stationed. I was within 20 feet of them when a wider clearance of starry sky showed me the figures of the lookout, whoever he was, and of Mr. Pike side by side. Long I watched them, not making my presence known, and I knew that the old mate's eyes were boring like gimlets into the windy darkness that separated the Elsinore from the thunder-surfed iron coast he sought to find. Coming back to the poop, I was caught by the surprised Mr. Mellaire. "Thought you were asleep, sir," he chided. "I'm too restless," I explained. "I've read till my eyes are tired, and now I'm trying to get chilled so that I can fall asleep while warming up in my blankets." "I envy you, sir," he answered. "Think of it. So much of all night in that you cannot sleep. Some day, if I ever make a lucky strike, I shall make a voyage like this as a passenger and have all watches below. Think of it! All blessed watches below. And I shall, like you, sir, bring a Jap servant along, and I'll make him call me at every changing of the watches, so that, wide awake, I can appreciate my good fortune in the several minutes before I roll over and go to sleep again." We laughed good night to each other. Another peep into the chart room showed me Captain West sleeping as before. He had not moved in general, though all his body moved with every roll and fling of the ship. Below, Margaret's light still burned, but a peep showed her asleep, her book fallen from her hands, just as was the so frequent case with my books. And I wondered. Half the souls of us on the Elsinore slept. The Samurai slept. Yet the old first mate, who should have slept, kept a bitter watch on the for'ard house. Was his anxiety right? Could it be right? Or was it the crankiness of ultimate age? Were we drifting and leewaying to destruction? Or was it merely an old man being struck down by senility in the midst of his life task? Too wide awake to think of sleeping, I ensconced myself with a mirror of the sea at the dining table. Nor did I remove aught of my storm gear save the soggy mittens, which I wrung out and hung to dry by the stove. 4 bells struck, and 6 bells, and Mr. Pike had not returned below. At 8 bells, with the changing of the watches, it came upon me what a night of hardship the old mate was enduring. 8 to 12 had been his own watch on deck. He had now completed the 4 hours of the second mate's watch, and was beginning his own watch, which would last till 8 in the morning. 12 consecutive hours in a Cape Horn gale with the mercury at freezing. Next, for I had dozed, I heard loud cries above my head that were repeated along the poop. I did not know till afterwards that it was Mr. Pike's command to hard up the helm, passed along forward by the men he had stationed at intervals on the bridge. All that I knew at this shock of waking was that something was happening above. As I pulled on my steaming mittens and hurried my best up the reeling stairs, I could hear the stamp of men's feet that for once were not lagging. In the chart-house hall I heard Mr. Pike, who had already covered the length of the bridge from the forward house, shouting: "Mizzen braces! Slack, damn you! Slack on the run! But hold a turn! Aft here, all of you! Jump! Lively if you don't want to swim! Come in port braces! Don't let 'em get away! Lee braces! If you lose that turn I'll split your skull! Lively! Lively! Is that helm hard over? Why in hell don't you answer?" All this I heard as I dashed for the lee door, and I wondered why I did not hear the samurai's voice. Then, as I passed the chart-room door, I saw him. He was sitting on the couch, white-faced, one sea-boot in his hands, and I could have sworn his hands were shaking. That much I saw, and the next moment was out on deck. At first, just emerged from the light, I could see nothing, although I could hear men at the pin rails and the mate snarling and shouting commands. But I knew the maneuver. With a weak crew and a big tail-end sea of broken gale, breakers and destruction under her lee, the Elsinore was being worn around. We had been under lower topsails and a reefed foresail all night. Mr. Pike's first action, after putting the wheel up, had been to square the mizzen yards. With the wind pressure thus eased aft, the stern could more easily swing against the wind, while the wind pressure on the forward sails paid the bow off. But it takes time to wear a ship under short canvas in a big sea. Slowly, very slowly, I could feel the direction of the wind altering against my cheek. The moon, dim at first, showed brighter and brighter as the last shreds of a flying cloud drove away before it. In vain I looked for any land. "Main braces, all of you, jump!" Mr. Pike shouted, himself leading the rush along the poop. And the men really rushed. Not in all the months I had observed them had I seen such swiftness of energy. I made my way to the wheel, where Tom Spink stood. He did not notice me. With one hand holding the idle wheel, he was leaning out to one side, his eyes fixed in a fascinated stare. I followed its direction, on between the chart-house and the port-jigger shrouds, and on across a mountain sea that was very vague in the moonlight. And then I saw it. The Elsinore's stern was flung skyward, and across that cold ocean I saw the land. Black rocks and snow-covered slopes and crags. And toward this land the Elsinore, now almost before the wind, was driving. From the midship house came the snarls of the mate and the cries of the sailors. They were pulling and hauling for very life. Then came Mr. Pike across the poop, leaping with incredible swiftness, sending his snarl before him. "Ease that wheel there! What the hell you gawking at? Steady her, as I tell you. That's all you've got to do." From forward came a cry, and I knew Mr. Mellaire was on top of the forward house and managing the foresails. "Now," from Mr. Pike, "more spokes. Steady, steady, and be ready to check her." He bounded away across the poop again, shouting for men for the mizzen braces. And the men appeared, some of his watch, others of the second mate's watch, routed from sleep, men coatless and hatless and bootless, men ghastly faced with fear but eager for once to spring to the orders of the man who knew and could save their miserable lives from miserable death. Yes, and I noted the delicate-handed cook and Yatsuda the sailmaker pulling with his one unparalysed hand. It was all hands to save ship, and all hands knew it. Even Sundry Buyers, who had drifted aft in his stupidity instead of being forward with his own officer, forbore to stare about and to press his abdomen. For the nonce he pulled like a youngling of 20. The moon covered again, and it was in darkness that the Elsinore rounded up on the wind on the starboard tack. This, in her case, under lower topsails only, meant that she lay 8 points from the wind, or, in land terms, at right angles to the wind. Mr. Pike was splendid, marvellous. Even as the Elsinore was rounding to on the wind, while the head yards were still being braced, and even as he was watching the ship's behaviour in the wheel, in between his commands to Tom Spink of "A spoke or two, another, steady, hold her, ease her," he was ordering the men aloft to loose sail. I had thought, the manoeuvre of wearing achieved, that we were saved, but this setting of all 3 upper topsails unconvinced me. The moon remained hidden, and to leeward nothing could be seen. As each sail was set, the Elsinore was pressed farther and farther over, and I realized that there was plenty of wind left, despite the fact that the gale had broken or was breaking. Also, under this additional canvas, I could feel the Elsinore moving through the water. Pike now sent the Maltese Cockney to help Tom Spink at the wheel. As for himself, he took his stand beside the booby hatch, where he could gauge the Elsinore, gaze to leeward, and keep his eye on the helmsman. "Full and by," was his reiterated command. "Keep her a good full, a rap full, but don't let her fall away. Hold her to it, and drive her." He took no notice whatever of me, although I, on my way to the lee of the chart house, stood at his shoulder a full minute, offering him a chance to speak. He knew I was there, for his big shoulder brushed my arm as he swayed and turned to warn the helmsman in the one breath to hold her up to it but to keep her full. He had neither time nor courtesy for a passenger in such a moment. Sheltering by the chart house, I saw the moon appear. It grew brighter and brighter, and I saw the land dead to leeward of us, not 300 yards away. It was a cruel sight, black rock and bitter snow, with cliffs so perpendicular that the Elsinore could have laid alongside of them in deep water, with great gashes and fissures, and with great surges thundering and spouting all along the length of it. Our predicament was now clear to me. We had to weather the bight of land and islands into which we had drifted, and sea and wind worked directly on shore. The only way out was to drive through the water, to drive fast and hard, and this was borne in upon me by Mr. Pike bounding past to the break of the poop, where I heard him shout to Mr. Mellaire to set the mainsail. Evidently the second mate was dubious, for the next cry of Mr. Pike's was, "Damn the reef, you'd be in hell first. Full mainsail. All hands to it." The difference was appreciable at once when that huge spread of canvas opposed the wind. The Elsinore fairly leaped and quivered as she sprang to it, and I could feel her eat to windward as she at the same time drove faster ahead. Also, in the rolls and gusts, she was forced down till her lee rail buried and the sea foamed level across to her hatches. Mr. Pike watched her like a hawk, and like certain death he watched the Maltese Cockney and Tom Spink at the wheel. "Land on the lee bow," came a cry from forward, that was carried on from mouth to mouth along the bridge to the poop. I saw Mr. Pike nod his head grimly and sarcastically. He had already seen it from the lee poop, and what he had not seen he had guessed. A score of times I saw him test the weight of the gusts on his cheek, and with all the brain of him study the Elsinore's behaviour. And I knew what was in his mind. Could she carry what she had? Could she carry more? Small wonder in this tense passage of time that I had forgotten the Samurai. Nor did I remember him until the chart house door swung open and I caught him by the arm. He steadied and swayed beside me while he watched that cruel picture of rock and snow and spouting surf. "A good full," Mr. Pike snarled, "or I'll eat your heart out. Goddamn you for the farmer's hound you are, Tom Spink. Ease her! Ease her! Ease her into the big ones, damn you! Don't let her head fall off. Steady! Where in hell did you learn to steer? What cow farm was you raised on?" Here he bounded forward past us with those incredible leaps of his. "It would be good to set the mizzen topgallant," I heard Captain West mutter in a weak, quavery voice. "Mr. Pathurst, will you please tell Mr. Pike to set the mizzen topgallant?" At that very instant Mr. Pike's voice rang out from the break of the poop. "Mr. Mellaire, the mizzen topgallant!" Captain West's head drooped until his chin rested on his breast, and so low did he mutter that I leaned to hear. "A very good officer," he said. "An excellent officer. Mr. Pathurst, if you will kindly favour me, I should like to go in. I haven't got on my boots." The muscular feat was to open the heavy iron door and hold it open in the rolls and plunges. This I accomplished, but when I had helped Captain West across the high threshold he thanked me and waived further services. And I did not know even then he was dying. Never was a Blackwood ship driven as was the Elsinore during the next half hour. The full jib was also set, and as it departed in shreds, the foretopmast staysail was being hoisted. Forward of the midship house it was made unlivable by the bursting seas. Mr. Mellaire with half the crew clung on somehow on top the midship house, while the rest of the crew was with us in the comparative safety of the poop. Even Charles Davis, drenched and shivering, hung on beside me to the brass ring handle of the chart house door. Such sailing! It was a madness of speed and motion, for the Elsinore drove over and through and under those huge graybeards that thundered shoreward. There were times, when rolls and gusts worked against her at the same moment, when I could have sworn the ends of her lower yard arms swept the sea. There was one chance in 10 that we could claw off. All knew it, and all knew there was nothing more to do but await the issue. And we waited in silence. The only voice was that of the mate, intermittently cursing, threatening, and ordering Tom Spink and the Maltese Cockney at the wheel. Between whiles, and all the while, he gauged the gusts, and ever his eyes lifted to the main topgallant yard. He wanted to set that one more sail. A dozen times I saw him half open his mouth to give the order that he dared not give. And as I watched him, so all watched him. Hard-bitten, bitter-natured, sour-featured, and snarling-mouthed, he was the one man, the henchman of the race, the master of the moment. And where, was my thought, oh where was the Samurai? One chance in 10, it was 1 in 100 as we fought to weather the last bold tooth of rock that gashed into sea and tempest between us and open ocean. So close were we that I looked to see our far-reeling skysail yard strike the face of the rock. So close were we, no more than a biscuit toss from its iron buttress, that as we sank down into the last great trough between two seas, I can swear every one of us held breath and waited for the Elsinore to strike. Instead we drove free, and as if in very rage at our escape, the storm took that moment to deal us the mightiest buffet of all. The mate felt that monster sea coming, for he sprang to the wheel ere the blow fell. I looked forward, and I saw all forward blotted out by the mountain of water that fell aboard. The Elsinore righted from the shock and reappeared to the eye, full of water from rail to rail. Then a gust caught her sails and heeled her over, spilling half the enormous burden outboard again. Along the bridge came the relayed cry of "Man overboard!" I glanced at the mate, who had just released the wheel to the helmsman. He shook his head, as if irritated by so trivial a happening, walked to the corner of the half-wheel house, and stared at the coast he had escaped, white and black and cold in the moonlight. Mr. Mellaire came aft, and they met beside me in the lee of the chart house. "All hands, Mr. Mellaire," the mate said, "and get the mainsail off of her." After that the mizzen topgallant. "Yes, sir," said the second. "Who was it?" the mate asked as Mr. Mellaire was turning away. "Boney. He was no good anyway," came the answer. That was all. Boney the Splinter was gone, and all hands were answering the command of Mr. Mellaire to take in the mainsail. But they never took it in, for at that moment it started to blow away out of the bolt ropes, and in but few moments all that was left of it was a few short, slatting ribbons. "Mizzen topgallant sail," Mr. Pike ordered. Then, and for the first time, he recognized my existence. "Well rid of it," he growled. "It never did set properly. I was always aching to get my hands on the sailmaker that made it." On my way below, a glance into the chart room gave me the cue to the Samurai's blunder. If blunder it can be called, for no one will ever know. He lay on the floor in a loose heap, rolling willy-nilly with every roll of the Elsinore. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 39. There is so much to write about all at once. In the first place, Captain West. Not entirely unexpected was his death. Margaret tells me that she was apprehensive from the start of the voyage, and even before. It was because of her apprehension that she so abruptly changed her plans and accompanied her father. What really happened we do not know, but the agreed surmise is that it was some stroke of the heart. And yet, after the stroke, did he not come out on deck? Or could the first stroke have been followed by another and fatal one after I had helped him inside through the door? And even so, I have never heard of a heart stroke being preceded hours before by a weakening of the mind. Captain West's mind seemed quite clear, and must have been quite clear, that last afternoon when he wore the Elsinore and started the lee shore drift. In which case it was a blunder. The Samurai blundered, and his heart destroyed him when he became aware of the blunder. At any rate, the thought of blunder never enters Margaret's head. She accepts, as a matter of course, that it was all a part of the oncoming termination of his sickness. And no one will ever undeceive her. Neither Mr. Pike, Mr. Mellaire, nor I, among ourselves, mention a whisper of what so narrowly missed causing disaster. In fact, Mr. Pike does not talk about the matter at all. And then, again, might it not have been something different from heart disease? Or heart disease complicated with something else that obscured his mind that afternoon before his death? Well, no one knows, and I, for one, shall not sit, even in secret judgment, on the event. At midday of the day we clawed off Tierra del Fuego, the Elsinore was rolling in a dead calm, and all afternoon she rolled, not a score of miles off the land. Captain West was buried at 4 o'clock, and at 8 bells that evening Mr. Pike assumed command and made a few remarks to both watches. They were straight from the shoulder remarks, or, as he called them, they were brass tacks. Among other things, he told the sailors that they had another boss, and that they would toe the mark as they never had before. Up to this time they had been loafing in a hotel, but from this time on they were going to work. On this hooker, from now on, he perorated, it's going to be like old times when a man jumped the last day of the voyage as well as the first. And God help the man that don't jump. That's all. Relieve the wheel and look out. And yet the men are in terribly wretched condition. I don't see how they can jump. Another week of westerly gales, alternating with brief periods of calm, has elapsed, making a total of 6 weeks off the Horn. So weak are the men that they have no spirit left in them, not even the gangsters. And so afraid are they of the mate that they really do their best to jump when he drives them, and he drives them all the time. Mr. Mellaire shakes his head. "Wait till they get around and up into better weather," he astonished me by telling me the other afternoon. Wait till they get dried out and rested up with more sleep and their sores healed and more flesh on their bones and more spunk in their blood. Then they won't stand for this driving. Mr. Pike can't realize that times have changed, sir, and laws have changed, and men have changed. He's an old man, and I know what I am talking about." "You mean you've been listening to the talk of the men?" I challenged rashly, all my gorge rising at the unofficerlike conduct of this ship's officer. The shot went home, for, in a flash, that suave and gentle film of light vanished from the surface of the eyes, and the watching, fearful thing that lurked behind inside the skull seemed almost to leap out at me, while the cruel gash of mouth grew thinner and crueler. And at the same time, on my inner sight, was grotesquely lined a picture of a brain pulsing savagely against the veneer of skin that covered the cleft of skull beneath the dripping sou'wester. Then he controlled himself, the mouth gash relaxed, and the suave and gentle film drew again across the eyes. "I mean, sir," he said softly, "that I am speaking out of a long sea experience. Times have changed. The old driving days are gone. And I trust, Mr. Pathurst, that you will not misunderstand me in the matter, nor misinterpret what I have said." Although the conversation drifted on to other and calmer topics, I could not ignore the fact that he had not denied listening to the talk of the men. And yet, even as Mr. Pike grudgingly admits, he is a good sailorman and second mate, save for his unholy intimacy with the men for'ard, an intimacy which even the Chinese cook and the Chinese steward deplore as unseamanlike and perilous. Even though men like the gangsters are so worn down by hardship that they have no heart of rebellion, there remain three of the frailest for'ard who will not die, and who are as spunky as ever. They are Andy Fay, Mulligan Jacobs, and Charles Davis. What strange abysmal vitality informs them is beyond all speculation. Of course, Charles Davis should have been overside with a sack of coal at his feet long ago. And Andy Fay and Mulligan Jacobs are only, and have always been, wrecked and emaciated wisps of men. Yet far stronger men than they have gone over the side, and far stronger men than they are laid up right now in absolute physical helplessness in the soggy forecastle bunks. And these two bitter flames of shreds of things stand all their watches and answer all calls for both watches. Yes, and the chickens have something of this same spunk of life in them. Featherless, semi-frozen despite the oil stove, sprayed dripping on occasion by the frigid seas that pound by sheer weight through canvas tarpaulins, nevertheless not a chicken has died. Is it a matter of selection? Are these the iron-vigored ones that survived the hardships from Baltimore to the Horn and are fitted to survive anything? Then for a De Vries to take them, save them, and out of them found the hardiest breed of chickens on the planet. And after this I shall always query that phrase, most ancient in our language, chicken-hearted. Measured by the Elsinore's chickens, it is a misnomer. Nor are our three horn gypsies, the storm visitors with the dreaming topaz eyes, spunkless. Held in superstitious abhorrence by the rest of the crew, aliens by lack of any word of common speech, nevertheless they are good sailors, and are always first to spring into any enterprise of work or peril. They have gone into Mr. Mellaire's watch, and they are quite apart from the rest of the sailors. And when there is a delay, or wait, with nothing to do for long minutes, they shoulder together, and stand and sway to the heave of deck, and dream far dreams in those pale topaz eyes, of a country, I am sure, where mothers, with pale topaz eyes and sandy hair, birth sons and daughters that breed true in terms of topaz eyes and sandy hair. But the rest of the crew, take the Maltese Cockney. He is too keenly intelligent, too sharply sensitive, successfully to endure. He is a shadow of his former self. His cheeks have fallen in. Dark circles of suffering are under his eyes, while his eyes, Latin and English intermingled, are cavernously sunken and as bright burning as if aflame with fever. Tom Spink, hard-fibred Anglo-Saxon, good seaman that he is, long tried and always proved, is quite wrecked in spirit. He is whining and fearful. So broken is he, though he still does his work, that he is prideless and shameless. "I'll never ship around the Horn again, sir," he began on me the other day when I greeted him good morning at the wheel. "I've sworn it before, but this time I mean it. Never again, sir. Never again." "Why did you swear it before?" I queried. "It was on the Nahoma, sir, 4 years ago. 230 days from Liverpool to 'Frisco. Think of it, sir, 230 days. And we was loaded with cement and creosote, and the creosote got loose. We buried the captain right here off the Horn. The grub gave out. Most of us nearly died of scurvy. Every man jack of us was carted to hospital in 'Frisco. It was plain hell, sir, that's what it was, and 230 days of it. Yet here you are," I laughed, "signed on another Horn voyage." And this morning Tom Spink confided the following tome: "If only we'd lost the carpenter, sir, instead of Boney." I did not catch his drift for the moment, then I remembered. The carpenter was the Finn, the Jonah, the warlock who played tricks with the wind and despitefully used poor sailormen. Yes, and I make free to confess that I have grown well weary of this eternal buffeting by the great west wind. Nor are we alone in our travail on this desolate ocean. Never a day does the gray thin, or the snow squalls cease that we do not sight ships, westbound like ourselves, hove to and trying to hold on to the meager westing they possess. And occasionally, when the gray clears and lifts, we see a lucky ship bound east, running before it and reeling off the miles. I saw Mr. Pike yesterday, shaking his fist in a fury of hatred at one such craft that flew insolently past us not a quarter of a mile away. And the men are jumping. Mr. Pike is driving with those block-square fists of his, as many a man's face attests. So weak are they, and so terrible is he, that I swear he could whip either watch single-handed. I cannot help but note that Mr. Mellaire refuses to take part in this driving. Yet I know that he is a trained driver, and that he was not adverse to driving at the outset of the voyage. But now he seems bent on keeping on good terms with the crew. I should like to know what Mr. Pike thinks of it, for he cannot possibly be blind to what is going on, but I am too well aware of what would happen if I raised the question. He would insult me, snap my head off, and indulge in a 3 days' sea grouch. Things are sad and monotonous enough for Margaret and me in the cabin and at table, without invoking the blight of the mate's displeasure. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 40. Another brutal sea superstition vindicated. From now on and for always, these imbeciles of ours will believe that Finns are Jonahs. We are west of the Diego de Ramirez rocks, and we are running west at a 12-knot clip with an easterly gale at our backs. And the carpenter is gone. His passing and the coming of the easterly wind were coincidental. It was yesterday morning, as he helped me to dress, that I was struck by the solemnity of Wada's face. He shook his head lugubriously as he broke the news. The carpenter was missing. The ship had been searched for him high and low. There just was no carpenter. "What does the steward think?" I asked. "What does Louis think? And Yatsuda?" "The sailors, they kill 'em carpenter sure," was the answer. "Very bad ship this. Very bad hearts. Just the same pig, just the same dog. All the time kill. All the time kill. Bime by everybody kill. You see." The old steward, at work in his pantry, grinned at me when I mentioned the matter. "They make fool with me, I fix 'em," he said vindictively. "Maybe they kill me, all right, but I kill some too." He threw back his coat, and I saw, strapped to the left side of his body, in a canvas sheath, so that the handle was ready to hand, a meat knife of the heavy sort that butchers hack with. He drew it forth, it was fully 2 feet long, and to demonstrate its razor edge, sliced a sheet of newspaper into many ribbons. "Ha!" he laughed sardonically. "I am Chink, monkey, damn fool, eh? No good, eh? All rotten damn to hell. I fix 'em, they make fool with me." And yet there is not the slightest evidence of foul play. Nobody knows what happened to the carpenter. There are no clues, no traces. The night was calm and snowy. No seas broke on board. Without doubt, the clumsy, big-footed, overgrown giant of a boy is overside and dead. The question is, did he go over of his own accord, or was he put over? At 8 o'clock Mr. Pike proceeded to interrogate the watches. He stood at the break of the poop, in the high place, leaning on the rail and gazing down at the crew assembled on the main deck beneath him. Man after man he questioned, and from each man came the one story. They knew no more about it than did we, or so they averred. "I suppose you'll be chargin' next that I hove that big lummox overboard with me own hands," Mulligan Jacobs snarled when he was questioned. "And mebbe I did, bein' that husky and rampagin' bull-like." The mate's face grew more forbidding and sour, but without comment he passed on to John Hackey, the San Francisco hoodlum. It was an unforgettable scene. The mate in the high place, the men, sullen and irresponsive, grouped below. A gentle snow drifted straight down through the windless air, while the Elsinore, with hollow thunder from her sails, rolled down on the quiet swells so that the ocean lapped the mouths of her scuppers with long-drawn, shuddering sucks and sobs. And all the men swayed in unison to the rolls, their hands in mittens, their feet in sack-wrapped sea boots, their faces worn and sick. And the 3 dreamers with the topaz eyes stood and swayed and dreamed together, incurious of setting and situation. And then it came, the hint of easterly air. The mate noted it first. I saw him start and turn his cheek to an almost imperceptible draught. Then I felt it. A minute longer he waited, until assured, when, the dead carpenter forgotten, he burst out with orders to the wheel and the crew. And the men jumped, though in their weakness the climb aloft was slow and toilsome. And when the gaskets were off the topgallant sails, and the men on deck were hoisting yards and sheeting home, those aloft were loosing the royals. While this work went on, and while the yards were being braced around, the Elsinore, her bow pointing to the west, began moving through the water before the first fair wind in a month and a half. Slowly that light air fanned to a gentle breeze, while all the time the snow fell steadily. The barometer, down to 28.80, continued to fall, and the breeze continued to grow upon itself. Tom Spink, passing by me on the poop to lend a hand at the final finicky trimming of the mizzen yards, gave me a triumphant look. Superstition was vindicated. Events had proven him right. Fair wind had come with the going of the carpenter, which said warlock had incontestably taken with him overside his bag of wind tricks. Mr. Pike strode up and down the poop, rubbing his hands, which he was too disdainfully happy to mitten, chuckling and grinning to himself, glancing at the draw of every sail, stealing adoring looks astern into the gray snow out of which blew the favoring wind. He even paused beside me to gossip for a moment about the French restaurants of San Francisco and how, therein, the delectable California fashion of cooking wild duck obtained. "Throw 'em through the fire," he chanted. "That's the way. Throw 'em through the fire. A hot oven, 16 minutes. I take mine 14 to the second, and squeeze the carcasses." By midday the snow had ceased and we were bowling along before a stiff breeze. At 3 in the afternoon we were running before a growing gale. It was across a mad ocean we tore, for the mounting sea that made from eastward bucked into the West End drift and battled and battered down the huge southwesterly swell. And the big grinning dolt of a Finnish carpenter, already food for fish and bird, was astern there, somewhere in the freezing rack and drive. Make westing. We ripped it off across these narrowing degrees of longitude at the southern tip of the planet, where 1 mile counts for 2. And Mr. Pike, staring at his bending topgallant yards, swore that they could carry away for all he cared ere he eased an inch of canvas. More he did. He set the huge crojack, biggest of all sails, and challenged God or Satan to start a seam of it or all its seams. He simply could not go below. In such auspicious occasions all watches were his, and he strove the poop perpetually with all age-lag banished from his legs. Margaret and I were with him in the chart room when he hurrahed the barometer down to 28.55 and falling. And we were near him, on the poop, when he drove by an eastbound lime juicer hove to under upper topsails. We were a biscuit toss away, and he sprang upon the rail at the jigger shrouds, and danced a war dance, and waved his free arm, and yelled his scorn and joy at their discomfiture to the several oil-skinned figures on the stranger vessel's poop. Through the pitch-black night we continued to drive. The crew was sadly frightened, and I sought in vain, in the 2 dog watches, for Tom Spink, to ask him if he thought the carpenter, astern, had opened wide the bag mouth and loosed all his tricks. For the first time I saw the steward apprehensive. "Too much," he told me, with ominous rolling head. "Too much sail. Rotten bad dam all to hell. Bime by, pretty quick, all finish. You see." "They talk about running the easting down," Mr. Pike chortled to me as we clung to the poop rail to keep from fetching away and breaking ribs and necks. "Well, this is running your westing down if anybody should ride up in a go-devil and ask you." It was a wretched, glorious night. Sleep was impossible, for me at any rate, nor was there even the comfort of warmth. Something had gone wrong with the big cabin stove, due to our wild running, I fancy, and the steward was compelled to let the fire go out. So we were getting a taste of the hardship of the forecastle, though in our case everything is dry instead of soggy or afloat. The kerosene stoves burned in our staterooms, but so smelly was mine that I preferred the cold. To sail on one's nerve in an over-canvassed harbour catboat is all the excitement any glutton can desire. But to sail, in the same fashion, in a big ship off the Horn is incredible and terrible. The great west wind drift, setting squarely into the teeth of the easterly gale, kicked up a tideway sea that was monstrous. 2 men toiled at the wheel, relieving in pairs every half hour, and in the face of the cold they streamed with sweat long ere their half-hour shift was up. Mr. Pike is of the elder race of men. His endurance is prodigious. Watch and watch, and all watches, he held the poop. "I never dreamed of it," he told me, at midnight, as the great gusts tore by and as we listened for our lighter spars to smash aloft and crash upon the deck. "I thought my last whirling sailing was past, and here we are. Here we are. Lord, Lord, I sailed third mate in the little Vampire before you were born. 56 men before the mast, and the last jack of 'em an able seaman. And there were 8 boys, and bosuns that was bosuns, and sailmakers, and carpenters, and stewards, and passengers to jam the decks. And 3 driving mates of us, and Captain Brown, the little wonder. He didn't weigh 100 weight, and he drove us, 3 drivin' mates that learned from him what drivin' was. It was knock down and drag out from the start. The first hour of puttin' men to fair perished our knuckles. I've got the smashed joints yet to show. Every sea chest broke open, every sea bag turned out, and whiskey bottles, knuckle dusters, sling shots, bowie knives, and guns chucked overside by the armful. And when we chose the watches, each man of 56 of 'em laid his knife on the main hatch, and the carpenter broke the point square off. Yes, and the little vampire only 800 tons. The Elsinore could carry her on her deck. But she was ship, all ship, and them was men's days. Margaret, save for inability to sleep, did not mind the driving, although Mr. Mellaire, on the other hand, admitted apprehension. "He's got my goat," he confided to me. "It isn't right to drive a cargo carrier this way. This isn't a ballasted yacht. It's a coal hulk. I know what driving was, but it was in ships made to drive. Our iron work aloft won't stand it. Mr. Pathurst, I tell you frankly that it is criminal, it is sheer murder, to run the Elsinore with that crojack on her. You can see yourself, sir. It's an after sail. All its tendency is to throw her stern off and her bow up to it. And if it ever happens, sir, if she ever gets away from the wheel for 2 seconds and broaches to—" "Then what?" I asked, or rather shouted, for all conversation had to be shouted close to ear in that blast of gale. He shrugged his shoulders, and all of him was eloquent with the unuttered, unmistakable word, "Finish." At 8 this morning Margaret and I struggled up to the poop. And there was that indomitable, iron old man. He had never left the deck all night. His eyes were bright, and he appeared in the pink of well-being. He rubbed his hands and chuckled greetings to us and took up his reminiscences. In '51, on this same stretch, Miss West, the Flying Cloud, in 24 hours, logged 374 miles under her topgallant sails. That was sailing. She broke the record that day for sail and steam. "And what are we averaging, Mr. Pike?" Margaret queried, while her eyes were fixed on the main deck, where continually one rail and then the other dipped under the ocean and filled across from rail to rail, only to spill out and take in on the next roll. "13 for a fair average since 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon," he exulted. "In the squalls she makes all of 16, which is going some for the Elsinore." "I'd take the crojack off if I had charge," Margaret criticized. "So would I, Miss West," he replied, "if we hadn't been 6 weeks already off the Horn." She ran her eyes aloft, spar by spar, past the spars of hollow steel to the wooden royals, which bent in the gusts like bows in some invisible archer's hands. "They're remarkably good sticks of timber," was her comment. "Well may you say it, Miss West," he agreed. "I'd never have believed they'd have stood it myself. But just look at 'em. Just look at 'em." There was no breakfast for the men. 3 times the galley had been washed out, and the men in the forecastle awash contented themselves with hardtack and cold salt horse. Aft with us, the steward scalded himself twice ere he succeeded in making coffee over a kerosene burner. At noon we picked up a ship ahead, a lime juicer, travelling in the same direction, under lower topsails and one upper topsail. The only one of her courses set was the foresail. "The way that skipper's carrying on is shocking," Mr. Pike sneered. "He should be more cautious, and remember God, the owners, the underwriters, and the Board of Trade." Such was our speed that in almost no time we were up with a stranger vessel and passing her. Mr. Pike was like a boy just loosed from school. He altered the course so that we passed her 100 yards away. She was a gallant sight, but, such was our speed, she appeared standing still. Mr. Pike jumped upon the rail and insulted those on her poop by extending a rope's end in invitation to take a tow. Margaret shook her head privily to me as she gazed at our bending royal yards, but was caught in the act by Mr. Pike, who cried out, "What kites she won't carry she can drag." An hour later I caught Tom Spink, just relieved from his shift at the wheel and weak from exhaustion. "What do you think now of the carpenter and his bag of tricks?" I queried. "Lord lumme, it should have been the mate, sir," was his reply. By 5 in the afternoon we had logged 314 miles since 5 the previous day, which was 2 over an average of 13 knots for 24 consecutive hours. "Now take Captain Brown of the Little Vampire," Mr. Pike grinned to me, for our sailing made him good-natured. He would never take in until the kites and stunsails was about his ears. And when she was blowin' her worst and we was half fairly shortened down, he'd turn in for his snooze and say to us, "Call me if she moderates." Yes, and I'll never forget the night when I called him and told him that everything on top the houses had gone adrift and that 2 of the boats had been swept aft and was kindling wood against the break of the cabin. "Very well, Mr. Pike," he says, battin' his eyes and turnin' over to go to sleep again. "Very well, Mr. Pike," says he, "watch her." And Mr. Pike, "Yes, sir," says I. "Give me a call, Mr. Pike, when the windlass shows signs of coming aft." That's what he said, his very words, and the next moment, damn me, he was snoring. It is now midnight, and, cunningly wedged into my bunk, unable to sleep, I am writing these lines with flying dabs of pencil at my pad. And no more shall I write, I swear, till this gale is blown out, or we are blown to kingdom come. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 41. The days have passed and I have broken my resolve, for here I am again writing while the Elsinore surges along across a magnificent, smoky, dusty sea. But I have 2 reasons for breaking my word. First, and minor, we had a real dawn this morning. The gray of the sea showed a streaky blue, and the cloud masses were actually pink-tipped by a really and truly sun. Second, and major, we are around the Horn. We are north of 50 in the Pacific, in longitude 80.49, with Cape Pillar and the Straits of Magellan already south of east from us, and we are headed north-northwest. We are around the Horn. The profound significance of this can be appreciated only by one who has wind-jammed around from east to west. Blow high, blow low, nothing can happen to thwart us. No ship north of 50 was ever blown back. From now on it is plain sailing, and Seattle suddenly seems quite near. All the ship's company, with the exception of Margaret, is better spirited. She is quiet and a little down, though she is anything but prone to the wastage of grief. In her robust, vital philosophy, God's always in heaven. I may describe her as being merely subdued and gentle and tender. And she is very wistful to receive gentle consideration and tenderness from me. She is, after all, the genuine woman. She wants the strength that man has to give, and I flatter myself that I am 10 times a stronger man than I was when the voyage began, because I am 1,000 times a more human man since I told the books to go hang and began to revel in the human maleness of the man that loves a woman and is loved. Returning to the ship's company. The rounding of the Horn, the better weather that is continually growing better, the easement of hardship and toil and danger, with the promise of the tropics and of the balmy southeast trades before them, all these factors contribute to pick up our men again. The temperature is already so moderated that the men are beginning to shed their surplusage of clothing, and they no longer wrap sacking about their sea boots. Last evening, in the second dog watch, I heard a man actually singing. The steward has discarded the huge hacking knife and relaxed to the extent of engaging in an occasional sober romp with Possum. Wada's face is no longer solemnly long, and Lewis's Oxford accent is more mellifluous than ever. Mulligan Jacobs and Andy Fay are the same venomous scorpions they have always been. The 3 gangsters, with the clique they lead, have again asserted their tyranny and thrashed all the weaklings and feeblings in the forecastle. Charles Davis resolutely refuses to die, though how he survived that wet and freezing room of iron through all the weeks off the Horn has elicited wonder even from Mr. Pike, who has a most accurate knowledge of what men can stand and what they cannot stand. How Nietzsche, with his eternal slogan of be hard, would have delighted in Mr. Pike. And, oh, Larry has had a tooth removed. For some days distressed with a jumping toothache, he came aft to the mate for relief. Mr. Pike refused a monkey with the fangled forceps in the medicine chest. He used a tenpenny nail and a hammer in the good old way to which he was brought up. I vouch for this. I saw it done. One blow of the hammer and the tooth was out, while Larry was jumping around holding his jaw. It is a wonder it wasn't fractured. But Mr. Pike avers he has removed hundreds of teeth by this method and never known a fractured jaw. Also, he averred that he once sailed with a skipper who shaved every Sunday morning and never touched a razor nor any cutting edge to his face. What he used, according to Mr. Pike, was a lighted candle and a damp towel. Another candidate for Nietzsche's immortals who are hard. As for Mr. Pike himself, he is the highest-spirited, best-conditioned man on board. The driving to which he subjected the Elsinore was meat and drink. He still rubs his hands and chuckles over the memory of it. "Huh," he said to me, in reference to the crew. "I gave 'em a taste of real old-fashioned sailing. They'll never forget this hooker, at least them that don't take a sack of coal overside before we reached port." "You mean you think we'll have more sea burials?" I inquired. He turned squarely upon me, and squarely looked me in the eyes for the matter of 5 long seconds. "Huh," he replied as he turned on his heel. "Hell ain't begun to pop on this hooker." He still stands as mate's watch, alternating with Mr. Mellaire, for he is firm in his conviction that there is no man for'ard fit to stand the second mate's watch. Also, he has kept his old quarters. Perhaps it is out of delicacy for Margaret, for I have learned that it is the invariable custom for the mate to occupy the captain's quarters when the latter dies. So Mr. Mellaire still eats by himself in the big after room, as he has done since the loss of the carpenter, and bunks as before in the midship house with Nancy. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 42. Mr. Mellaire was right. The men would not accept the driving when Elsinore won to easier latitudes. Mr. Pike was right. Hell had not begun to pop. But it has popped now, and men are overboard without even the kindliness of a sack of coal at their feet. And yet the men, though ripe for it, did not precipitate the trouble. It was Mr. Mellaire. Or, rather, it was Ditman Olansen, the crank-eyed Norwegian. Perhaps it was Possum. At any rate, it was an accident, in which the several named, including Possum, played their respective parts. To begin at the beginning. 2 weeks have elapsed since we crossed 50, and we are now in 37. The same latitude as San Francisco, or to be correct, we are as far south of the equator as San Francisco is north of it. The trouble was precipitated yesterday morning shortly after 9 o'clock, and Possum started the chain of events that culminated in downright mutiny. It was Mr. Mellaire's watch, and he was standing on the bridge, directly under the mizzen top, giving orders to sundry buyers who, with Arthur Deacon and the Maltese Cockney, was doing rigging work aloft. Get the picture and the situation in all its ridiculousness. Mr. Pike, thermometer in hand, was coming back along the bridge from taking the temperature of the coal in the for'ard hold. Ditman Olansen was just swinging into the mizzen top as he went up with several turns of rope over one shoulder. Also, in some way, to the end of this rope was fastened a sizable block that might have weighed 10 pounds. Possum, running free, was fooling around the chicken coop on top the midship house. And the chickens, featherless but indomitable, were enjoying the milder weather as they pecked at the grain and grits which the steward had just placed in their feeding trough. The tarpaulin that covered their pen had been off for several days. Now observe, I am at the break of the poop, leaning on the rail and watching Ditman Olanson swing into the top with his cumbersome burden. Mr. Pike, proceeding aft, has just passed Mr. Mellaire. Possum, who on account of the horn weather and the tarpaulin has not seen the chickens in many weeks, is getting reacquainted and is investigating them with that keen nose of his. And a hen's beak, equally though differently keen, impacts on Possum's nose, which is as sensitive as it is keen. I may well say, now that I think it over, that it was this particular hen that started the mutiny. The men, well driven by Mr. Pike, were ripe for an explosion, and Possum and the hen laid the train. Possum fell away backwards from the coop and loosed a wild cry of pain and indignation. This attracted Ditman Olanson's attention. He paused and craned his neck out in order to see, and, in this moment of carelessness, the block he was carrying fetched away from him along with the several turns of rope around his shoulder. Both the mates sprang away to get out from under. The rope, fast to the block, and following it, lashed about like a black snake, and though the block fell clear of Mr. Mellaire, the bite of the rope snatched off his cap. Mr. Pike had already started an oath aloft when his eyes caught sight of the terrible cleft in Mr. Mellaire's head. There it was, for all the world to read, and Mr. Pike's and mine were the only eyes that could read it. The sparse hair upon the second mate's crown served not at all to hide the cleft. It began out of sight in the thicker hair above the ears, and was exposed nakedly across the whole dome of head. The stream of abuse for Ditman Olanson was choked in Mr. Pike's throat. All he was capable of for the moment was to stare, petrified, at that enormous fissure flanked at either end with a thatch of grizzled hair. He was in a dream, a trance, his great hands knotting and clenching unconsciously as he stared at the mark unmistakable by which he had said that he would some day identify the murderer of Captain Somers. And in that moment I remembered having heard him declare that some day he would stick his fingers in that mark. Still as in a dream, moving slowly, right hand outstretched like a talon, with the fingers drawn downward, he advanced on the second mate with the evident intention of thrusting his fingers into that cleft and of clawing and tearing at the brain life beneath that pulsed under the thin film of skin. The second mate backed away along the bridge, and Mr. Pike seemed partially to come to himself. His outstretched arm dropped to his side, and he paused. "I know you," he said, in a strange, shaky voice, blended of age and passion. 18 years ago you were dismasted off the Plate in the Cyrus Thompson. She foundered after you were on your beam ends and lost your sticks. You were in the only boat that was saved. 11 years ago, on the Jason Harrison, in San Francisco, Captain Somers was beaten to death by his second mate. This second mate was a survivor of the Cyrus Thompson. This second mate had his skull split by a crazy sea cook. Your skull is split. This second mate's name was Sidney Waltham. And if you ain't Sidney Waltham... At this point Mr. Mellaire, or rather Sidney Waltham, despite his 50 years, did what only a sailor could do. He went over the bridge rail sidewise, caught the running gear up and down the mizzenmast, and landed lightly on his feet on top of No. 3 hatch. Nor did he stop there. He ran across the hatch and dived through the doorway of his room in the midship house. Such must have been Mr. Pike's profundity of passion that he paused like a somnambulist, actually rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, and seemed to awaken. But the second mate had not run to his room for refuge. The next moment he emerged, a .32 Smith & Wesson in his hand, and the instant he emerged he began shooting. Mr. Pike was wholly himself again, and I saw him perceptibly pause and decide between the two impulses that tore at him. One was to leap over the bridge rail and down at the man who shot at him, the other was to retreat. He retreated. And as he bounded aft along the narrow bridge the mutiny began. Arthur Deacon, from the mizzen top, leaned out and hurled a steel marlinspike at the fleeing mate. The thing flashed in the sunlight as it hurtled down. It missed Mr. Pike by 20 feet and nearly impaled Possum, who, afraid of firearms, was wildly rushing and ki-yiing aft. It so happened that the sharp point of the marlinspike struck the wooden floor of the bridge, and it penetrated the planking with such force that after it had fetched to a standstill it vibrated violently for long seconds. I confess that I failed to observe a tithe of what occurred during the next several minutes. Piece together as I will, after the event, I know that I missed much of what took place. I know that the men aloft in the mizzen descended to the deck, but I never saw them descend. I know that the second mate emptied the chambers of his revolver, but I did not hear all the shots. I know that Lars Johnson left the wheel, and on his broken leg, rebroken and not yet really mended, limped and scuttled across the poop, down the ladder, and gained forward. I know he must have limped and scuttled on that bad leg of his. I know that I must have seen him, and yet I swear that I have no impression of seeing him. I do know that I heard the rush of feet of men from forward along the main deck. And I do know that I saw Mr. Pike take shelter behind the steel jiggermast. Also, as the second mate maneuvered to port on top the No. 3 hatch for his last shot, I know that I saw Mr. Pike duck around the corner of the chart house to starboard and get away aft and below by way of the booby hatch. And I did hear that last futile shot, and the bullet also as it ricocheted from the corner of the steel-walled chart house. As for myself, I did not move. I was too interested in seeing. It may have been due to lack of presence of mind, or to lack of habituation to an active part in scenes of quick action, but at any rate I merely retained my position at the break of the poop and looked on. I was the only person on the poop when the mutineers, led by the second mate and the gangsters, rushed it. I saw them swarm up the ladder, and it never entered my head to attempt to oppose them. Which was just as well, for I would have been killed for my pains, and I could never have stopped them. I was alone on the poop, and the men were quite perplexed to find no enemy in sight. As Bert Rhine went past, he half fetched up in his stride as if to knife me with a sheath knife, sharp-pointed, which he carried in his right hand. Then, and I know I correctly measured the drift of his judgment, he unflatteringly dismissed me as unimportant and ran on. Right here I was impressed by the lack of clear thinking on any of their parts. So spontaneously had the ship's company exploded into mutiny that it was dazed and confused even while it acted. For instance, in the months since we left Baltimore there had never been a moment, day or night, even when preventer tackles were rigged, that a man had not stood at the wheel. So habituated were they to this, that they were shocked into consternation at sight of the deserted wheel. They paused for an instant to stare at it. Then Bert Rhine, with a quick word and gesture, sent the Italian, Guido Bombini, around the rear of the half-wheel house. The fact that he completed the circuit was proof that nobody was there. Again, in the swift rush of events, I must confess that I saw but little. I was aware that more of the men were climbing up the ladder and gaining the poop, but I had no eyes for them. I was watching that sanguinary group aft near the wheel and noting the most important thing, namely that it was Bert Rhine, the gangster, and not the second mate, who gave orders and was obeyed. He motioned to the Jew Isaac Chance, who had been wounded earlier in the voyage by O'Sullivan, and Chance led the way to the starboard chart-house door. While this was going on, all in flashing fractions of seconds, Bert Rhine was cautiously inspecting the lazarette through the open booby hatch. Isaac Chance jerked open the chart-house door, which swung outward. Things did happen so swiftly. As he jerked the iron door open, a 2-foot hacking butcher knife, at the end of a withered yellow hand, flashed out and down on him. It missed head and neck, but got him on top of the left shoulder. All hands recoiled before this, and the Jew reeled across to the rail, his right hand clutching at his wound, and between the fingers I could see the blood welling darkly. Bert Rhine abandoned his inspection of the booby hatch, and, with the second mate, the latter still carrying his empty Smith & Wesson, sprang into the press about the chart house door. Oh, wise, clever, cautious, old Chinese steward! He made no emergence. The door swung emptily back and forth to the rolling of the Elsinore, and no man knew but what, just inside, with that heavy hacking knife upraised, lurked the steward. And while they hesitated and stared at the aperture that alternately closed and opened with the swinging of the door, the booby hatch, situated between chart house and wheel, erupted. It was Mr. Pike with his .44 automatic Colt. There were shots fired, other than by him. I know I heard them, like redheads at an old-time 4th of July, but I do not know who discharged them. All was mess and confusion. Many shots were being fired, and through the uproar I heard the reiterant, monotonous explosions from the Colt's .44. I saw the Italian, Mike Cipriani, clutch savagely at his abdomen and sink slowly to the deck. Shorty, the Japanese half-caste, clown that he was, dancing and grinning on the outskirts of the struggle, with a final grimace and hysterical giggle, led the retreat across the poop and down the poop ladder. Never had I seen a finer exemplification of mob psychology. Shorty, the most unstable-minded of the individuals who composed this mob, by his own instability precipitated the retreat in which the mob joined. When he broke before the steady discharge of the automatic in the hand of the mate, on the instant the rest broke with him. Least balanced, his balance was the balance of all of them. Chance, bleeding prodigiously, was one of the first on Shorty's heels. I saw Nosey Murphy pause long enough to throw his knife at the mate. The missile went wide, with a metallic clang, struck the brass tip of one of the spokes of the Elsinore's wheel, and clattered on the deck. The second mate, with his empty revolver, and Bert Rhine, with his sheathed knife, fled past me side by side. Mr. Pike emerged from the booby hatch and with an unaimed shot brought down Bill Quigley, one of the bricklayers, who fell at my feet. The last man off the poop was the Maltese Cockney, and at the top of the ladder he paused to look back at Mr. Pike, who, holding the automatic in both hands, was taking careful aim. The Maltese Cockney, disdaining the ladder, leaped through the air to the main deck. But the Colt merely clicked. It was the last bullet in it that had fetched down Bill Quigley. And the poop was ours. Events still crowded so closely that I missed much. I saw the steward, belligerent and cautious, his long knife poised for a slash, emerge from the chart house. Margaret followed him, and behind her came Wada, who carried my .22 Winchester automatic rifle. As he told me afterwards, he had brought it up under instructions from her. Mr. Pike was glancing with cool haste at his Colt to see whether it was jammed or empty when Margaret asked him the course. "By the wind," he shouted at her as he bounded forward. "Put your helm hard up or we'll be all aback." Ah, yeoman and henchman of the race, he could not fail in his fidelity to the ship under his command. The iron of all his years of iron training was there manifest. While mutiny spread red and death was on the wing, he could not forget his charge, the ship, the Elsinore, the insensate fabric compounded of steel and hemp and woven cotton that was to him glorious with personality. Margaret waved Wada in my direction as she ran to the wheel. As Mr. Pike passed the corner of the chart house, simultaneously there was a report from amidships and the ping of a bullet against the steel wall. I saw the man who fired the shot. It was the cowboy, Steve Roberts. As for the mate, he ducked in behind the sheltering jiggermast, and even as he ducked his left hand dipped into his side coat pocket, so that when he had gained shelter it was coming out with a fresh clip of cartridges. The empty clip fell to the deck, the loaded clip slipped up the hollow butt, and he was good for 8 more shots. Wada turned the little automatic rifle over to me, where I still stood under the weathercloth at the break of the poop. "All ready," he said. "You take off safety." "Get Roberts," Mr. Pike called to me. "He's the best shot for'ard. If you can't get him, jolt the fear of God into him anyway." It was the first time I had a human target, and let me say, here and now, that I am convinced I am immune to buck fever. There he was before me, less than 100 feet distant, in the gangway between the door to Davis's room and the starboard rail, maneuvering for another shot at Mr. Pike. I must have missed Steve Roberts that first time, but I came so near him that he jumped. The next instant he had located me and turned his revolver on me. But he had no chance. My little automatic was discharging as fast as I could tickle the trigger with my forefinger. The cowboy's first shot went wild of me because my bullet arrived ere he got his swift aim. He swayed and stumbled backward, but the bullets, 10 of them, poured from the muzzle of my Winchester like water from a garden hose. It was a stream of lead I played upon him. I shall never know how many times I hit him, but I am confident that after he had begun his long staggering fall, at least 3 additional bullets entered him ere he impacted on the deck. And even as he was falling, aimlessly and mechanically, stricken then with death, he managed twice again to discharge his weapon. And after he struck the deck he never moved. I do believe he died in the air. As I held up my gun and gazed at the abruptly deserted main deck, I was aware of Wada's touch on my arm. I looked. In his hand were a dozen little .22 long, soft-nosed, smokeless cartridges. He wanted me to reload. I threw on the safety, opened the magazine, and tilted the rifle so that he could let the fresh cartridges of themselves slide into place. "Get some more," I told him. Scarcely had he departed on the errand when Bill Quigley, who lay at my feet, created a diversion. I jumped, yes, and I freely confess that I yelled, with startle and surprise, when I felt his paws clutch my ankles and his teeth shut down on the calf of my leg. It was Mr. Pike to the rescue. I understand now the Western hyperbole of hitting the high places. The mate did not seem in contact with the deck. My impression was that he soared through the air to me, landing beside me, and, in the instant of landing, kicking out with one of those big feet of his. Bill Quigley was kicked clear away from me, and the next moment he was flying overboard. It was a clean throw. He never touched the rail. Whether Mike Cipriani, who, till then, had lain in a welter, began crawling aft in the quest of safety, or whether he intended harm to Margaret at the wheel, we shall never know. For there was no opportunity given him to show his purpose. As swiftly as Mr. Pike could cross the deck with those giant bounds, just that swiftly was the Italian in the air and following Bill Quigley overside. The mate missed nothing with those eagle eyes of his as he returned along the poop. Nobody was to be seen on the main deck. Even the lookout had deserted the forecastle head, and the Elsinore, steered by Margaret, slipped a lazy 2 knots through the quiet sea. Mr. Pike was apprehensive of a shot from ambush, and it was not until after a scrutiny of several minutes that he put his pistol into his side coat pockets and snarled forward. "Come out, you rats. Show your ugly faces. I want to talk with you." Guido Bombini, gesticulating peaceful intentions and evidently thrust out by Bert Rhine, was the first to appear. When it was observed that Mr. Pike did not fire, the rest began to dribble into view. This continued till all were there save the cook, the 2 sailmakers, and the second mate. The last to come out was Tom Spink, the boy Buckwheat, and Herman Lunkenheimer, the good-natured but simple-minded German, and these 3 came out only after repeated threats from Bert Rhine, who, with Nosey Murphy and Kid Twist, was patently in charge. Also, like a faithful dog, Guido Bombini fawned close to him. "That will do. Stop where you are," Mr. Pike commanded, when the crew was scattered abreast to starboard and port of No. 3 hatch. It was a striking scene. Mutiny on the high seas. That phrase, learned in boyhood from my Marriott and Cooper, recrudesced in my brain. This was it, mutiny on the high sea in the year 1913, and I was part of it, a perishing blonde whose lot was cast with the perishing but lordly blondes, and I had already killed a man. Mr. Pike, in the high place, aged and indomitable, leaned his arm on the rail at the break of the poop and gazed down at the mutineers, the like of which I'll wager had never been assembled in mutiny before. There were the three gangsters and ex-jailbirds, anything but seamen, yet in control of this affair that was particularly an affair of the sea. With them was the Italian hound, Bombini, and beside them were such strangely assorted men as Anton Sorensen, Lars Jacobsen, Frank Fitzgibbon, and Richard Giller, also Arthur Deacon the white slaver, John Hackey the San Francisco hoodlum, the Maltese cockney, and Tony the suicidal Greek. I noticed the three strange ones shouldering together and standing apart from the others as they swayed to the lazy roll and dreamed with their pale topaz eyes. And there was the fawn, stone-deaf but observant, straining to understand what was taking place. Yes, and Mulligan Jacobs and Andy Fay were bitterly and eagerly side by side, and Ditman Olanson, crank-eyed, as if drawn by some affinity of bitterness, stood behind them, his head appearing between their heads. Farthest advanced of all was Charles Davis, the man who by all rights should long since be dead, his face with its wax-like pallor startling in contrast to the weathered faces of the rest. I glanced back at Margaret, who was coolly steering, and she smiled to me, and love was in her eyes. She, too, of the perishing and lordly race of blondes, her place the high place, her heritage government and command and mastery over the stupid lowly of her kind and over the ruck and spawn of the dark-pigmented breeds. "Where's Sidney Waltham?" the mate snarled. "I want him. Bring him out. After that the rest of you filth get back to work or God have mercy on you." The men moved about restlessly, shuffling their feet on the deck. "Sidney Waltham, I want you. Come out," Mr. Pike called, addressing himself beyond them to the murderer of the captain under whom once he had sailed. That prodigious old hero! It never entered his head that he was not the master of the rabble there below him. He had but one idea, an idea of passion, and that was his desire for vengeance on the murderer of his old skipper. "You old stiff," Mulligan Jacobs snarled back. "Shut up, Mulligan," was Bert Rhine's command, in receipt of which he received a venomous stare from the cripple. "Oh ho, my hearty," Mr. Pike sneered at the gangster. "I'll take care of your case, never fear. In the meantime, and right now, fetch out that dog." Whereupon he ignored the leader of the mutineer and began calling, "Waltham, you dog, come out! Come out, you sneaking cur! Come out!" Another lunatic was the thought that flashed through my mind, another lunatic, the slave of a single idea. He forgets the mutiny, his fidelity to the ship, and his personal thirst for vengeance. But did he? Even as he forgot and called his heart's desire, which was the life of the second mate, even then, without intention, mechanically, his sailor's considerative eye lifted to note the draw of the sails and roved from sail to sail. Thereupon, so reminded, he returned to his fidelity. "Well," he snarled at Bert Rhine, "go on and get forward before I spit on you, you scum and slum. I'll give you and the rest of the rats 2 minutes to return to duty." And the leader, with his two fellow gangsters, laughed their weird, silent laughter. "I guess you'll listen to our talk first, old horse," Bert Rhine retorted. "Davis, get up now and show what kind of spielier you are. Don't get cold feet. Spit it out to Foxy Grandpa and tell him what's doing." "You damn sea lawyer," Mr. Pike snarled as Davis opened his mouth to speak. Bert Rhine shrugged his shoulders and half turned on his heel as if to depart, as he said quietly, "Oh well, if you don't want to talk." Mr. Pike conceded a point. "Go on," he snarled. "Spit the dirt out of your system, Davis, but remember one thing. You'll pay for this, and you'll pay through the nose. Go on." The sea lawyer cleared his throat in preparation. "First of all, I ain't got no part in this," he began. "I'm a sick man, and I oughta be in my bunk right now. I ain't fit to be on my feet. But they've asked me to advise 'em on the law, and I have advised 'em. "And the law, what is it?" Mr. Pike broke in. But Davis was uncowed. "The law is that when the officers is inefficient, the crew can take charge peaceably and bring the ship into port. It's all law and in the records. There was the Abyssinia in 1892, when the master died of fever and the mates took to drinking—" "Go on," Mr. Pike shut him off. "I don't want your citations. What do ye want? Spit it out." "Well, and I'm talking as an outsider, as a sick man off duty that's been asked to talk—well, the point is our skipper was a good one, but he's gone. Our mate is violent, seeking the life of the second mate. We don't care about that. What we want is to get into port with our lives. And our lives is in danger. We ain't hurt nobody. You've done all the bloodshed. You've shot and killed and thrown 2 men overboard as witnesses'll testify to in court. And there's Roberts there, dead, too, and headin' for the sharks, and what for? For defending himself from murderous and deadly attack, as every man can testify and tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help him God. Ain't that right, men?" A confused murmur of assent arose from many of them. "You want my job, eh?" Mr. Pike grinned. "And what are you going to do with me?" "You'll be taken care of until we get in and turn you over to the lawful authorities," Davis answered promptly. "Most likely you can plead insanity and get off easy." At this moment I felt a stir at my shoulder. It was Margaret, armed with the long knife of the steward, whom she had put at the wheel. "You've got another guess coming, Davis," Mr. Pike said. "I've got no more talk with you. I'm going to talk to the bunch. I'll give you fellows just 2 minutes to choose, and I'll tell you your choices. You've only got 2 choices. You turn the second mate over to me and go back to duty and take what's coming to you, or you'll go to jail with the stripes on you for long sentences. You've got 2 minutes. The fellows that want jail can stand right where they are. The fellows that don't want jail and are willin' to work faithful can walk right back to me here on the poop. 2 minutes, and you can keep your jaws stopped while you think over what it's going to be." He turned his head to me and said in an undertone, "Be ready with that pop gun for trouble, and don't hesitate. Slap it into 'em. The swine that think they can put as raw a deal as this over on us." It was Buckwheat who made the first move, but so tentative was it that it got no further than a tensing of the legs and a sway forward of the shoulders. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to start Herman Lunkenheimer, who thrust out his foot and began confidently to walk aft. Kid Twist gained him in a single spring, and Kid Twist, his wrist under the German's throat from behind, his knee pressed into the German's back, bent the man backward and held him. Even as the rifle came to my shoulder, the hound Bombini drew his knife directly beneath Kid Twist's wrist across the upstretched throat of the man. It was at this instant that I heard Mr. Pike's plug him and pulled the trigger, and of all ungodly things the bullet missed and caught the fawn, who staggered back, sat down on the hatch and began to cough. And even as he coughed he still strained with pain-eloquent eyes to try to understand. No other man moved. Herman Lunkenheimer, released by Kid Twist, sank down on the deck. Nor did I shoot again. Kid Twist stood again by the side of Bert Rhine, and Guido Bombini fawned near. Bert Rhine actually visibly smiled. "Any more of you guys want to promenade aft?" he queried in velvet tones. 2 minutes up," Mr. Pike declared. "And what are you going to do about it, Grandpa?" Bert Rhine sneered. In a flash the big automatic was out of the mate's pocket, and he was shooting as fast as he could pull the trigger, while all hands fled to shelter. But as he had long since told me, he was no shot, and could effectively use the weapon only at close range, muzzle to stomach preferably. As we stared at the main deck, deserted save for the dead cowboy on his back and for the fawn who still sat on the hatch and coughed, an eruption of men occurred over the forward edge of the midship house. "Shoot!" Margaret cried at my back. "Don't!" Mr. Pike roared at me. The rifle was at my shoulder when I desisted. Louis, the cook, led the rush aft to us across the top of the house and along the bridge. Behind him, in single file and not wasting any time, came the Japanese sailmakers, Henry the training ship boy, and the other boy Buckwheat. Tom Spink brought up the rear. As he came up the ladder of the midship house, somebody from underneath must have caught him by a leg in an effort to drag him back. We saw half of him in sight and knew he was struggling and kicking. He fetched clear abruptly, gained the top of the house in a surge, and raced aft along the bridge until he overtook and collided with Buckwheat, who yelled out in fear that a mutineer had caught him. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 43. We who are aft, besieged in the high place, are stronger in numbers than I dreamed until now, when I have just finished taking the ship's census. Of course Margaret, Mr. Pike, and myself are apart. We alone represent the ruling class. With us are servants and serfs, faithful to their salt, who look to us for guidance in life. I use my words advisedly. Tom Spink and Buckwheat are serfs and nothing else. Henry, the training ship boy, occupies an anomalous classification. He is of our kind, but he can scarcely be called even a cadet of our kind. He will some day win to us and become a mate or a captain, but in the meantime, of course, his past is against him. He is a candidate rising from the serf class to our class. Also, he is only a youth, the iron of his heredity not yet tested and proven. Wada, Lewis, and the steward are servants of Asiatic breed. So are the two Japanese sailmakers, scarcely servants, not to be called slaves, but something in between. So, all told, there are 11 of us aft in the citadel. But our followers are too servant-like and serf-like to be offensive fighters. They will help us defend the high place against all attack, but they are incapable of joining with us in an attack on the other end of the ship. They will fight like cornered rats to preserve their lives, but they will not advance like tigers upon the enemy. Tom Spink is faithful but spirit-broken. Buckwheat is hopelessly of the stupid lowly. Henry has not yet won his spurs. On our side remain Margaret, Mr. Pike, and myself. The rest will hold the wall of the poop and fight thereon to the death, but they are not to be depended upon in a sortie. At the other end of the ship, and I may as well give the roster, are the second mate, either to be called Mellaire or Waltham, a strong man of our own breed, but a renegade. The three gangsters, killers, and jackals, Bert Rhine, Nosey Murphy, and Kid Twist, the Maltese Cockney and Tony the Crazy Greek, Frank Fitzgibbon and Richard Giller, the survivors of the trio of bricklayers, Anton Sorensen and Lars Jacobsen, stupid Scandinavian sailormen, Dittman Olensen, the crank-eyed berserk, John Hackey and Arthur Deacon, respectively hoodlum and white slaver, Shorty, the mixed-breed clown, Guido Bombini, the Italian hound, Andy Fay and Mulligan Jacobs, the bitter ones, the three topaz-eyed dreamers, who are unclassifiable, Isaac Chance, the wounded Jew, Bob, the overgrown dolt, the feeble-minded fawn, lung-wounded, Nancy and Sundry Byers, the two hopeless, helpless bosuns, and finally the sea lawyer, Charles Davis. This makes 27 of them against the 11 of us. But there are men, strong in viciousness, among them. They, too, have their serfs and bravos. Guido Bombini and Isaac Chance are certainly bravos. And weaklings like Sorensen and Jacobsen and Bob cannot be anything else than slaves to the men who compose the gangster clique. I failed to tell what happened yesterday after Mr. Pike emptied his automatic and cleared the deck. The poop was indubitably ours, and there was no possibility of the mutineers making a charge on us in broad daylight. Margaret had gone below, accompanied by Wada, to see to the security of the port and starboard doors that opened from the cabin directly on the main deck. These are still caulked and tight and fastened on the inside, as they have been since the passage of Cape Horn began. Mr. Pike put one of the sailmakers at the wheel, and the steward, relieved and starting below, was attracted to the port quarter where the patent log that towed astern was made fast. Margaret had returned his knife to him, and he was carrying it in his hand when his attention was attracted astern to our wake. Mike Cipriani and Bill Quigley had managed to catch the lazily moving log line and were clinging to it. The Elsinore was moving just fast enough to keep them on the surface instead of dragging them under. Above them and about them circled curious and hungry albatrosses, cape hens, and mollyhawks. Even as I glimpsed the situation, one of the big birds, a 10-footer at least, with a 10-inch beak to the fore, dropped down on the Italian. Releasing his hold with one hand, he struck with his knife at the bird. Feathers flew, and the albatross, deflected by the blow, fell clumsily into the water. Quite methodically, just as part of the day's work, the steward chopped down with his knife, catching the log line between the steel edge and the rail. At once, no longer buoyed up by the Elsinore's 2-knot drag ahead, the wounded men began to swim and flounder. The circling hosts of huge seabirds descended upon them, with carnivorous beaks striking at their heads and shoulders and arms. A great screeching and squawking arose from the winged things of prey as they strove for the living meat. And yet, somehow, I was not very profoundly shocked. These were the men whom I had seen eviscerate the shark and toss it overboard, and shout with joy as they watched it devoured alive by its brethren. They had played a violent, cruel game with the things of life, and the things of life now played upon them the same violent, cruel game. As they that rise by the sword perish by the sword, just so did these two men who had lived cruelly die cruelly. "Oh well," was Mr. Pike's comment, "we've saved 2 sacks of mighty good coal." Certainly our situation might be worse. We are cooking on the coal stove and on the oil burners. We have servants to cook and serve for us. And most important of all, we are in possession of all the food on the Elsinore. Mr. Pike makes no mistake. Realizing that with our crowd we cannot rush the crowd at the other end of the ship, he accepts the siege, which, as he says, consists of the besieged holding all food supplies, while the besiegers are on the imminent edge of famine. "Starve the dogs," he growls. "Starve 'em until they crawl aft and lick our shoes. Maybe you think the custom of carrying the stores aft just happened. Only it didn't. Before you and I were born it was long established, and it was established on brass tacks. They knew what they were about, the old cusses, when they put the grub in the lazarette." Lewis says there is not more than 3 days' regular whack in the galley, that the barrel of hardtack in the forecastle will quickly go, and that our chickens, which they stole last night from the top of the midship house, are equivalent to no more than an additional day's supply. In short, at the outside limit, we are convinced the men will be keen to talk surrender within the week. We are no longer sailing. In last night's darkness we helplessly listened to the men loosing headsail halyards and letting yards go down on the run. On orders of Mr. Pike I shot blindly and many times into the dark, but without result, save that we heard the bullets of answering shots strike against the chart house. So today we have not even a man at the wheel. The Elsinore drifts idly on an idle sea, and we stand regular watches in the shelter of chart house and jiggermast. Mr. Pike says it is the laziest time he has had on the whole voyage. I alternate watches with him, although when on duty there is little to be done, save, in the daytime, to stand rifle in hand behind the jiggermast, and, in the night, to lurk along the break of the poop. Behind the chart house, ready to repel assault, are my watch of 4 men: Tom Spink, Wada, Buckwheat, and Lewis. Henry, the 2 sailmakers, and the old steward compose Mr. Pike's watch. It is his orders that no one for'ard is to be allowed to show himself, so, today, when the second mate appeared at the corner of the midship house, I made him take a quick leap back with the thud of my bullet against the iron wall a foot from his head. Charles Davis tried the same game and was similarly stimulated. Also this evening, after dark, Mr. Pike put block and tackle on the first section of the bridge, heaved it out of place, and lowered it upon the poop. Likewise he hoisted in the ladder at the break of the poop that leads down to the main deck. The men will have to do some climbing if they ever elect to rush us. I am writing this in my watch below. I came off duty at 8 o'clock, and at midnight I go on deck to stay till 4 tomorrow morning. Wada shakes his head and says that the Blackwood Company should rebate us on the first-class passage paid in advance. We are working our passage, he contends. Margaret takes the adventure joyously. It is the first time she has experienced mutiny, but she is such a thorough seawoman that she appears like an old hand at the game. She leaves the deck to the mate and me, but still acknowledging his leadership, she has taken charge below and entirely manages the commissary, the cooking, and the sleeping arrangements. We still keep our old quarters, and she has bedded the newcomers in the big after room with blankets issued from the slop chest. In a way, from the standpoint of her personal welfare, the mutiny is the best thing that could have happened to her. It has taken her mind off her father and filled her waking hours with work to do. This afternoon, standing above the open booby hatch, I heard her laugh ring out as in the old days coming down the Atlantic. Yes, and she hums snatches of songs under her breath as she works. In the second dog watch this evening, after Mr. Pike had finished dinner and joined us on the poop, she told him that if he did not soon re-rig his phonograph, she was going to start in on the piano. The reason, she advanced, was the psychological effect such sounds of revelry would have on the starving mutineers. The days pass and nothing of moment happens. We get nowhere. The Elsinore, without the steadying of her canvas, rolls emptily and drifts a lunatic course. Sometimes she is bow on to the wind, and at other times she is directly before it, but at all times she is circling vaguely and hesitantly to get somewhere else than where she is. As an illustration, at daylight this morning, she came up into the wind as if endeavoring to go about. In the course of half an hour she worked off till the wind was directly abeam. In another half hour she was back into the wind. Not until evening did she manage to get the wind on her port bow, but when she did, she immediately paid off, accomplished the complete circle in an hour, and recommenced her morning tactics of trying to get into the wind. And there is nothing for us to do save hold the poop against the attack that is never made. Mr. Pike, more from force of habit than anything else, takes his regular observations and works up the Elsinore's position. This noon she was 8 miles east of yesterday's position, yet today's position, in longitude, was within a mile of where she was 4 days ago. On the other hand, she invariably makes northing at the rate of 7 or 8 miles a day. Aloft the Elsinore is a sad spectacle. All is confusion and disorder. The sails, unfurled, are a slovenly mess along the yards, and many loose ends sway dismally to every roll. The only yard that is loose is the main yard. It is fortunate that wind and wave are mild, else would the ironwork carry away, and the mutineers find the huge thing of steel about their ears. There is one thing we cannot understand. A week has passed and the men show no signs of being starved into submission. Repeatedly and in vain has Mr. Pike interrogated the hands aft with us. One and all, from the cook to buckwheat, they swear they have no knowledge of any food forward, save the small supply in the galley and the barrel of hardtack in the forecastle. Yet it is very evident that those forward are not starving. We see the smoke from the galley stove and can only conclude that they have food to cook. Twice has Bert Rhine attempted a truce, but both times his white flag, as soon as it showed above the edge of the midship house, was fired upon by Mr. Pike. The last occurrence was 2 days ago. It is Mr. Pike's intention thoroughly to starve them into submission, but now he is beginning to worry about their mysterious food supply. Mr. Pike is not quite himself. He is obsessed, I know beyond any doubt, with the idea of vengeance on the second mate. On divers occasions, now, I have come unexpectedly upon him and found him muttering to himself with grim set face or clenching and unclenching his big square fists and grinding his teeth. His conversation continually runs upon the feasibility of our making a night attack forward, and he is perpetually questioning Tom Spink and Louis on their ideas of where the various men may be sleeping. The point of which always is, where is the second mate likely to be sleeping? No later than yesterday afternoon did he give me the most positive proof of his obsession. It was 4 o'clock, the beginning of the first dog watch, and he had just relieved me. So careless have we grown that we now stand in broad daylight at the exposed break of the poop. Nobody shoots at us, and occasionally, over the top of the for'ard house, Shorty sticks up his head and grins or makes clownish faces at us. At such times Mr. Pike studies Shorty's features through the telescope in an effort to find signs of starvation. Yet he admits dolefully that Shorty is looking fleshed up. But to return. Mr. Pike had just relieved me yesterday afternoon, when the second mate climbed the forecastle head and sauntered to the very eyes of the Elsinore, where he stood gazing overside. "Take a crack at him," Mr. Pike said. It was a long shot, and I was taking slow and careful aim when he touched my arm. "No, don't," he said. I lowered the little rifle and looked at him inquiringly. "You might hit him," he explained, "and I want him for myself." Life is never what we expect it to be. All our voyage from Baltimore south to the Horn and around the Horn has been marked by violence and death. And now that it has culminated in open mutiny, there is no more violence, much less death. We keep to ourselves aft, and the mutineers keep to themselves for'ard. There is no more harshness, no more snarling and bellowing of commands, and in this fine weather a general festival obtains. Aft, Mr. Pike and Margaret alternate with phonograph and piano, and forward, although we cannot see them, a full-fledged foo-foo band makes most of the day and night hideous. A squealing accordion that Tom Spink says was the property of Mike Cipriani is played by Guido Bombini, who sets the pace and seems the leader of the foo-foo. There are 2 broken-reeded harmonicas. Someone plays a Jew's harp. Then there are homemade fifes and whistles and drums, combs covered with paper, extemporized triangles, and bones made from ribs of salt horse such as Negro minstrels use. The whole crew seems to compose the band, and, like a lot of monkey folk rejoicing in crude rhythm, emphasizes the beat by hammering kerosene cans, frying pans, and all sorts of things metallic or reverberant. Some genius has rigged a line to the clapper of the ship's bell on the forecastle head, and clangs it horribly in the big foo-foo crises, though Bombini can be heard censuring him severely on occasion. And to cap it all, the foghorn machine pumps in at the oddest moments in imitation of a big bass viol. And this is mutiny on the high seas. Almost every hour of my deck watches I listen to this infernal din, and am maddened into desire to join with Mr. Pike in a night attack and put these rebellious and inharmonious slaves to work. Yet they are not entirely inharmonious. Guido Bombini has a respectable though untrained tenor voice, and has surprised me by a variety of selections, not only from Verdi, but from Wagner and Massenet. Bert Rhine and his crowd are full of ragtime junk, and one phrase that has caught the fancy of all hands, and which they roar out at all times, is, "It's a bear! It's a bear! It's a bear!" This morning Nancy, evidently very strongly urged, gave a doleful rendering of Flying Cloud. Yes, and in the second dog watch last evening our 3 topaz-eyed dreamers sang some folk song strangely sweet and sad. And this is mutiny. As I write I can scarcely believe it. Yet I know Mr. Pike keeps the watch over my head. I hear the shrill laughter of the steward and Louis over some ancient Chinese joke. Wada and the sailmakers in the pantry are, I know, talking Japanese politics. And from across the cabin, along the narrow halls, I can hear Margaret softly humming as she goes to bed. But all doubts vanish at the stroke of 8 bells when I go on deck to relieve Mr. Pike, who lingers for a moment for a gam, as he calls it. "Say," he says confidentially, "you and I can clean out the whole gang. All we got to do is sneak forward and turn loose. Soon as we begin to shoot up, half of 'em'll bolt aft. Lobsters like Nancy and Sundry Buyers and Jacobson and Bob and Shorty and them 3 castaways, for instance. And while they're doing that, and our bunch on the poop is taking 'em in, you and me can make a pretty big hole in them that's left. What d'ye say?" I hesitated, thinking of Margaret. "Why, say," he urged, "once I jumped into that forecastle, at close range, I'd start right in, blim blam blim, fast as you could wink, nailing them gangsters and Bombini and the Sheeny and Deacon and the Cockney and Mulligan Jacobs and Waltham." "That would be 9," I smiled. "You've only 8 shots in your Colt." Mr. Pike considered a moment and revised his list. "All right," he agreed. "I guess I'll have to let Jacobs go. What do you say? Are you game?" Still I hesitated, but before I could speak he anticipated me and returned to his fidelity. "No, you can't do it, Mr. Pathurst. If by any luck they got the both of us... No, we'll just stay aft and sit tight until they're starved to it. But where they get their tucker gets me. For'ard she's as bare as a bone, as any decent ship ought to be, and yet look at 'em, rolling hog fat. And by rights they ought to have quit eatin' a week ago." Chapter 44. The Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 44. Yes, it is certainly mutiny. Collecting water from the leaders of the chart house in a shower of rain this morning, Buckwheat exposed himself, and a long, lucky revolver shot from for'ard caught him in the shoulder. The bullet was small caliber and spent ere it reached him, so that he received no more than a flesh wound, though he carried on as if he were dying until Mr. Pike hushed his noise by cuffing his ears. I should not like to have Mr. Pike for my surgeon. He probed for the bullet with his little finger, which was far too big for the aperture, and with his little finger, while with his other hand he threatened another ear clout, he gouged out the leaden pellet. Then he sent the boy below, where Margaret took him in charge with antiseptics and dressings. I see her so rarely that a half hour alone with her these days is an adventure. She is busy morning to night in keeping her house in order. As I write this, through my open door I can hear her laying the law down to the men in the after room. She has issued underclothes all around from the slop chest, and is ordering them to take a bath in the rainwater just caught. And to make sure of their thoroughness in the matter, she has told off Louis and the steward to supervise the operation. Also, she has forbidden their smoking their pipes in the after room. And, to cap everything, they are to scrub walls, ceiling, everything, and then start tomorrow morning at painting. All of which serves to convince me almost that mutiny does not obtain and that I have imagined it. But no, I hear Buckwheat blubbering and demanding how he can take a bath in his wounded condition. I wait and listen for Margaret's judgment. Nor am I disappointed. Tom Spink and Henry are told off to the task, and the thorough scrubbing of Buckwheat is assured. The mutineers are not starving. Today they have been fishing for albatrosses. A few minutes after they caught the first one, its carcass was flung overboard. Mr. Pike studied it through his sea glasses, and I heard him grit his teeth when he made certain that it was not the mere feathers and skin, but the entire carcass. They had taken only its wing bones to make into pipe stems. The inference was obvious. Starving men do not throw meat away in such fashion. But where do they get their food? It is a sea mystery in itself, although I might not so deem it were it not for Mr. Pike. I think and think till my brain is all frazzled out, he tells me, and yet I can't get a line on it. I know every inch of space on the Elsinore, and know there isn't an ounce of grub anywhere for'ard, and yet they eat. I've overhauled the lazarette. As near as I can make it out, nothing is missing. Then where do they get it? That's what I want to know. Where do they get it? I know that this morning he spent hours in the lazarette with the steward and the cook, overhauling and checking off from the lists of the Baltimore agents. And I know that they came up out of the lazarette, the three of them, dripping with perspiration and baffled. The steward has raised the hypothesis that, first of all, there were extra stores left over from the previous voyage, or from previous voyages, and next, that the stealing of these stores must have taken place during the night watches when it was Mr. Pike's turn below. At any rate, the mate takes the food mystery almost as much to heart as he takes the persistent and propinquitous existence of Sidney Waltham. I am coming to realize the meaning of watch and watch. To begin with, I spend on deck 12 hours and a fraction more of each 24. A fair portion of the remaining 12 is spent in eating and dressing and in undressing and with Margaret. As a result, I feel the need for more sleep than I am getting. I scarcely read at all now. The moment my head touches the pillow, I am asleep. Oh, I sleep like a baby, eat like a navvy, and in years have not enjoyed such physical well-being. I tried to read George Moore last night and was dreadfully bored. He may be a realist, but I solemnly aver he does not know reality on that tight, little, sheltered life archipelago of his. If he could windjam around the Horn just one voyage, he would be twice the writer. And Mr. Pike, for practically all his 69 years, has stood his watch and watch, with many a spill-over of watches into watches. And yet he is iron. In a struggle with him I am confident he would break me like so much straw. He is truly a prodigy of a man, and, so far as today is concerned, an anachronism. The fawn is not dead, despite my unlucky bullet. Henry insisted that he caught a glimpse of him yesterday. Today I saw him myself. He came to the corner of the midship house and gazed wistfully aft at the poop, straining and eager to understand. In the same way I have often seen Possum gaze at me. It has just struck me that of our 8 followers, 5 are Asiatic and only 3 are our own breed. Somehow it reminds me of India and of Clive and Hastings. And the fine weather continues, and we wonder how long a time must elapse ere our mutineers eat up their mysterious food and are starved back to work. We are almost due west of Valparaiso, and quite a bit less than 1,000 miles off the west coast of South America. The light northerly breezes, varying from northeast to west, would, according to Mr. Pike, work us in nicely for Valparaiso if only we had sail on the Elsinore. As it is, sailless, she drifts around and about and makes nowhere, save for the slight northerly drift each day. Mr. Pike is beside himself. In the past 2 days he has displayed increasing possession of himself by the one idea of vengeance on the second mate. It is not the mutiny, irksome as it is and helpless as it makes him. It is the presence of the murderer of his old-time and admired skipper, Captain Salmers. The mate grins at the mutiny, calls it a snap, speaks gleefully of how his wages are running up, and regrets that he is not ashore, where he would be able to take a hand in gambling on the reinsurance. But the sight of Sidney Waltham, calmly gazing at sea and sky from the forecastle head, or astride the far end of the bowsprit and fishing for sharks, maddens him. Yesterday, coming to relieve me, he borrowed my rifle and turned loose the stream of tiny pellets on the second mate, who coolly made his line secure ere he scrambled inboard. Of course, it was only one chance in 100 that Mr. Pike might have hit him, but Sidney Waltham did not care to encourage the chance. And yet it is not like mutiny, not like the conventional mutiny I absorbed as a boy, and which has become classic in the literature of the sea. There is no hand-to-hand fighting, no crash of cannon and flash of cutlass, no sailors drinking grog, no lighted matches held over open powder magazines. Heavens, there isn't a single cutlass nor a powder magazine on board. And as for grog, not a man has had a drink since Baltimore. Well, it is mutiny after all. I shall never doubt it again. It may be 1913 mutiny on a coal carrier, with feeblings and imbeciles and criminals for mutineers, but at any rate mutiny it is, and at least in the number of deaths it is reminiscent of the old days. For things have happened since I last had opportunity to write up this log. For that matter, I am now the keeper of the Elsinore's official log as well, in which work Margaret helps me. And I might have known it would happen. At 4 yesterday morning I relieved Mr. Pike. When in the darkness I came up to him at the break of the poop, I had to speak to him twice to make him aware of my presence. And then he merely grunted acknowledgment in an absent sort of way. The next moment he brightened up, and was himself save that he was too bright. He was making an effort. I felt this, but was quite unprepared for what followed. "I'll be back in a minute," he said, as he put his leg over the rail and lightly and swiftly lowered himself down into the darkness. There was nothing I could do. To cry out or to attempt to reason with him would only have drawn the mutineers' attention. I heard his feet strike the deck beneath as he let go. Immediately he started forward. Little enough precaution he took. I swear that clear to the midship house I heard the dragging age-lag of his feet. Then that ceased, and that was all. I repeat, that was all. Never a sound came from for'ard. I held my watch till daylight. I held it till Margaret came on deck with her cheery, "What ho of the night, brave mariner?" I held the next watch, which should have been the mate's, till midday, eating both breakfast and lunch behind the sheltering jiggermast. And I held all afternoon and through both dog watches, my dinner served likewise on the deck. And that was all. Nothing happened. The galley stove smoked 3 times, advertising the cooking of 3 meals. Shorty made faces at me as usual across the rim of the for'ard house. The Maltese Cockney caught an albatross. There was some excitement when Tony the Greek hooked a shark off the jib boom, so big that half a dozen tailed on to the line and failed to land it. But I caught no glimpse of Mr. Pike nor of the renegade Sidney Waltham. In short, it was a lazy, quiet day of sunshine and gentle breeze. There was no inkling to what had happened to the mate. Was he a prisoner? Was he already overside? Why were there no shots? He had his big automatic. It is inconceivable that he did not use it at least once. Margaret and I discussed the affair till we were well a-weary, but reached no conclusion. She is a true daughter of the race. At the end of the second dog watch, armed with her father's revolver, she insisted on standing the first watch of the night. I compromised with the inevitable by having Wada make up my bed on the deck in the shelter of the cabin skylight just for'ard of the jiggermast. Henry, the 2 sailmakers, and the steward, variously equipped with knives and clubs, were stationed along the break of the poop. And right here I wish to pass my first criticism on modern mutiny. On ships like the Elsinore, there are not enough weapons to go around. The only firearms now aft are Captain West's .38 Colt revolver and my .22 automatic Winchester. The old steward, with a penchant for hacking and chopping, has his long knife and a butcher's cleaver. Henry, in addition to his sheath knife, has a short bar of iron. Louis, despite a most sanguinary array of butcher knives and a big poker, pins his cook's faith on hot water, and sees to it that 2 kettles are always piping on top the cabin stove. Buckwheat, who on account of his wound is getting all night in for a couple of nights, cherish is a hatchet. The rest of our retainers have knives and clubs, though Usada, the first sailmaker, carries a hand axe, and Uchino, the second sailmaker, sleeping or waking, never parts from a claw hammer. Tom Spink has a harpoon. Wada, however, is the genius. By means of the cabin stove he has made a sharp pike point of iron and fitted it to a pole. Tomorrow he intends to make more for the other men. It is rather shuddery, however, to speculate on the terrible assortment of cutting, gouging, jabbing, and slashing weapons with which the mutineers are able to equip themselves from the carpenter's shop. If it ever comes to an assault on the poop, there will be a weird mess of wounds for the survivors to dress. For that matter, master as I am of my little rifle, no man could gain the poop in the daytime. Of course, if rush they will rush us in the night, when my rifle will be worthless. Then it will be blow for blow, hand to hand, and the strongest pates and arms will win. But no, I have just bethought me. We shall be ready for any night rush. I'll take a leaf out of modern warfare, and show them not only are we top dog, a favorite phrase of the mate, but why we are top dog. It is simple. Night illumination. As I write, I work out the idea. Gasoline, balls of oakum, caps and gunpowder from a few cartridges, Roman candles, and flares blue, red, and green, shallow metal receptacles to carry the explosive and inflammable stuff, and a trigger-like arrangement by which, pulling on a string, the caps are exploded in the gunpowder and fire set to the gasoline-soaked oakum and to the flares and candles. It will be brain as well as brawn against mere brawn. I have worked like a Trojan all day, and the idea is realized. Margaret helped me out with suggestions, and Tom Spink did the sailorizing. Over our head, from the jiggermast, the steel stays that carry the three jigger trysails descend high above the break of the poop and across the main deck to the mizzenmast. A light line has been thrown over each stay and been thrown repeatedly around so as to form an unslipping knot. Tom Spink waited till dark, when he went aloft and attached loose rings of stiff wire around the stays below the knots. Also he bent on hoisting gear and connected permanent fastenings with the sliding rings. And further, between rings and fastenings is a slack of 50 feet of light line. This is the idea. After dark each night we shall hoist our 3 metal wash basins, loaded with inflammables, up to the stays. The arrangement is such that at the first alarm of a rush, by pulling a cord the trigger is pulled that ignites the powder, and the very same pull operates a trip device that lets the rings slide down the steel stays. Of course, suspended from the rings are the illuminators, and when they have run down the stays 50 feet the lines will automatically bring them to rest. Then all the main deck between the poop and the mizzenmast will be flooded with light, while we shall be in comparative darkness. Of course, each morning before daylight we shall lower all this apparatus to the deck, so that the men forward will not guess what we have up our sleeves, or, rather, what we have up the trysail stays. Even today, the little of our gear that has to be left standing aroused their curiosity. Head after head showed over the edge of the forward house as they peeped and peered and tried to make out what we were up to. Why, I find myself almost looking forward to an attack in order to see the devices work. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 45. And what has happened to Mr. Pike remains a mystery. For that matter, what has happened to the second mate? In the past 3 days we have by our eyes taken the census of the mutineers. Every man has been seen by us with the sole exception of Mr. Mellaire, or Sidney Waltham as I assume I must correctly name him. He has not appeared, does not appear, and we can only speculate and conjecture. In the past 3 days various interesting things have taken place. Margaret stands watch and watch with me, day and night, the clock around, for there is no one of our retainers to whom we can entrust the responsibility of a watch. Though mutiny obtains and we are besieged in the high place, the weather is so mild and there is so little call on our men that they have grown careless and sleep aft to the chart house when it is their watch on deck. Nothing ever happens, and like true sailors, they wax fat and lazy. Even have I found Lewis, the steward, and Wada guilty of cat-napping. In fact, the training ship boy, Henry, is the only one who has never lapsed. Oh yes, and I gave Tom Spink a thrashing yesterday. Since the disappearance of the mate he has had little faith in me, and has been showing vague signs of insolence and insubordination. Both Margaret and I had noted it independently. Day before yesterday we talked it over. "He is a good sailor, but weak," she said. "If we let him go on, he will infect the rest." "Very well, I'll take him in hand," I announced valorously. "You will have to," she encouraged. "Be hard. Be hard. You must be hard." Those who sit in the high places must be hard, yet I have discovered that it is hard to be hard. For instance, easy enough it was to drop Steve Roberts as he was in the act of shooting at me. Yet it is most difficult to be hard with a chuckle-headed retainer like Tom Spink, especially when he continually fails by a shade to give sufficient provocation. For 24 hours after my talk with Margaret I was on pins and needles to have it out with him, yet rather than have it out with him I should have preferred to see the poop rushed by the gang from the other side. Not in a day can the tyro learn to employ the snarling immediacy of mastery of Mr. Pike, nor the reposeful, voiceless mastery of a Captain West. Truly the situation was embarrassing. I was not trained in the handling of men, and Tom Spink knew it in his chuckle-headed way. Also, in his chuckle-headed way, he was dispirited by the loss of the mate. Fearing the mate, nevertheless he had depended on the mate to fetch him through with a whole skin, or at least alive. On me he has no dependence. What chance had the gentleman passenger and the captain's daughter against the gang for'ard? So he must have reasoned, and so reasoning, become despairing and desperate. After Margaret had told me to be hard, I watched Tom Spink with an eagle eye, and he must have sensed my attitude, for he carefully forbore from overstepping, while all the time he palpitated just on the edge of overstepping. Yes, and it was clear that Buckwheat was watching to learn the outcome of this veiled refractoriness. For that matter, the situation was not being missed by our keen-eyed Asiatics, and I know that I caught Louis several times verging on the offence of offering me advice. But he knew his place, and managed to keep his tongue between his teeth. At last, yesterday, while I held the watch, Tom Spink was guilty of spitting tobacco juice on the deck. Now it must be understood that such an act is as grave an offence of the sea as blasphemy is of the church. It was Margaret who came to where I was stationed by the jiggermast and told me what had occurred, and it was she who took my rifle and relieved me so that I could go aft. There was the offensive spot, and there was Tom Spink, his cheek bulging with a quid. "Here, you, get a swab and mop that up," I commanded in my harshest manner. Tom Spink merely rolled his quid with his tongue and regarded me with sneering thoughtfulness. I am sure that he was no more surprised than was I by the immediateness of what followed. My fist went out like an arrow from a released bow, and Tom Spink staggered back, tripped against the corner of the tarpaulin-covered sounding machine, and sprawled on the deck. He tried to make a fight of it, but I followed him up, giving him no chance to set himself or recover from the surprise of my first onslaught. Now it so happens that not since I was a boy have I struck a person with my naked fist, and I candidly admit that I enjoyed the trouncing I administered to poor Tom Spink. Yes, and in the rapid play about the deck I caught a glimpse of Margaret. She had stepped out of the shelter of the mast and was looking on from the corner of the chart house. Yes, and more, she was looking on with a cool, measuring eye. Oh, it was all very grotesque, to be sure. But then, mutiny on the high seas in the year 1913 is also grotesque. No lists here between mailed knights for a lady's favour, but merely the trouncing of a chucklehead for spitting on the deck of a coal carrier. Nevertheless, the fact that my lady looked on added zest to my enterprise, and, doubtlessly, speed and weight to my blows, and at least half a dozen additional clouts to the unlucky sailor. Yes, man is strangely and wonderfully made. Now that I coolly consider the matter, I realize that it was essentially the same spirit with which I enjoyed beating up Tom Spink that I have in the past enjoyed contests of the mind in which I out-epigrammed clever opponents. In the one case one proves himself top dog of the mind, in the other top dog of the muscle. Whistler and Wilde were just as much intellectual bullies as I was a physical bully yesterday morning when I punched Tom Spink in the lying down and staying down. And my knuckles are sore and swollen. I cease writing for a moment to look at them and to hope they will not stay permanently enlarged. At any rate, Tom Spink took his disciplining and promised to come in and be good. "Sir!" I thundered at him, quite in Mr. Pike's most bloodthirsty manner. "Sir," he mumbled with bleeding lips. "Yes, sir. I'll mop it up, sir. Yes, sir." I could scarcely keep from laughing in his face, the whole thing was so ludicrous, but I managed to look my haughtiest and sternest and fiercest while I superintended the deck cleansing. The funniest thing about the affair was that I must have knocked Tom Spink's quid down his throat, for he was gagging and hiccuping all the time he mopped and scrubbed. The atmosphere aft has been wonderfully clear ever since. Tom Spink obeys all orders on the jump, and Buckwheat jumps with equal celerity. As for the 5 Asiatics, I feel that they are stouter behind me, now that I have shown masterfulness. By punching a man's face, I verily believe I have doubled our united strength. And there is no need to punch any of the rest. The Asiatics are keen and willing. Henry is a true cadet of the breed, Buckwheat will follow Tom Spink's lead, and Tom Spink, a proper Anglo-Saxon peasant, will lead Buckwheat all the better by virtue of the punching. 2 days have passed and two noteworthy things have happened. The men seem to be nearing the end of their mysterious food supply, and we have had our first truce. I have noted, through the glasses, that no more carcasses of the mollyhawks they are now catching are thrown overboard. This means that they have begun to eat the tough and unsavory creatures, although it does not mean, of course, that they have entirely exhausted their other stores. It was Margaret, her sailor's eye on the falling barometer and on the making stuff adrift in the sky, who called my attention to a coming blow. "As soon as the sea rises," she said, "we'll have that loose mainyard and all the rest of the top hamper tumbling down on deck." So it was that I raised the white flag for a parley. Bert Rhine and Charles Davis came abaft the midship house, and, while we talked, many faces peered over the for'ard edge of the house, and many forms slouched into view on the deck on each side of the house. "Well, getting tired?" was Bert Rhine's insolent greeting. "Anything we can do for you?" "Yes, there is," I answered sharply. "You can save your heads so that when you return to work there will be enough of you left to do the work." "If you are making threats," Charles Davis began, but was silenced by a glare from the gangster. "Well, what is it?" Bert Rhine demanded. "Cough it off your chest." "It's for your own good," was my reply. "It is coming on to blow, and all that unfurled canvas aloft will bring the yards down on your heads. We're safe here aft. You are the ones who will run risks, and it is up to you to hustle your crowd aloft and make things fast and shipshape." "And if we don't?" the gangster sneered. "Well, you'll take your chances, that is all," I answered carelessly. "I just want to call your attention to the fact that one of those steel yards, end on, will go through the roof of your forecastle as if it were so much eggshell." Bert Rhine looked to Charles Davis for verification, and the latter nodded. "We'll talk it over first," the gangster announced. "And I'll give you 10 minutes," I returned. If at the end of 10 minutes you've not started taking it in, it will be too late. I shall put a bullet into any man who shows himself." "All right, we'll talk it over." As they started to go back, I called, "One moment." They stopped and turned about. "What have you done to Mr. Pike?" I asked. Even the impassive Bert Rhine could not quite conceal his surprise. "And what have you done with Mr. Mellaire?" he retorted. "You tell us, and we'll tell you." I am confident of the genuineness of his surprise. Evidently the mutineers have been believing us guilty of the disappearance of the second mate, just as we have been believing them guilty of the disappearance of the first mate. The more I dwell upon it, the more it seems the proposition of the Kilkenny cats, a case of mutual destruction on the part of the two mates. "Another thing," I said quickly, "where do you get your food?" Bert Rhine laughed one of his silent laughs. Charles Davis assumed an expression of mysteriousness and superiority, and Shorty, leaping into view from the corner of the house, danced a jig of triumph. I drew out my watch. "Remember," I said, "you've got 10 minutes in which to make a start." They turned and went forward, and before the 10 minutes were up, all hands were aloft and stowing canvas. All this time the wind, out of the northwest, was breezing up. The old familiar harp chords of a rising gale were strumming along the rigging, and the men, I verily believe from lack of practice, were particularly slow at their work. "It would be better if the upper and lower topsails are set so that we can heave to," Margaret suggested. "They will steady her and make it more comfortable for us." I seized the idea and improved upon it. "Better set the upper and lower topsails so that we can handle the ship," I called to the gangster, who was ordering the men about, quite like a mate, from the top of the midship house. He considered the idea, and then gave the proper orders, although it was the Maltese Cockney, with Nancy and sundry buyers under him, who carried the orders out. I ordered Tom Spink to the long idle wheel, and gave him the course, which was due east by the steering compass. This put the wind on our port quarter, so that the Elsinore began to move through the water before a fair breeze. And due east, less than 1,000 miles away, lay the coast of South America and the port of Valparaiso. Strange to say, none of our mutineers objected to this, and after dark, as we tore along before a full-sized gale, I sent my own men up on top of the chart house to take the gaskets off the spanker. This was the only sail we could set and trim and in every way control. It is true the mizzen braces were still rigged aft to the poop, according to horn practice. But while we could thus trim the mizzen yards, the sails themselves, in setting or furling, were in the hands of the for'ard crowd. Margaret, beside me in the darkness at the break of the poop, put her hand in mine with a warm pressure, as both our tiny watches swayed up the spanker and as both of us held our breaths in an effort to feel the added draw in the Elsinore's speed. "I never wanted to marry a sailor," she said, "and I thought I was safe in the hands of a landsman like you. And yet here you are, with all the stuff of the sea in you, running down your easting for port. Next thing, I suppose, I'll see you out with a sextant, shooting the sun or making star observations." End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 46. 4 more days have passed. The gale has blown itself out. We are not more than 350 miles off Valparaiso, and the Elsinore, this time due to me and my own stubbornness, is rolling in the wind and heading nowhere in a light breeze, at the rate of nothing but driftage per hour. In the height of the gusts, in the 3 days and nights of the gale, we logged as much as 8 or even 9 knots. What bothered me was the acquiescence of the mutineers in my program. They were sensible enough in the simple matter of geography to know what I was doing. They had control of the sails, and yet they permitted me to run for the South American coast. More than that, as the gale eased on the morning of the third day, they actually went aloft, set topgallant sails, royals, and skysails, and trimmed the yards to the quartering breeze. This was too much for the Saxon streak in me, whereupon I wore the Elsinore about before the wind, fetched her up upon it, and lashed the wheel. Margaret and I are agreed in the hypothesis that their plan is to get inshore until land is sighted, at which time they will desert in the boats. "But we don't want them to desert," she proclaims with flashing eyes. "We are bound for Seattle. They must return to duty. They've got to soon, for they are beginning to starve." "There isn't a navigator aft," I oppose. Promptly she withers me with her scorn. "You, a master of books, by all the sea blood in your body should be able to pick up the theoretics of navigation while I snap my fingers. Furthermore, remember that I can supply the seamanship. Why, any square-head peasant, in a 6 months' cramming course at any seaport navigation school, can pass the examiners for his navigator's papers. That means 6 hours for you, and less. If you can't, after an hour's reading and an hour's practice with the sextant, take a latitude observation and work it out, I'll do it for you." "You mean you know?" She shook her head. "I mean, from the little I know, that I know I can learn to know a meridian sight in the working out of it. I mean I can learn to know inside of 2 hours." Strange to say, the gale, after easing to a mild breeze, reproduced in a sort of afterclap. With sails untrimmed and flapping, the consequent smashing, crashing, and rending of our gear can be imagined. It brought out in alarm every man for'ard. "Trim the yards!" I yelled at Bert Rhine, who, backed for counsel by Charles Davis and the Maltese Cockney, actually came directly beneath me on the main deck in order to hear above the commotion aloft. "Keep her running and you won't have to trim," the gangster shouted up to me. "Want to make land, eh?" I girded down at him. "Getting hungry, eh? Well, you won't make land or anything else in 1,000 years, once you get all your top hamper piled down on deck." I have forgotten to state that this occurred at midday yesterday. "What are you going to do if we trim?" Charles Davis broke in. "Run off shore," I replied, "and get your gang out in deep sea where it will be starved back to duty." "We'll furl, and let you heave to," the gangster proposed. I shook my head and held up my rifle. "You'll have to go aloft to do it, and the first man that gets into the shrouds will get this." "Then she can go to hell for all we care," he said with emphatic conclusiveness. And just then the fore-topgallant yard carried away, luckily as the bow was down-pitched into a trough of sea, and when the slow, confused, and tangled descent was accomplished, the big stick lay across the wreck of both bulwarks and of that portion of the bridge between the foremast and the forecastle head. Bert Rhine heard, but could not see, the damage wrought. He looked up at me challengingly and sneered, "Want some more to come down?" It could not have happened more apropos. The port brace and immediately afterwards the starboard brace of the crojack yard carried away. This was the big, lowest spar on the mizzen, and as the huge thing of steel swung wildly back and forth, the gangster and his followers turned and crouched as they looked up to sea. Next the gooseneck of the truss, on which it pivoted, smashed away. Immediately the lifts and lower topsail sheets parted, and with the fore and aft pitch of the ship the spar upended and crashed to the deck upon No. 3 hatch, destroying that section of the bridge in its fall. All this was new to the gangster, as it was to me, but Charles Davis and the Maltese Cockney thoroughly apprehended the situation. "Stand out from under!" I yelled sardonically, and the three of them cowered and shrank away as their eyes sought aloft for what new spar was thundering down upon them. The lower topsail, its sheets parted by the fall of the crojack yard, was tearing out of the bolt ropes and ribboning away to leeward, and making such an uproar that they might well expect its yard to carry away. Since this wreckage of our beautiful gear was all new to me, I was quite prepared to see the thing happen. The gangster leader, no sailor, but, after months at sea, intelligent enough and nervously strong enough to appreciate the danger, turned his head and looked up at me. And I will do him the credit to say that he took his time, while all our world of gear aloft seemed smashing to destruction. "I guess we'll trim yards," he capitulated. "Better get the skysails and royals off," Margaret said in my ear. "While you're about it, get in the skysails and royals," I shouted down, "and make a decent job of the gasketing." Both Charles Davis and the Maltese Cockney advertised their relief in their faces as they heard my words, and, at a nod from the gangster, they started forward on the run to put the orders into effect. Never, in the whole voyage, did our crew spring to in more lively fashion, and lively fashion was needed to save our gear. As it was, they cut away the remnants of the mizzen lower topsail with their sheath knives, and they loosed the main skysail out of its bolt ropes. The first infraction of our agreement was on the main lower topsail. This they attempted to furl. The carrying away of the crojack and the blowing away of the mizzen lower topsail gave me freedom to see and aim, and when the tiny messengers from my rifle began to spat through the canvas and to spat against the steel of the yard, the men strung along it desisted from passing the gaskets. I waved my will to Bert Rhine, who acknowledged me, and ordered the sail set again and the yard trimmed. "What is the use of running off shore?" I said to Margaret, when the kites were snugged down and all yards trimmed on the wind. 350 miles off the land is as good as 3,500 so far as starvation is concerned. So, instead of making speed through the water toward deep sea, I hove the Elsinore to on the starboard tack with no more than leeway driftage to the west and south. But our gallant mutineers had their will of us that very night. In the darkness we could hear the work aloft going on as yards were run down, sheets let go, and sails clewed up and gasketed. I did try a few random shots, and all my reward was to hear the whine and creak of ropes through sheaths, and to receive an equally random fire of revolver shots. It is a most curious situation. We of the high place are masters of the steering of the Elsinore, while those forward are masters of the motor power. The only sail that is wholly ours is the spanker. They control absolutely sheets, halyards, clewlines, buntlines, braces, and downhauls, every sail on the fore and main. We control the braces on the mizzen, although they control the canvas on the mizzen. For that matter, Margaret and I fail to comprehend why they do not go aloft any dark night and sever the mizzen braces at the yard ends. All that prevents this, we are decided, is laziness. For if they did sever the braces that lead aft into our hands, they would be compelled to rig new braces forward in some fashion, else, in the rolling, would the mizzenmast be stripped of every spar. And still, the mutiny we are enduring is ridiculous and grotesque. There was never a mutiny like it. It violates all standards and precedents. In the old classic mutinies, long ere this, attacking like tigers, the seamen should have swarmed over the poop and killed most of us, or been most of them killed. Wherefore I sneer at our gallant mutineers and recommend trained nurses for them, quite in the manner of Mr. Pike. But Margaret shakes her head and insists that human nature is human nature, and that under similar circumstances human nature will express itself similarly. In short, she points to the number of deaths that have already occurred, and declares that on some dark night, sooner or later, whenever the pitch of hunger sufficiently sharpens, we shall see our rascals storming aft. And in the meantime, except for the tenseness of it, and for the incessant watchfulness which Margaret and I alone maintain, it is more like a mild adventure, more like a page out of some book of romance which ends happily. It is surely romance, watch and watch for a man and woman who love, to relieve each other's watches. Each such relief is a love passage and unforgettable. Never was there wooing like it. The muttered surmises of wind and weather, the whispered counsels, the kissed commands in palms of hands, the dared contact of the dark. Oh, truly, I have often, since this voyage began, told the books to go hang. And yet the books are at the back of the race life of me. I am what I am out of 10,000 generations of my kind. Of that there is no discussion. And yet my midnight philosophy stands the test of my breed. I must have selected my book out of the 10,000 generations that compose me. I have killed a man, Steve Roberts. As a perishing blonde without an alphabet, I should have done this unwaveringly. As a perishing blonde with an alphabet, plus the contents of my brain are the philosophizing of all philosophers, I have killed this same man with the same unwaveringness. Culture has not emasculated me. I am quite unaffected. It was in the day's work, and my kind have always been day workers, doing the day's work, whatever it might be, in high adventure or dull ploddingness, and always doing it. Never would I ask to set back the dial of time or event. I would kill Steve Roberts again, under the same circumstances, as a matter of course. When I say I am unaffected by this happening, I do not quite mean it. I am affected. I am aware that the spirit of me is informed with a sober elation of efficiency. I have done something that had to be done, as any man would do what has to be done in the course of the day's work. Yes, I am a perishing blonde, and a man, and I sit in the high place and bend the stupid ones to my will, and I am a lover, loving a royal woman of my own perishing breed, and together we occupy, and shall occupy, the high place of government and command until our kind perish from the earth. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 47. Margaret was right. The mutiny is not violating standards and precedents. We have had our hands full for days and nights. Ditman Olansen, the crank-eyed berserker, has been killed by Wada, and the training ship boy, the one lone cadet of our breed, has gone overside with a regulation sack of coal at his feet. The poop has been rushed. My illuminating invention has proved a success. The men are getting hungry, and we still sit in command in the high place. First of all the attack on the poop 2 nights ago in Margaret's watch. No, first I have made another invention. Assisted by the old steward, who knows, as the Chinese ought, a deal about fireworks, and getting my materials from our signal rockets and Roman candles, I manufactured half a dozen bombs. I don't really think they are very deadly, and I know our extemporized fuses are slower than our voyage is at the present time, but nevertheless the bombs have served the purpose, as you shall see. And now to the attempt to rush the poop. It was in Margaret's watch from midnight till 4 in the morning when the attack was made. Sleeping on the deck by the cabin skylight, I was very close to her when her revolver went off and continued to go off. My first spring was to the tripping lines on my illuminators. The igniting and releasing devices worked cleverly. I pulled 2 of the tripping lines, and 2 of the contraptions exploded into light and noise, and at the same time ran automatically down the jigger trysail stays and automatically fetched up at the ends of their lines. The illumination was instantaneous and gorgeous. Henry, the 2 sailmakers, and the steward, at least 3 of them awakened from sound sleep I am sure, ran to join us along the break of the poop. All the advantages lay with us, for we were in the dark, while our foes were outlined against the light behind them. But such light! The powder crackled, fizzed, and spluttered, and spilled out the excess of gasoline from the flaming oakum balls, so that streams of fire dripped down on the main deck below. And the stuff of the signal flares dripped red light and blue and green. There was not much of a fight, for the mutineers were shocked by our fireworks. Margaret fired her revolver haphazardly, while I held my rifle for any that gained the poop. But the attack faded away as quickly as it had come. I did see Margaret overshoot some man, scaling the poop from the port rail, and the next moment I saw Wada, charging like a buffalo, jab him in the chest with the spear he had made, and thrust the boarder back and down. That was all. The rest retreated forward on the dead run, while the three trysails, furled at the bottom of the stays next to the mizzen and set on fire by the dripping gasoline, went up in flames and burned away entirely and out without setting the rest of the ship on fire. That is one of the virtues of a ship steel-masted and steel-stayed. And on the deck beneath us, crumpled, twisted, face hidden so that we could not identify him, lay the man whom Wada had speared. And now I come to a phase of adventure that is new to me. I have never found it in the books. In short, it is carelessness coupled with laziness, or vice versa. I had used 2 of my illuminators. Only 1 remained. An hour later, convinced of the movement aft of men along the deck, I let go the third and last, and with its brightness sent them scurrying forward. Whether they were attacking the poop tentatively to learn whether or not I had exhausted my illuminators, or whether or not they were trying to rescue Ditman Olansen, we shall never know. The point is, they did come aft, they were compelled to retreat by my illuminator, and it was my last illuminator. And yet I did not start in, there and then, to manufacture fresh ones. This was carelessness. It was laziness. And I hazarded our lives, perhaps, if you please, on a psychological guess that I had convinced our mutineers that we had an inexhaustible stock of illuminators in reserve. The rest of Margaret's watch, which I shared with her, was undisturbed. At 4 I insisted that she go below and turn in, but she compromised by taking my own bed behind the skylight. At break of day I was able to make out the body still lying as last I had seen it. At 7 o'clock, before breakfast, and while Margaret still slept, I sent the 2 boys, Henry and Buckwheat, down to the body. I stood above them, at the rail, rifle in hand and ready. But from forward came no signs of life, and the lads, between them, rolled the crank-eyed Norwegian over so that we could recognize him, carried him to the rail, and shoved him stiffly across and into the sea. Wada's spear thrust had gone clear through him. But before 24 hours were up, the mutineers evened the score handsomely. They more than evened it, for we are so few that we cannot so well afford the loss of one as they can. To begin with, and a thing I had anticipated and for which I had prepared my bombs, while Margaret and I ate a deck breakfast in the shelter of the jiggermast, a number of the men sneaked aft and got under the overhang of the poop. Buckwheat saw them coming and yelled the alarm, but it was too late. There was no direct way to get them out. The moment I put my head over the rail to fire at them, I knew they would fire up at me with all the advantage in their favor. They were hidden. I had to expose myself. 2 steel doors, tight fastened and cocked against the Cape Horn seas, opened under the overhang of the poop from the cabin onto the main deck. These doors the men proceeded to attack with sledge-hammers, while the rest of the gang, sheltered by the midship house, showed that it stood ready for the rush when the doors were battered down. Inside, the steward guarded one door with his hacking knife, while with his spear Wada guarded the other door. Nor, while I had dispatched them to this duty, was I idle. Behind the jiggermast I lighted the fuse of one of my extemporized bombs. When it was sputtering nicely I ran across the poop to the break and dropped the bomb to the main deck beneath, at the same time making an effort to toss it in under the overhang where the men battered at the port door. But this effort was distracted and made futile by the popping of several revolver shots from the gangways amidships. One is jumpy when soft-nosed bullets putt-putt around him. As a result, the bomb rolled about on the open deck. Nevertheless, the illuminators had earned the respect of the mutineers for my fireworks. The sputtering and fizzling of the fuse were too much for them, and from under the poop they ran forward like so many scuttling rabbits. I know I could have got a couple with my rifle had I not been occupied with lighting the fuse of the second bomb. Margaret managed 3 wild shots with her revolver, and the poop was immediately peppered by a scattering revolver fire from forward. Being provident, and lazy, for I have learned that it takes time and labor to manufacture homemade bombs, I pinched off the live end of the fuse in my hand. But the fuse of the first bomb, rolling about on the main deck, merely fizzled on, and as I waited I resolved to shorten my remaining fuses. Any of the men who fled, had he had the courage, could have pinched off the fuse, or tossed the bomb overboard, or better yet, he could have tossed it up amongst us on the poop. It took fully 5 minutes for that blessed fuse to burn its slow length, and when the bomb did go off it was a sad disappointment. I swear it could have been sat upon with nothing more than a jar to one's nerves. And yet, in so far as the intimidation goes, it did its work. The men have not since ventured under the overhang of the poop. That the mutineers were getting short of food was patent. The Elsinore, sailless, drifted about that morning, the sport of wind and wave, and the gang put many lines overboard for the catching of mollyhawks and albatrosses. Oh, I worried the hungry fishers with my rifle. No man could show himself forward without having a bullet whop against the ironwork perilously near him. And still they caught birds, not, however, without danger to themselves, and not without numerous losses of birds due to my rifle. Their procedure was to toss their hooks and bait over the rail from shelter, and slowly to pay the lines out as the slight windage of the Elsinore's hull, spars, and rigging drifted her through the water. When a bird was hooked they hauled in the line, still from shelter, till it was alongside. This was the ticklish moment. The hook, merely a hollow and acute-angled triangle of sheet copper floating on a piece of board at the end of the line, held the bird by pinching its curved beak into the acute angle. The moment the line slacked the bird was released. So, when alongside, this was the problem, to lift the bird out of the water, straight up the side of the ship, without once jamming and easing and slacking. When they tried to do this from shelter, invariably they lost the bird. They worked out a method. When the bird was alongside, the several men with revolvers turned loose on me, while one man, overhauling and keeping the line taut, leaped to the rail and quickly hove the bird up and over and inboard. I know this long-distance revolver fire seriously bothered me. One cannot help jumping when death, in the form of a piece of flying lead, hits the rail beside him, or the mast over his head, or whines away in a ricochet from the steel shrouds. Nevertheless, I managed with my rifle to bother the exposed men on the rail to the extent that they lost one hooked bird out of 2. And 26 men require a quantity of albatrosses and mollyhawks every 24 hours, while they can fish only in the daylight. As the day wore along I improved on my obstructive tactics. When the Elsinore was up in the eye of the wind and making sternway, I found that by putting the wheel sharply over, one way or the other, I could swing her bow off. Then, when she had paid off till the wind was abeam, by reversing the wheel hard across to the opposite hard over, I could take advantage of her momentum away from the wind and work her off squarely before it. This made all the wood-floated triangles of bird snares tow aft along her sides. The first time I was ready for them. With hooks and sinkers on our own lines aft, we tossed out, grappled, captured, and broke off 9 of their lines. But the next time, so slow is the movement of so large a ship, the mutineers hauled all their lines safely inboard ere they towed aft within striking distance of my grapples. Still, I improved. As long as I kept the Elsinore before the wind, they could not fish. I experimented. Once before it, by means of a winged-out spanker coupled with patient and careful steering, I could keep her before it. This I did, hour by hour, one of my men relieving another at the wheel. As a result, all fishing ceased. Margaret was holding the first dog watch 4 to 6. Henry was at the wheel steering. Wada and Louis were below cooking the evening meal over the big coal stove and the oil burners. I had just come up from below and was standing beside the sounding machine, not half a dozen feet from Henry at the wheel. Some obscure sound from the ventilator must have attracted me, for I was gazing at it when the thing happened. But first, the ventilator. This is a steel shaft that leads up from the coal-carrying bowels of the ship beneath the lazarette and that winds to the outside world via the after wall of the chart house. In fact, it occupies the hollow inside of the double walls of the after wall of the chart house. Its opening, at the height of a man's head, is screened with iron bars so closely set that no mature-bodied rat can squeeze between. Also, this opening commands the wheel, which is a scant 15 feet away and directly across the booby hatch. Some mutineer, crawling along the space between the coal and the deck of the lower hold, had climbed the ventilator shaft and was able to take aim through the slits between the bars. Practically simultaneously, I saw the outrush of smoke and heard the report. I heard a grunt from Henry, and, turning my head, saw him cling to the spokes and turn the wheel half a revolution as he sank to the deck. It must have been a lucky shot. The boy was perforated through the heart, or very near to the heart. We have no time for post-mortems on the Elsinore. Tom Spink and the second sailmaker, Urchino, sprang to Henry's side. The revolver continued to go off through the ventilator slits, and the bullets thudded into the front of the half-wheel house all about them. Fortunately, they were not hit, and they immediately scrambled out of range. The boy quivered for the space of a few seconds and ceased to move, and one more cadet of the perishing breed perished as he did his day's work at the wheel of the Elsinore off the southwest coast of South America, bound from Baltimore to Seattle with a cargo of coal. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 48. The situation is hopelessly grotesque. We in the high place command the food of the Elsinore, but the mutineers have captured her steering gear. That is to say, they have captured it without coming into possession of it. They cannot steer, neither can we. The poop, which is the high place, is ours. The wheel is on the poop, yet we cannot touch the wheel. From that slitted opening in the ventilator shaft, they are able to shoot down any man who approaches the wheel. And with that steel wall of the chart house as a shield, they laugh at us as from a conning tower. I have a plan, but it is not worthwhile putting into execution unless its need becomes imperative. In the darkness of night it would be an easy trick to disconnect the steering gear from the short tiller on the rudder head, and then, by re-rigging the preventer tackles, steer from both sides of the poop well enough forward to be out of range of the ventilator. In the meantime, in this fine weather, the Elsinore drifts as she lists, or as the windage of her lists and the sea movement of waves lists. And she can well drift. Let the mutineers starve. They can best be brought to their senses through their stomachs. And what are wits for, if not for use? I am breaking the men's hungry hearts. It is great fun in its way. The mollyhawks and albatrosses, after their fashion, have followed the Elsinore up out of their own latitudes. This means there are only so many of them, and that their numbers are not recruited. Syllogism, major premise, a definite and limited amount of bird meat. Minor premise, the only food the mutineers now have is bird meat. Conclusion, destroy the available food and the mutineers will be compelled to come back to duty. I have acted on this bit of logic. I began experimentally by tossing small chunks of fat pork and crusts of stale bread overside. When the birds descended for the feast, I shot them. Every carcass thus left floating on the surface of the sea was so much less meat for the mutineers. But I bettered the method. Yesterday I overhauled the medicine chest, and I dosed my chunks of fat pork and bread with the contents of every bottle that bore a label of skull and crossbones. I even added rough-on rats to the deadliness of the mixture, this on the suggestion of the steward. And today, behold, there is no bird left in the sky. True, while I played my game yesterday the mutineers hooked a few of the birds, but now the rest are gone, and that is bound to be the last food for the men forward until they resume duty. Yes, it is grotesque. It is a boy's game. It reads like Midshipman Easy, like Frank Mildmay, like Frank Reed Jr., and yet, i'faith, life and death's in the issue. I have just gone over the toll of our dead since the voyage began. First was Christian Jesperson killed by O'Sullivan when that maniac aspired to throw overboard Andy Fay's sea boots. Then O'Sullivan, because he interfered with Charles Davis's sleep, brained by that worthy with a steel marlin spike. Next Petro Marinkovich, just ere we began the passage of the Horn, murdered undoubtedly by the gangster clique, his life cut out of him with knives, his carcass left lying on the deck to be found by us and be buried by us. And the Samurai, Captain West, a sudden though not a violent death, albeit occurring in the midst of all elemental violence as Mr. Pike clawed the Elsinore off the lee shore of the Horn, and Boney the Splinter, following, washed overboard to drown as we cleared the sea-gashing rock tooth where the southern tip of the continent bit into the storm wrath of the Antarctic, and the big-footed, clumsy youth of a Finnish carpenter hove overside as a Jonah by his fellows who believed that Finns control the winds, and Mike Cipriani and Bill Quigley, Rome and Ireland, shot down on the poop and flung overboard alive by Mr. Pike, still alive and clinging to the log line, cut adrift by the steward to be eaten alive by the great-beaked albatrosses, mollyhawks and sooty-plumaged Cape hens. Steve Roberts, one-time cowboy, shot by me as he tried to shoot me. Herman Lunkenheimer, his throat cut before all of us by the hound Bombini, as Kid Twist stretched the throat taut from behind. The two mates, Mr. Pike and Mr. Mellaire, mutually destroying each other in what must have been an unwitnessed epic combat. Ditman Olanson speared by Wada as he charged berserk at the head of the mutineers in the attempt to rush the poop. And last, Henry, the cadet of the perishing house, shot at the wheel from the ventilator shaft in the course of his day's work. No, as I contemplate this roll call of the dead which I have just made, I see we are not playing a boy's game. Why, we have lost a third of us, and the bloodiest battles of history have rarely achieved such a percentage of mortality. 14 of us have gone overside, and who can tell the end? Nevertheless, here we are, masters of matter, adventurers in the micro-organic, planet-weighers, sun-analyzers, star-rovers, god-dreamers, equipped with the human wisdom of all the ages, and yet, quoting Mr. Pike, to come down to brass tacks, we are a lot of primitive beasts, fighting bestially, slaying bestially, pursuing bestially food and water, air for our lungs, a dry space above the deep, and carcasses skin-covered and intact. And over this menagerie of beasts, Margaret and I, with our Asiatics under us, rule top dog. We are all dogs, there is no getting away from it. And we, the fair pigmented ones, by the seed of our ancestry rulers in the high place, shall remain top dog over the rest of the dogs. Oh, there is material in plenty for the cogitation of any philosopher on a windjammer and mutiny in this year of our Lord, 1913. Henry was the 14th of us to go overside into the dark and salty disintegration of the sea. And in one day he has been well avenged, for 2 of the mutineers have followed him. The steward called my attention to what was taking place. He touched my arm half beyond his servant's self as he gloated forward at the men heaving 2 corpses overside. Weighed with coal, they sank immediately, so that we could not identify them. "They have been fighting," I said. "It is good that they should fight among themselves." But the old Chinese merely grinned and shook his head. "You don't think they have been fighting?" I queried. "No fight. They eat 'em mollyhawk and albatross. Mollyhawk and albatross eat 'em fat pork. 2 men he die, plenty men much sick, you bet. Damn to hell. Me very much glad. I savvy." And I think he was right. While I was busy baiting the sea-birds, the mutineers were catching them, and of a surety they must have caught some that had eaten of my various poisons. The 2 poisoned ones went over the side yesterday. Since then we have taken the census. 2 men only have not appeared, and they are Bob, the fat and overgrown, feebling youth, and, of all creatures, the fawn. It seems my fate that I had to destroy the fawn, the poor, tortured fawn, always willing and eager, ever desirous to please. There is a madness of ill luck in all this. Why couldn't the 2 dead men have been Charles Davis and Tony the Greek, or Bert Rhine and Kid Twist, or Bombini and Andy Fay? Yes, and in my heart I know I should have felt better had it been Isaac Chance and Arthur Deacon, or Nancy and Sundry Byers, or Shorty and Larry. The steward has just tendered me a respectful bit of advice. Next time we chuck 'em overboard like Henry, much better we use old iron. "Getting short of coal?" I asked. He nodded affirmation. "We use a great deal of coal in our cooking, and when the present supply gives out we shall have to cut through a bulkhead to get at the cargo." End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London. Chapter 49. The situation grows tense. There are no more seabirds, and the mutineers are starving. Yesterday I talked with Bert Rhine. Today I talked with him again, and he will never forget, I am certain, the little talk we had this morning. To begin with, last evening, at 5 o'clock, I heard his voice issuing from between the slits of the ventilator in the after wall of the chart house. Standing at the corner of the house, quite out of range, I answered him. "Getting hungry?" I jeered. "Let me tell you what we are going to have for dinner. I have just been down and seen the preparations. Now listen. First, caviare on toast, then clam bouillon, and creamed lobster, and tinned lamb chops with French peas. You know, the peas that melt in one's mouth. And California asparagus with mayonnaise. And, oh, I forgot to mention fried potatoes, and cold pork and beans, and peach pie, and coffee, real coffee. Doesn't it make you hungry for your East Side? And say, think of the free lunch going to waste right now in 1,000 saloons in good old New York." I had told him the truth. The dinner I described, principally coming out of tins and bottles, to be sure, was the dinner we were to eat. "Got that," he snarled. "I want to talk business with you." "Right down to brass tacks," I jibed. "Very well. When are you and the rest of your rats going to turn to?" "Got that," he reiterated. "I've got you where I want you now. Take it from me I'm giving it straight. I'm not telling you how, but I've got you under my thumb. When I come down on you, you'll crack." "Hell is full of cocksure rats like you," I retorted, although I never dreamed how soon he would be writhing in the particular hell preparing for him. "Forget it," he sneered back. "I've got you where I want you. I'm just telling you, that's all." "Pardon me," I replied, "when I tell you that I'm from Missouri. You'll have to show me." And as I thus talked, the thought went through my mind of how I naturally sought out the phrases of his own vocabulary in order to make myself intelligible to him. The situation was bestial, with 16 of our complement already gone into the dark, and the terms I employed, perforce, were terms of bestiality. And I thought, also, of I who was thus compelled to dismiss the dreams of the utopians, the visions of the poets, the king thoughts of the king thinkers, in a discussion with this ripened product of the New York inferno. To him I must talk in the elemental terms of life and death, of food and water, of brutality and cruelty. "I give you your choice," he went on. "Give in now, and you won't be hurt, none of you." "And if we don't?" I dared airily. "You'll be sorry you was ever born. You ain't a mush head. You've got a girl there that's stuck on you. It's about time you think of her. You ain't altogether a mutt. You get my drive?" I did get it, and somehow across my brain flashed a vision of all I had ever read and heard of the siege of the legations at Peking, and of the plans of the white men for their womankind in the event of the yellow hordes breaking through the last lines of defense. Aye, and the old steward got it, for I saw his black eyes glint murderously in their narrow, tilted slits. He knew the drift of the gangsters' meaning. "You get my drive?" the gangster repeated. And I knew anger. Not ordinary anger, but cold anger. And I caught a vision of the high places in which we had sat and ruled down the ages in all lands, on all seas. I saw my kind, our women with us, in forlorn hopes and lost endeavors, pent in hill fortresses, rotted in jungle fastnesses, cut down to the last one on the decks of the rocking ships. And always our women with us had we ruled the beasts. We might die, our women with us, but, living, we had ruled. It was a royal vision I glimpsed. Aye, and in the purple of it I grasped the ethic which was the stuff of the fabric of which it was builded. It was the sacred trust of the seed, the bequest of duty handed down from all ancestors. And I flamed more coldly. It was not red brute anger. It was intellectual. It was based on concept and history. It was the philosophy of action of the strong and the pride of the strong in their own strength. Now at last I knew Nietzsche. I knew the rightness of the books, the relation of the high thinking to high conduct, the transmutation of midnight thought into action in the high place of the poop of a coal carrier in the year 1913, my woman beside me, my ancestors behind me, my slant-eyed servitors under me, the beasts beneath me and beneath the heel of me. God, I felt kingly. I knew at last the meaning of kingship. My anger was white and cold. This subterranean rat of a miserable human, crawling through the bowels of the ship to threaten me and mine. A rat in the shelter of a knothole making a noise as beast-like as any rat ever made. And it was in this spirit that I answered the gangster. "When you crawl on your belly along the open deck in the broad light of day, like a yellow cur that has been licked to obedience, and when you show by your every action that you like it and are glad to do it, then, and not until then, will I talk with you." Thereafter, for the next 10 minutes, he shouted all the Billingsgate of his kind at me through the slits in the ventilator. But I made no reply. I listened, and I listened coldly. And as I listened I knew why the English had blown their mutinous sepoys from the mouths of cannon in India long years ago. And when this morning I saw the steward struggling with a 5-gallon carboy of sulphuric acid, I never dreamed the use he intended for it. In the meantime I was devising another way to overcome that deadly ventilator shaft. The scheme was so simple that I was shamed in that it had not occurred to me at the very beginning. The slitted opening was small. 2 sacks of flour, in a wooden frame, suspended by ropes from the edge of the chart-house roof directly above, would effectually cover the opening and block all revolver fire. No sooner thought than done. Tom Spink and Louis were on top the chart-house with me and preparing to lower the flour when we heard a voice issuing from the shaft. "Who's in there now?" I demanded. "Speak up." "I'm giving you a last chance," Bert Rhine answered. And just then, around the corner of the house, stepped the steward. In his hand he carried a large galvanized pail, and my casual thought was that he had come to get rainwater from the barrels. Even as I thought it, he made a sweeping half-circle with the pail and sloshed its contents into the ventilator opening. And even as the liquid flew through the air, I knew it for what it was. Undiluted sulfuric acid, 2 gallons of it from the carboy. The gangster must have received the liquid fire in the face and eyes. And in the shock of pain, he must have released all holds and fallen upon the coal at the bottom of the shaft. His cries and shrieks of anguish were terrible, and I was reminded of the starving rats which had squealed up that same shaft during the first months of the voyage. The thing was sickening. I prefer that men be killed cleanly and easily. The agony of the wretch I did not fully realize until the steward, his bare forearm sprayed by the splash from the ventilator slats, suddenly felt the bite of the acid through his tight, whole skin and made a mad dash for the water barrel at the corner of the house. And Bert Rhine, the silent man of soundless laughter, screaming below there on the coal, was enduring the bite of the acid in his eyes. We covered the ventilator opening with our flour device. The screams from below ceased as the victim was evidently dragged forward across the coals by his mates, and yet I confess to a miserable forenoon. As Carlyle has said, death is easy, all men must die, but to receive 2 gallons of full-strength sulfuric acid full in the face is a vastly different and vastly more horrible thing than merely to die. Fortunately Margaret was below at the time, and after a few minutes, in which I recovered my balance, I bullied and swore all our hands into keeping the happening from her. Oh well, and we have got ours in retaliation. Off and on, through all of yesterday, after the ventilator tragedy, there were noises beneath the cabin floor or deck. We heard them under the dining table, under the steward's pantry, under Margaret's stateroom. This deck is overlaid with wood, but under the wood is iron, or steel rather, such as of which the whole Elsinore is builded. Margaret and I, followed by Louis, Wada, and the steward, walked about from place to place, wherever the sounds arose of tapping and of cold chisels against iron. The tapping seemed to come from everywhere, but we concluded that the concentration necessary on any spot to make an opening large enough for a man's body would inevitably draw our attention to that spot. And, as Margaret said, "If they do manage to cut through they must come up head first, and in such emergence, what chance would they have against us?" So I relieved Buckwheat from deck duty, placed him on watch over the cabin floor, to be relieved by the steward and Margaret's watches. In the late afternoon, after prodigious hammerings and clangings in a score of places, all noise ceased. Neither in the first and second dog watches, nor in the first watch of the night, were the noises resumed. When I took charge of the poop at midnight, Buckwheat relieved the steward and the vigil over the cabin floor, and, as I leaned on the rail at the break of the poop, while my 4 hours dragged slowly by, least of all did I apprehend danger from the cabin, especially when I considered the 2-gallon pail of raw sulfuric acid ready to hand for the first head that might arise through an opening in the floor not yet made. Our rascals forward might scale the poop, or cross aloft from mizzenmast to jigger and descend upon our heads, but how they could invade us through the floor was beyond me. But they did invade. A modern ship is a complex affair. How was I to guess the manner of the invasion? It was 2 in the morning, and for an hour I had been puzzling my head with watching the smoke arise from the after division of the for'ard house, and with wondering why the mutineers should have got up steam in the donkey engine at such an ungodly hour. Not on the whole voyage had the donkey engine been used. 4 bells had just struck, and I was leaning on the rail at the break of the poop when I heard a prodigious coughing and choking from aft. Next, Wada ran across the deck to me. "Big trouble with buckwheat," he blurted at me. "You go quick." I shoved him my rifle and left him on guard while I raced around the chart house. A lighted match, in the hands of Tom Spink, directed me. Between the booby hatch and the wheel, sitting up and rocking back and forth with wringings of hands and waving of arms, tears of agony bursting from his eyes, was Buckwheat. My first thought was that in some stupid way he had got the acid into his own eyes. But the terrible fashion in which he coughed and strangled would quickly have undeceived me, had not Louis, bending over the booby companion, uttered a startled exclamation. I joined him, and one whiff of the air that came up from below made me catch my breath and gasp. I had inhaled sulphur. On the instant I forgot the Elsinore, the mutineers forward, everything save one thing. The next I know, I was down the booby ladder and reeling dizzily about the big after room as the sulphur fumes bit my lungs and strangled me. By the dim light of a sea lantern I saw the old steward, on hands and knees, coughing and gasping, the while he shook awake Yasuda, the first sailmaker. Uchino, the second sailmaker, still strangled in his sleep. It struck me that the air might be better nearer the floor, and I proved it when I dropped on my hands and knees. I rolled Uchino out of his blankets with a quick jerk, wrapped the blankets about my head, face, and mouth, arose to my feet, and dashed forward into the hall. After a couple of collisions with the woodwork, I again dropped to the floor and rearranged the blankets so that, while my mouth remained covered, I could draw or withdraw a thickness across my eyes. The pain of the fumes was bad enough, but the real hardship was the dizziness I suffered. I blundered into the steward's pantry and out of it, missed the cross hall, stumbled through the next starboard opening in the long hall, and found myself bent double by a violent collision with the dining-room table. But I had my bearings. Feeling my way around the table and bumping most of the poisoned breath out of me against the rotund-bellied stove, I emerged in the cross hall and made my way to starboard. Here, at the base of the chart-room stairway, I gained the hall that led aft. By this time my own situation seemed so serious that, careless of any collision, I went aft in long leaps. Margaret's door was open. I plunged into her room. The moment I drew the blanket thickness from my eyes, I knew blindness and a modicum of what Bert Rhine must have suffered. Oh, the intolerable bite of the sulphur in my lungs, nostrils, eyes, and brain. No light burned in the room. I could only strangle and stumble forward to Margaret's bed, upon which I collapsed. She was not there. I felt about, and I felt only the warm hollow her body had left in the undersheet. Even in my agony and helplessness, the intimacy of that warmth her body had left was very dear to me. Between the lack of oxygen in my lungs, due to the blankets, the pain of the sulphur, and the mortal dizziness in my brain, I felt that I might well cease there where the linen warmed my hand. Perhaps I should have ceased, had I not heard a terrible coughing from along the hall. It was new life to me. I fell from bed to floor, and managed to get upright until I gained the hall, where again I fell. Thereafter I crawled on hands and knees to the foot of the stairway. By means of the newel post I drew myself upright and listened. Near me something moved and strangled. I fell upon it and found in my arms all the softness of Margaret. How to describe that battle up the stairway? It was a crucifixion of struggle, an age-old nightmare of agony. Time after time, as my consciousness blurred, the temptation was upon me to cease all effort and let myself blur down into the ultimate dark. I fought my way step by step. Margaret was now quite unconscious, and I lifted her body step by step, or dragged it several steps at a time, and fell with it, and back with it, and lost much of that which had been so hardly gained. And yet out of it all this I remember, that warm soft body of hers was the dearest thing in the world, vastly more dear than the pleasant land I remotely remembered, than all the books and all the humans I had ever known, than the deck above with its sweet pure air softly blowing under the cool starry sky. As I look back upon it I am aware of one thing. The thought of leaving her there and saving myself never crossed my mind. The one place for me was where she was. Truly, this which I write seems absurd and purple, yet it was not absurd during those long minutes of the chart-room stairway. One must taste death for a few centuries of such agony ere he can receive sanction for purple passages. And as I fought my screaming flesh, my reeling brain, and climbed that upward way, I prayed one prayer, that the chart-house doors out upon the poop might not be shut. Life and death lay right there in that one point of the issue. Was there any creature of my creatures aft with common sense and anticipation sufficient to make him think to open those doors? How I yearned for one man, for one proved henchman, such as Mr. Pike, to be on the poop. As it was, with the sole exception of Tom Spink and Buckwheat, my men were Asiatics. I gained the top of the stairway, but was too far gone to rise to my feet. Nor could I rise upright on my knees. I crawled like any four-legged animal, nay, I wormed my way like a snake, prone to the deck. It was a matter of several feet to the doorway. I died a score of times in those several feet, but ever I endured the agony of resurrection and dragged Margaret with me. Sometimes the full strength I could exert did not move her, and I lay with her and coughed and strangled my way through to another resurrection. And the door was open. The doors to starboard and to port were both open, and as the Elsinore rolled a draught through the chart-house hall, my lungs filled with pure, cool air. As I drew myself across the high threshold and pulled Margaret after me, from very far away I heard the cries of men and the reports of rifle and revolver. And, ere I fainted into the blackness, on my side, staring, my pain gone so beyond endurance that it had achieved its own anesthesia, I glimpsed, dreamlike and distant, the sharply silhouetted poop rail, dark forms that cut and thrust and smote, and, beyond the mizzen mast, brightly lighted by our illuminators. Well, the mutineers failed to take the poop. My 5 Asiatics and 2 white men had held the citadel, while Margaret and I lay unconscious side by side. The whole affair was very simple. Modern maritime quarantine demands that ships shall not carry vermin that are themselves plague carriers. In the donkey engine section of the forward house is a complete fumigating apparatus. The mutineers had merely to lay and fasten the pipes aft across the coal, to chisel a hole through the double deck of steel and wood under the cabin, and to connect up and begin to pump. Buckwheat had fallen asleep and been awakened by the strangling sulphur fumes. We in the high place had been smoked out by our rascals like so many rats. It was Wada who had opened one of the doors, the old steward had opened the other. Together they had attempted the descent of the stairway and been driven back by the fumes. Then they had engaged in the struggle to repel the rush from forward. Margaret and I are agreed that sulphur, excessively inhaled, leaves the lungs sore. Only now, after a lapse of a dozen hours, can we draw breath in anything that resembles comfort. But still my lungs were not so sore as to prevent my telling her what I had learned she meant to me. And yet she is only a woman. I tell her so. I tell her that there are at least 750 million of two-legged, long-haired, gentle-voiced, soft-bodied, female humans like her on the planet, and that she is really swamped by the immensity of numbers of her sex and kind. But I tell her something more. I tell her that of all of them she is the only one. And better yet, to myself and for myself, I believe it. I know it. The last least part of me and all of me proclaims it. Love is wonderful. It is the everlasting and miraculous amazement. Oh, trust me, I know the old, hard, scientific method of weighing and calculating and classifying love. It is a profound foolishness, a cosmic trick and quip to the contemplative eye of the philosopher. Yes, and of the futurist. But when one forsakes such intellectual flesh-pots and becomes mere human and male human, in short, a lover, then all he may do, and which is what he cannot help doing, is to yield to the compulsions of being, and throw both his arms around love, and hold it closer to him than is his own heart close to him. This is the summit of his life and of man's life. Higher than this no man may rise. The philosophers toil and struggle on molehill peaks far below. He who has not loved has not tasted the ultimate sweet of living. I know. I love Margaret, a woman. She is desirable. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 50. In the past 24 hours many things have happened. To begin with, we nearly lost the steward in the second dog watch last evening. Through the slits in the ventilator, some man thrust a knife into the sacks of flour and cut them wide open from top to bottom. In the dark the flour poured to the deck unobserved. Of course the man behind could not see through the screen of empty sacks, but he took a blind pot shot at point-blank range when the steward went by, slip-sloppily dragging the heels of his slippers. Fortunately it was a miss, but so close a miss was it that his cheek and neck were burned with powder grains. At 6 bells in the first watch came another surprise. Tom Spink came to me where I stood guard at the forward end of the poop. His voice shook as he spoke. "For the love of God, sir, they've come," he said. "Who?" I asked sharply. "Them," he chattered. "The ones that come aboard off the Horn, sir, the 3 drownded sailors. They're here, aft, sir, the 3 of them, standin' in a row by the wheel." "How did they get there?" "Bein' warlocks they flew, sir. You didn't see 'em go by you, did you, sir?" "No," I admitted, "they never went by me." Poor Tom Spink groaned. "But there are lines aloft there on which they could cross over from mizzen to jigger," I added. "Send Wada to me." When the latter relieved me I went aft. And there in a row were our 3 pale-haired storm waifs with the topaz eyes. In the light of a bull's eye held on them by Louis, their eyes never seemed more like the eyes of great cats. And heavens, they purred. At least the inarticulate noises they made sounded more like purring than anything else. That these sounds meant friendliness was very evident. Also, they held out their hands, palms upward, in unmistakable sign of peace. Each in turn doffed his cap and placed my hand for a moment on his head. Without doubt this meant their offer of fealty, their acceptance of me as master. I nodded my head. There was nothing to be said to men who purred like cats, while sign language in the light of the bull's eye was rather difficult. Tom Spink groaned protest when I told Louis to take them below and give them blankets. I made the sleep sign to them, and they nodded gratefully, hesitated, then pointed to their mouths and rubbed their stomachs. "Drowned men do not eat," I laughed to Tom Spink. "Go down and watch them. Feed them up, Louis, all they want. It's a good sign of short rations for'ard." At the end of half an hour Tom Spink was back. "Well, did they eat?" I challenged him. But he was unconvinced. The very quantity they had eaten was a suspicious thing, and, further, he had heard of a kind of ghost that devoured dead bodies in graveyards. Therefore, he concluded, mere not eating was no test for a ghost. The third event of moment occurred this morning at 7 o'clock. The mutineers called for a truce, and when Nosey Murphy, the Maltese Cockney, and the inevitable Charles Davis stood beneath me on the main deck, their faces showed lean and drawn. Famine had been my great ally. And in truth, with Margaret beside me in that high place at the break of the poop, as I looked down on the hungry wretches I felt very strong. Never had the inequality of numbers fore and aft been less than now. The 3 deserters, added to our own 9, made 12 of us, while the mutineers, after subtracting Ditman Olansen, Bob, and the Fawn, totaled only an even score. And of these Bert Rhine must certainly be in a bad way, while there were many weaklings such as Sundry Byers, Nancy, Larry, and Lars Jacobsen. "Well, what do you want?" I demanded. "I haven't much time to waste. Breakfast is ready and waiting." Charles Davis started to speak, but I shut him off. "I'll have nothing out of you, Davis. At least not now. Later on, when I'm in that court of law you've bothered me with for half the voyage, you'll get your turn at talking. And when that time comes don't forget that I shall have a few words to say." Again he began, but this time was stopped by Nosey Murphy. "Aw, shut your trap, Davis," the gangster snarled, "or I'll shut it for you." He glanced up at me. "We want to go back to work, that's what we want." "Which is not the way to ask for it," I answered. "Sir," he said hastily. "That's better," I commented. "Oh, my God, sir, don't let 'em come aft," Tom Spink muttered hurriedly in my ear. "That'd be the end of all of us. And even if they didn't get you and the rest, they'd heave me over some dark night. They ain't never going to forgive me, sir, for joining in with the afterguard." I ignored the interruption and addressed the gangster. "There's nothing like going to work when you want to as badly as you seem to. Suppose all hands get sail on her just to show good intention." "We'd like to eat first, sir," he objected. "I'd like to see you setting sail first," was my reply. "And you may as well get it from me straight that what I like goes aboard this ship." I almost said hooker. Nosey Murphy hesitated and looked to the Maltese Cockney for counsel. The latter debated, as if gauging the measure of his weakness while he stared aloft at the work involved. Finally he nodded. "All right, sir," the gangster spoke up. "We'll do it. But can't something be cooking in the galley while we're doing it?" I shook my head. "I didn't have that in mind, and I don't care to change my mind now. When every sail is stretched and every yard braced, and all that mess of gear cleared up, food for a good meal will be served out. You needn't bother about the spanker nor the mizzen braces. We'll make your work lighter by that much." In truth, as they climbed aloft, they showed how miserably weak they were. There were some too feeble to go aloft. Poor Sundry Byers continually pressed his abdomen as he toiled around the deck capstans, and never was Nancy's face quite so forlorn as when he obeyed the Maltese Cockney's command and went up to loose the mizzen skysail. In passing, I must note one delicious miracle that was worked before our eyes. They were hoisting the mizzen upper topsail yard by means of one of the patent deck capstans. Although they had reversed the gear so as to double the purchase, they were having a hard time of it. Lars Jacobsen was limping on his twice-broken leg, and with him were Sundry Byers, Tony the Greek, Bombini, and Mulligan Jacobs. Nosey Murphy held the turn. When they stopped from sheer exhaustion, Murphy's glance chanced to fall on Charles Davis, the one man who had not worked since the outset of the voyage, and who was not working now. "Bear a hand, Davis," the gangster called. Margaret gurgled low laughter in my ear as she caught the drift of the episode. The sea lawyer looked at the other in amazement ere he answered, "I guess not." After nodding sundry buyers over to him to take the turn, Murphy straightened his back and walked close to Davis, then said very quietly, "I guess yes." That was all. For a space neither spoke. Davis seemed to be giving the matter judicial consideration. The men at the capstan panted, rested, and looked on, all save Bombini, who slunk across the deck until he stood at Murphy's shoulder. Under such circumstances the decision Charles Davis gave was eminently the right one, although even then he offered a compromise. "I'll hold the turn," he volunteered. "You'll lump around one of them capstan bars," Murphy said. The sea lawyer made no mistake. He knew in all absoluteness that he was choosing between life and death, and he limped over to the capstan and found his place. And as the work started, and as he toiled around and around the narrow circle, Margaret and I shamelessly and loudly laughed our approval. And our men stole forward along the poop to peer down at the spectacle of Charles Davis at work. All of which must have pleased Nosey Murphy, for, as he continued to hold the turn and coil down, he kept a critical eye on Davis. "More juice, Davis," he commanded with abrupt sharpness. And Davis, with a startle, visibly increased his efforts. This was too much for our fellows who, Asiatics and all, applauded with laughter and hand-clapping. And what could I do? It was a gala day, and our faithful ones deserved some little recompense of amusement. So I ignored the breach of discipline and of poop etiquette by strolling away aft with Margaret. At the wheel was one of our storm waifs. I set the course due east for Valparaiso and sent the steward below to bring up sufficient food for one substantial meal for the mutineers. "When do we get our next grub, sir?" Nosey Murphy asked, as the steward served the supplies down to him from the poop. "At midday," I answered. "And as long as you and your gang are good, you'll get your grub 3 times each day. You can choose your own watches any way you please. But the ship's work must be done and done properly. If it isn't, then the grub stops. That will do. Now go forward." "One thing more, sir," he said quickly. "Bert Rhine is awful bad. He can't see, sir. It looks like he's going to lose his face. He can't sleep. He groans all the time." It was a busy day. I made a selection of things from the medicine chest for the acid-burned gangster, and, finding that Murphy knew how to manipulate a hypodermic syringe, entrusted him with one. Then, too, I practiced with the sextant, and think I fairly caught the sun at noon and correctly worked up the observation. But this is latitude, and is comparatively easy. Longitude is more difficult. But I am reading up on it. All afternoon a gentle northerly fan of air snored the Elsinore through the water at a 5-knot clip, and our course lay east for land, for the habitation of man, for the law and order that men institute whenever they organize into groups. Once in Valparaiso, with police flag flying, our mutineers will be taken care of by the shore authorities. Another thing I did was to rearrange our watches aft so as to split up the 3 storm visitors. Margaret took one in her watch along with the 2 sailmakers, Tom Spink, and Louis. Louis is half white and all trustworthy, so that, at all times, on deck or below, he is told off to the task of never letting the topaz-eyed one out of his sight. In my watch are the steward, Buckwheat, Wada, and the other 2 topaz-eyed ones. And to one of these Wada is told off, and to the other is assigned the steward. We are not taking any chances. Always, day and night, on duty or off, these storm strangers will have one of our proved men watching them. Yes, and I tried the stranger men out last evening. It was after a council with Margaret. She was sure, and I agreed with her, that the men forward are not blindly yielding to our bringing them in to be prisoners in Valparaiso. As we tried to forecast it, their plan is to desert the Elsinore and the boats as soon as we fetch up with the land. Also, considering some of the bitter lunatic spirits forward, there would be a large chance of their drilling the Elsinore's steel sides and scuttling her ere they took to the boats. for scuttling a ship is surely as ancient a practice as mutiny on the high seas. So it was at 1 in the morning that I tried out our strangers. 2 of them I took for'ard with me in the raid on the small boats. 1 I left beside Margaret, who kept charge of the poop. On the other side of him stood the steward with his big hacking knife. By signs I had made it clear to him, and to his 2 comrades who were to accompany me forward, that at the first sign of treachery he would be killed. And not only did the old steward, with signs emphatic and unmistakable, pledge himself to perform the execution, but we were all convinced that he was eager for the task. With Margaret I also left Buckwheat and Tom Spink. Wada, the 2 sailmakers, Louis, and the 2 topaz-eyed ones accompanied me. In addition to fighting weapons we were armed with axes. We crossed the main deck unobserved, gained the bridge by way of the midship house, and by way of the bridge gained the top of the for'ard house. Here were the first boats we began work on, but first of all I called in the lookout from the forecastle head. He was Mulligan Jacobs, and he picked his way back across the wreck of the bridge where the fore-topgallant yard still lay, and came up to me unafraid, as implacable and bitter as ever. "Jacobs," I whispered, "you are to stay here beside me until we finish the job of smashing the boats. Do you get that?" As though it could frighten me, he growled all too loudly. "Go ahead for all I care. I know your game. And I know the game of the hell's maggots under our feet this minute. 'Tis they that'd desert in the boats. 'Tis you that'll smash the boats and jail 'em kit and crew." "Shh," I vainly interpolated. "What of it?" he went on as loudly as ever. "They're sleepin' with full bellies. The only night watch we keep is the lookout. Even Rhine's asleep. A few jolts of the needle has put a clapper to his eternal moaning. Go on with your work. Smash the boats. 'Tis nothin' I care. 'Tis well I know my own crooked back is worth more to me than the necks of the scum of the world below there." "If you felt that way, why didn't you join us?" I queried. "Because I like you no better than them, and not half so well. They're what you and your fathers have made 'em. And who in hell are you and your fathers? Robbers of the toil of men. I like them little, I like you and your fathers not at all. Only I like myself and me crooked back that's a livin' proof there ain't no God and makes Browning a liar." "Join us now," I urged, meeting him in his mood. "It will be easier for your back." "To hell with you," was his answer. "Go ahead and smash the boats. You can hang some of them, but you can't touch me with the law. 'Tis me that's a crippled creature of circumstance, too weak to raise a hand against any man. A feather blown about by the windy contention of men strong in their back and brainless in their heads." "As you please," I said. "As I can't help pleasin'," he retorted, "bein' what I am and so made for the little flash between the darknesses which men call life. And why couldn't I a been the butterfly, or a fat pig in a full trough, or a mere mortal man with a straight back and women to love me? Go on and smash the boats. Play hell to the top of your bent. Like me, you'll end in the darkness. And your darkness'll be as dark as mine." "A full belly puts the spunk back into you," I sneered. "'Tis on an empty belly that the juice of my dislike turns to acid. Go on and smash the boats." "Whose idea was the sulphur?" I asked. "I'm not tellin' you the man, but I envied him until it showed failure. And whose idea was it to douse the sulphuric into Rhine's face? He'll lose that same face from the way it's shedding." "Nor will I tell you," I said, "though I will tell you that I am glad the idea was not mine." "Oh, well," he muttered cryptically, "different customs on different ships, as the cook said when he went for'ard to cast off the spanker sheet." Not until the job was done and I was back on the poop did I have time to work out the drift of that last figure in its terms of the sea. Mulligan Jacobs might have been an artist, a philosophic poet, had he not been born crooked with a crooked back. And we smashed the boats. With axes and sledges it was an easier task than I had imagined. On top of both houses we left the boat's masses of splintered wreckage, the topaz-eyed ones working most energetically, and we regained the poop without a shot being fired. The forecastle turned out, of course, at our noise, but made no attempt to interfere with us. And right here I register another complaint against the sea novelists. A score of men for'ard, desperate all, with desperate deeds behind them, and jail and the gallows facing them not many days away, should have only begun to fight. And yet this score of men did nothing while we destroyed their last chance for escape. "But where did they get the grub?" the steward asked me afterwards. This question he has asked me every day since the first day Mr. Pike began cudgelling his brains over it. I wondered, had I asked Mulligan Jacobs the question, if he would have told me. At any rate, in court at Valparaiso that question will be answered. In the meantime I suppose I shall submit to having the steward ask me it daily. It is murder and mutiny on the high seas, I told them this morning, when they came aft in a body to complain about the destruction of the boats and to demand my intentions. And as I looked down upon the poor wretches from the break of the poop, standing there in the high place, the vision of my kind down all its mad, violent, and masterful past was strong upon me. Already, since our departure from Baltimore, 3 other men, masters, had occupied this high place and gone their way. The Samurai, Mr. Pike, and Mr. Mellaire. I stood there, 4th, no seaman, merely a master by the blood of my ancestors, and the work of the Elsinore in the world went on. Bert Rhine, his head and face swathed in bandages, stood there beneath me, and I felt for him a tingle of respect. He, too, in a subterranean, ghetto way was master over his rats. Nosey Murphy and Kid Twist stood shoulder to shoulder with their stricken gangster leader. It was his will, because of his terrible injury, to get into land and doctors as quickly as possible. He preferred taking his chance in court against the chance of losing his life, or, perhaps, his eyesight. The crew was divided against itself, and Isaac Chance, the Jew, his wounded shoulder with a hunch to it, seemed to lead the revolt against the gangsters. His wound was enough to convict him in any court, and well he knew it. Beside him, and at his shoulders, clustered the Maltese Cockney, Andy Fay, Arthur Deacon, Frank Fitzgibbon, Richard Giller, and John Hackey. In another group still allegiant to the gangsters were men such as Shorty, Sorensen, Lars Jacobson, and Larry. Charles Davis was prominently in the gangster group. A 4th group was composed of Sundry Byers, Nancy, and Tony the Greek. This group was distinctly neutral. And finally, unaffiliated, quite by himself, stood Mulligan Jacobs, listening, I fancy, to far echoes of ancient wrongs, and feeling, I doubt not, the bite of the iron-hot hooks in his brain. "What are you going to do with us, sir?" Isaac Chance demanded of me, in defiance to the gangsters who were expected to do the talking. Bert Rhine lurched angrily toward the sound of the Jew's voice. Chance's partisans drew closer to him. "Jail you," I answered from above, "and it shall go as hard with all of you as I can make it hard." "Maybe you will and maybe you won't," the Jew retorted. "Shut up, Chance," Bert Rhine commanded. "And you'll get yours, you wop," Chance snarled, "if I have to do it myself." I am afraid that I am not so successfully the man of action that I have been priding myself on being, for, so curious and interested was I in observing the moving drama beneath me, that for the moment I failed to glimpse the tragedy into which it was culminating. "Bombini," Bert Rhine said. His voice was imperative. It was the order of a master to the dog at heel. Bombini responded. He drew his knife and started to advance upon the Jew. But a deep rumbling, animal-like in its sound and menace, arose in the throats of those about the Jew. Bombini hesitated and glanced back across his shoulder at the leader, whose face he could not see for bandages, and who he knew could not see. "'Tis a good deed. Do it, Bombini," Charles Davis encouraged. "Shut your face, Davis," came out from Bert Rhine's bandages. Kid Twist drew a revolver, shoved the muzzle of it first into Bombini's side, then covered the men about the Jew. Really, I felt a momentary twinge of pity for the Italian. He was caught between the millstones. "Bombini, stick that Jew," Bert Rhine commanded. The Italian advanced a step, and, shoulder to shoulder, on either side, Kid Twist and Nosey Murphy advanced with him. "I cannot see him," Bert Rhine went on, "but by God I will see him." And so speaking, with one single, virile movement, he tore away the bandages. The toll of pain he must have paid is beyond measurement. I saw the horror of his face, but the description of it is beyond the limits of any English I possess. I was aware that Margaret, at my shoulder, gasped and shuddered. "Bombini, stick him," the gangster repeated, "and stick any man that raises a yap. Murphy, see that Bombini does his work." Murphy's knife was out and at the bravo's back. Kid Twist covered the Jew's group with his revolver, and the three advanced. It was at this moment that I suddenly recollected myself and passed from dream to action. "Bombini," I said sharply. He paused and looked up. "Stand where you are," I ordered, "till I do some talking. Chantz, make no mistake. Rhine is boss for'ard. You take his orders. Until we get into Valparaiso, then you'll take your chances along with him in jail. In the meantime what Rhine says goes. Get that and get it straight. I am behind Rhine until the police come on board. Bombini, do whatever Rhine tells you. I'll shoot the man who tries to stop you. Deacon, stand away from Chantz. Go over to the fife rail." All hands knew the stream of lead my automatic rifle could throw, and Arthur Deacon knew it. He hesitated barely a moment, then obeyed. "Fitzgibbon, Giller, Hackey," I called in turn, and was obeyed. "Fay," I called twice ere the response came. Isaac Chantz stood alone, and Bombini now showed eagerness. "Chantz," I said, "don't you think it would be healthier to go over to the fife rail and be good?" He debated the matter not many seconds, resheathed his knife, and complied. The tang of power. I was minded to let literature get the better of me and read the rascals a lecture, but thank heaven I had sufficient proportion and balance to refrain. "Rhine," I said. He turned his corroded face up to me and blinked in an effort to see. "As long as Chantz takes your orders, leave him alone. We'll need every hand to work the ship in. As for yourself, send Murphy aft in half an hour, and I'll give him the best the medicine chest affords. That is all. Go for'ard." And they shambled away, beaten and dispirited. "But that man, his face, what happened to him?" Margaret asked of me. Sad it is to end love with lies. Sadder still it is to begin love with lies. I had tried to hide this one happening from Margaret, and I had failed. It could no longer be hidden save by lying, and so I told her the truth, told her how and why the gangster had had his face dashed with sulphuric acid by the old steward who knew white men and their ways. There is little more to write. The mutiny of the Elsinore is over. The divided crew is ruled by the gangsters, who are as intent on getting their leader into port as I am intent on getting all of them into jail. The first lap of the voyage of the Elsinore draws to a close. 2 days, at most, with our present sailing, will bring us into Valparaiso. And then, as beginning a new voyage, the Elsinore will depart for Seattle. One thing more remains for me to write, and then this strange log of a strange cruise will be complete. It happened only last night. I am yet fresh from it, in a thrill with it and with the promise of it. Margaret and I spent the last hour of the second dog watch together at the break of the poop. It was good again to feel the Elsinore yielding to the wind pressure on her canvas, to feel her slipping and sliding through the water in an easy sea. Hidden by the darkness, clasped in each other's arms, we talked love and love plans. Nor am I ashamed to confess I was all for immediacy. Once in Valparaiso, I contended, we would fit out the Elsinore with fresh crew and officers and send her on her way. As for us, steamers and rapid traveling would fetch us quickly home. Furthermore, Valparaiso being a place where such things as licenses and ministers obtained, we would be married ere we caught the fast steamers for home. But Margaret was obdurate. The Wests have always stood by their ships, she urged, had always brought their ships into the ports intended, or had gone down with their ships in the effort. The Elsinore had cleared from Baltimore for Seattle with the Wests in the high place. The Elsinore would re-equip with officers and men in Valparaiso, and the Elsinore would arrive in Seattle with the West still on board. "But think, dear heart," I objected, "the voyage will require months. Remember what Henley has said, 'Every kiss we take or give leaves us less of life to live.'" She pressed her lips to mine. "We kiss," she said. But I was stupid. "Oh, the weary, weary months," I complained. "You dear silly," she gurgled. "Don't you understand?" "I understand only that it is many 1,000 miles from Valparaiso to Seattle," I answered. "You won't understand," she challenged. "I am a fool," I admitted. "I am aware of only one thing. I want you. I want you." "You are a dear, but you are very, very stupid," she said, and as she spoke she caught my hand and pressed the palm of it against her cheek. "What do you feel?" she asked. "Hot cheeks, cheeks most hot." "I am blushing for what your stupidity compels me to say," she explained. "You have already said that such things as licenses and ministers obtained in Valparaiso, and, well—" "You mean—" I stammered. "Just that," she confirmed. "The honeymoon shall be on the Elsinore from Valparaiso all the way to Seattle?" I rattled on. "The many thousands of miles, the weary, weary months," she teased in my own intonations, until I stifled her teasing with my lips. End of Chapter 50. End of The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London. The Mutiny of the Elsinore was narrated by Tom Crawford in Cool, California, USA, and proof listened by Sheila Mitchell in Nottinghamshire, England.